Triple M's Rush Hour. JB and Bill not far away from heading off to the MCG with the Friday huddle ahead of Essendon versus Collingwood. Huge round 24 match.
Big, Jim. Big.
Yes.
Sold out.
It's big, fat. There's two of the biggest clubs in the comp. So that's, of course, coming up. And then tomorrow, we are here again for Hawthorn and Fremantle.
Oh, not for long.
Well, you won't be there long. An hour and a half.
Yeah, I'll do.
That's if you arrive on time.
That's it.
So we're looking forward to that.
Having a couple tonight, so I might be a bit late.
Enjoy that. You're entitled to enjoy a beer. Now, what do we got by way of something humorous?
Yes, here we go.
Billy, won't you tell a joke now?
Oh, nah.
'Cause you're not funny, man.
Grow up.
At least not on purpose. Oh!
Right. Jimmy boy, here we go.
Yes.
Give this one a go.
Oh, no.
Jim, if you ever date a dominatrix,
Yes.
you know what they do.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Never, ever suggest, Jimmy boy, it's time to hit the sack.
Oh, my God.
You,
I know, Bill.
a dominatrix.
I understand, Bill. You don't have to explain this one. I know what a dominatrix
Never,
is.
ever.
I know what would happen.
Oh, whack! Could be a whip, Jim.
Hi, Bill. I understand the joke.
Right,
it doesn't need explaining. Right. It's not a bad one.
Yeah, it's not a bad one.
You've finished a bad week with a good joke.
Thank God for that. 1 and 4.
All clear.
All clear.
Right through the middle.
How big?
Not bad, fat.
Not bad. You can take that with you. Jim,
Righto.
home tonight.
You are the king of the divan. Qu'elle me dit en passant.
Triple M's Rush Hour is done, and JB and Billy are heading straight to Chemist Warehouse to check out the biggest range of Father's Day fragrances. Your dad will love Dan Carter's new fragrance, DC10 Sport. Only $49.99 and exclusive to Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Triple M traffic.
Hear Triple M Footy live on Listener wherever you are this weekend.
Good evening. There's been an incident on the Pakenham Bypass outbound before McGregor Road. Traffic's at an absolute standstill back to Officers South Road. The Ring Road Greensboro bound also struggling with a broken down truck at the Tulla Freeway. The left-hand lane closed for that one. And the Eastern Freeway not letting up inbound with a crash before Doncaster Road that's taken out the right-hand lane. Right now, your Triple M travel time from Springvale Road to the Hoddle Street exits, clocking in at 30 minutes. Receive a $3,000 trade-in bonus when you purchase any new, used or demonstrator vehicle this August at Waverley BMW. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8953. Triple M rocks footy tonight from 6. Download the Listener app to hear it everywhere.
G'day, it's Luke Darcy. The Friday Huddle is up next. Catch us on the Listener app. Triple M rocks footy.
It takes a lot to make Dad cry. Like 20% off car care detailing liquids or 20% off Castrol engine oils. This weekend only. Exclusions apply. Drive your dad to tears this Father's Day with the perfect gift from Repco.
Legends making legends at Builders Academy.
Campbell Brown here with Andrew Shea, the CEO of Builders Academy. For those already experienced, what can Builders Academy offer?
Thanks, Brownie. If you have a number of years' experience in the building and construction industry, we can help you via a process called recognition of prior learning. We gather evidence of your knowledge, skills and experience and help you pathway towards gaining a nationally recognised qualification. Chat with one of our team on 1300 Legend. That's 1300 Legend.
Thanks, Andrew. Get in touch with Builders Academy on 1300 Legend.
Legends making legends at Builders Academy.
RTO 21583.
It might sound like I'm listening to my daughter shake it up, but in my mind, I'm in holiday mode, sipping on a cocktail.
Rather be on holiday? Take off with Jetstar's Fair Play sale. There's heaps of fares to choose from, like Melbourne Tullamarine to Gold Coast from $49 or Auckland from $179. Ends midnight Eastern Standard Time, 28th August unless sold out prior. One way excludes check baggage, selected travel dates and conditions apply. Jetstar. All day, every day, low fares.
It's a double weekend for our Coles superhero builders. This weekend, take 2 home with every $30 you spend in store and online. Complete your DC superhero builder set with our double weekend, only at Coles. While stocks last, limits, exclusions and T's and C's apply. Offer available August 26 and 27.
Endurance racing returns to Sandown. Get closer to the action with a Supercars corporate experience. Located at the best vantage points on track. Packages available for individuals, groups and companies. Watch co-drivers unite. Supercars Penrite Oil Sandown 500. September 15 to 17. Book now at corporate.supercars.com. Supercars. Unforgettable.
Meerkat Motivationals with Alexander and Sergey.
Working on your car, Joe?
Oh, yeah, just tinkering.
Now, would you pay a mechanic to check your tyre pressure?
You're kidding, right?
Then why have you done nothing about this car insurance renewal notice? Come to your dollars and senses. You're leaking money all over the road.
Wake up to waste.
Switching is easy with Compare the Market. Download the Simples app today.
Visit Compare the Market to see the range of brands and products we compare.
Simples.
Erin Molan here. Over the past century, Legacy has helped thousands of Australian widows, families and children of soldiers who have sacrificed their lives or health during or following service to our country. Show your thanks and donate today at legacy.com.au.
Attention passengers boarding plane. Flight 7917. Please make your way to gate 31. No, wait, 13. No, 31. Hold on, it's gone. My bad.
Not everyone's good at announcements, but with the ease of opening a NAB Classic banking account online in under 5 minutes, at least you're good at money. Get good at money. Search NAB bank accounts. NAB, more than money. Consider the T's and C's and TMD available at nab.com.au/TMD.
Want tiles under $20? Hurry into Beaumont Tiles for the best value and quality tiles around.
Next, Triple M rocks footy. Download the Listener app to hear it live.
Good evening, I'm Celeste Mitsu. A bad beat for a high-end casino operating illegally in a Truganina factory. 21 people were arrested overnight as police seized cash and drugs. Melbourne City Council wants to cap the number of days a property can be rented out in the short term, designed to help fix the state's housing crisis. If it is supported at next week's meeting, new laws will be drawn up and implemented as early as next Feb. The Premier won't be commenting on the police investigation involving ousted Ringwood MP Will Fowles. Dan Andrews referred the allegations Fowles was sexually inappropriate at a parliamentary bar earlier this month to police.
Inquiries made, gave people opportunity to be heard, the alleged victim, and then, of course, beyond that, there was a meeting with Mr Fowles. He tendered his resignation from the Parliamentary Labor Party at that meeting, and now there's a process in place, and it's not appropriate to say any more than that.
State MPs have just over a month to ditch TikTok from their parliamentary devices. Spring Street's ban kicks in October 6. A 30-year-old man will front court next month after being charged over his alleged role in creating and sharing a video online, which included threatening behaviour towards a federal MP. He faces up to 5 years in jail if convicted. Donald Trump has been photographed, fingerprinted and bailed in Georgia. The former US president remains defiant he didn't attempt to overturn the 2020 election. And after Kylie Minogue and Crowded House pulled out, the AFL is set to confirm iconic rock band Kiss will perform at the grand final. Collingwood can claim its first minor premiership in 12 years with a win over Essendon tonight. The Bombers have 6 forced outs, including spearhead Peter Wright. Triple M's Dale Thomas believes there's more than just 4 points at stake after last week's triple-figure thumping at the hands of GWS.
I am interested to see what Essendon dish up, though. There has to be some sort of response. There'll be blokes playing for careers there after last week.
Catch up with the latest when Friday Huddle kicks off next on Triple M. And the Blues aren't taking any risks with Patrick Cripps. The skipper will miss Sunday's clash with the Giants.
Click Frenzy travel sale has started. Take off to Malaysia, Thailand or Japan and save thousands. Visit clickfrenzy.com.au before the sale ends this Sunday.
Down to 10 degrees tonight, cloudy and 15 tomorrow, clouds out again Sunday and 16. And Triple M's Friday Huddle starts next ahead of the Bombers and Pies. Make sure you have the Listener app to hear it wherever you are as Triple M rocks footy.
We all answer questions every day for all kinds of reasons. Soon, your answer will help make an important decision for Australia. A referendum will be held this year on whether to alter the Constitution to recognise the First Peoples of Australia by establishing an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice. All Australian citizens aged 18 and over must vote, and the government must act on what Australia decides. Your answer matters. Learn more at aec.gov.au. Authorised by the Electoral Commissioner, Canberra.
Shut up. The footy's on Triple M.
Tools down.
That's it. What a week it's been.
Radio on.
You don't want to miss this.
Triple M footy roars into the weekend.
That is an absolute ripper.
Here we go.
This is the Friday Huddle.
Please reply quickly to texting drivers a message from the TAC.
For Ream Hot Water at McDonald's. Triple M rocks footy.
MCG looking absolutely perfect under the lights. The final Friday night of the home and away season. Doesn't get any bigger too. Collingwood looking to shore up top spot on the ladder. Essendon saying goodbye to a cult hero in Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody. So much to look forward to tonight. At the footy, Justin Lepich joins us on the boundary. Hot topics, top five. Brad Scott, the Essendon coach, will join us. Chiefs quiz is there and the full team are assembled. There's a week off next week, so there's a bit of a spring in the step. It was glorious in Melbourne today. Spring was nearly here, although it has clouded over now and got a touch chilly, but I look across at the captain, who looks like he has a spring in his step. Luke Darcy, hello to you. He's positive, upbeat, and he's ready to go, my man.
Positive as always, Howie, and you couldn't be more excited as you head into what looks to be a brilliant final series. 2023 hasn't disappointed, so yeah, you feel the spring in the air, Howie, and I feel upbeat about it all.
You're positive, and I look at my man, and I have been describing his outfit today. Damien's looking at it. It's a beautiful white European sneaker. It's a dark jean. It's a tight red pullover, sort of hoodie arrangement with zips on the side, but it is set off, and I wasn't sure of the brand. He's got a hat on that I did a bit of investigation. It's by Costa Del Mar, which their tagline, Nath, is made for fishermen by fishermen, is what the Chiefs come in tonight. So he's straight down from Port Melbourne Pier, where he's been pulling in a few flatties, our man does, and the Chiefs here. Did you catch any, Chief?
No, not at all, but from a man wearing boots and a rip curl surf top.
Yes.
In winter.
Yes.
With stains. I don't know what that white stain on your trousers is. It's not in a great place, to be brutally honest, Howard. So
Did you catch
I wouldn't be going down the closed path.
Did you catch any fish today?
I'm not a fisherman. I'm not a fisherman.
But you're wearing a hat.
Do you fish on your own or do you fish with somebody else?
Do the dogs go fishing, Chief?
I just said I'm not a fisherman.
Damien Barrett here.
I'd be really careful.
Sorry, Jason. I retract that. Hit the dump button, Luke, for once in your life. Damien Barrett is...
People crossing lines everywhere these days, Chief.
You, Damien.
There's a line of respect and just...
Hello, Damien.
Hello, Howie. The 10 minutes before we go to air, some weeks are often would produce the best content of all time, wouldn't they? We had a few moments. We've got a few issues and there's a few soft spots that we all managed to, I suppose, have hit on ourselves and hit on each other. We might have to just bring some of it up in the next.
Well, we're not bringing up the Bulldogs as far as I'm concerned, from what we heard.
Certainly not the coach.
Not talking about the Western Bulldogs. A man that played there for a while before he left and went to Richmond. He looks fantastic.
He's homeless.
Great job on the basketball. He's been watching the Aussies and giving us a bit of a rundown on Paddy Mills.
Did Nate play the Bulldogs? I was trying to remember. Yeah, it did say.
Well, it's going to be nice to him.
I just was trying to
you
remember.
look like you wanted to punch me in the head only moments ago.
That's not true. That's
How
not
are you,
true.
Nathan?
He did captain the club for 2 games, so
2 wins.
It was a great effort by Duke. What I'm excited about, I think tonight when we've got Justin Lepich on, it's almost the first time since Justin Lepich and Damo had a very big disagreement many years ago. They might be on the same program together, so that could be a bit awkward, and we do awkward better than anybody.
That is not true. We've had Justin Lepich on several times, and he's even addressed the fact that we're good again.
No, he hasn't.
Yep.
Anyway, we're all assembled. There's a big game of footy coming our way, Dar, so I'm looking forward to saying goodbye to Tip and Woody, Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody, because he's your cult hero style of operation.
Yeah, deserves that. How he's had a big impact on the game we love. Speaking, just a minor observation. I did get here early, and I was up and about, and I saw Damo came in and we're sitting here. And as we tell the people that listen, the tens and hundreds of thousands to the Friday Huddle, we sit here in the best seat in the house, and you look down and I can see the great Brad Johnson alongside me. Matty Lloyd's there, and Lee Matthews is sitting down there.
Yes.
You look at Lethal, 332 games, she kicked 900-plus goals, team of the century, voted the player of the century. He has won every 8-time best and fairest, Howie. What else?
4-time premiership, 4-time coach.
There's 8 premierships, and Damo came in and he said, I've got a bit of swagger, I've got a little something special because I am the chairman of the AFL Media Awards, and I have, Lee couldn't make it to my awards dinner last night. He told me, he said, sit here, Duke, I've got to go and see Lethal.
I said all this.
And present him a commendation for his, not a win in his category. He walked in and presented Lee Matthews a plastic premiership cup.
Oh, no.
Well,
Won everything.
He's got 8 real ones at home, and Damo wanted in, and I've never seen anyone more dismissive in my life than Lethal was. That is something that I guarantee you that doesn't leave the 3RW box back to Brisbane.
And I'm led to believe that Lethal wasn't overly happy with Damo throughout the year. They've run into each other on at least 12 occasions on Friday night. So that awards night was in September last year.
Yep.
Oh, so it was a carryover from last September.
That trophy has been sitting in the boot of the Camaro, rolling around for the best part of 10 months.
Yeah, that's the first bit of truth that either the two of you have said.
Building up the courage to present that to Lee.
It was disrespect. It was just the fact that he couldn't be bothered taking it to Lethal, getting it out of the boot of the Camaro where it had rolled around. It actually come out of the cardboard packaging that it was in, and it's got dinks and cuts and scratches everywhere in it. And when Lethal looked at it, he said, "You may as well take it back."
That'd be a fair trophy cabinet at the Matthews house, wouldn't it?
I did ring him,
award,
I did ring him earlier in the year.
What was it an award for?
It was best special commentator, I think. It is from last
you
year.
think? You don't even know what it was for.
Well, he's won that many items, but the people who organise the giving and the distribution of the trophies said...
You're the chairman of this organisation.
Yeah, and we felt rather than send it through the mail, I would give it to him, but I think I was giving it in about round 2 or 3. I rang Lee and said, "Are you at the ground this coming Friday, back in round 2.
He would have been excited.
And Lee actually, I told him what it was about, and he goes, yeah, make sure you get that across to me. Anyway, I took it till round 24 to do so, and it was well received, though.
What's it made of?
It's a little miniature replica of it's actually a heavy wooden-based and steel replica of the Premiership.
You could get one at the $2 shop, Chief.
It doesn't have an ounce of steel in it.
Chief, when you first wandered down to Glenferrie and joined the Hawks, Lee would have been there. What was the reception from Lee? How was he viewed? What type of operator was he to a young Queensland that was obviously looking to play up forward, which is where he played?
Oh, I was awestruck with Lee Matthews. I mean, he was the biggest name in the game. He was captain of the club. He was the superstar that had won 8 best and fairest and just dominated the competition. Tough as nails. So, mate, I didn't come from a football background per se, having come from Queensland, but awestruck's the best way to describe it.
You started 84, Chief?
85.
85, so that was his last year.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And he played in that grand final that year, and that was his final game.
Correct.
Yep.
Tell you what it is. It's a big weekend of football for clubs that can make the finals. Now, you've got a lot of clubs who can't make it now. And look over another box, and you mentioned Brad Johnson was over. I reckon he's getting grilled at the moment about what's going on at the Western Bulldogs.
Well, they're the only ones outside the 8 who can actually force their way in, though.
And we've got a board member.
So, maybe you look at Brad Johnson, and he looks decidedly comfortable over there.
Now, Derm is asking him some serious questions. You're a waitlist.
They're in a break. They've done the first 15 minutes on Jono.
Let's be honest, Dermot will be talking about himself. He won't be asking Brad Johnson anything.
So have you got some questions, Nathan?
I just want to know...
Here we go.
Where it's at, Duke. Where the whole thing is at. Your coach has come under a fair bit of pressure during the week.
Oh, this is not...
And as a board
Is this
member,
on the back of losing to the 16th place team 2 weeks ago and the 18th place team last week?
It would have been, yeah, Damien. Thank you for pointing that out. But there has been a lot of talk around Duke, so we've got a board member in, and I think it'd be silly of us not to ask you.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, fire away, Nate. What was your question?
Luke Beveridge, how is he handled this week, and is he the right man to take the Bulldogs forward?
100% he is, Nate, and all the evidence would suggest that, and I will be 100% serious on that. And I think sometimes the commentary outside can border on disrespectful at times. When you're talking about someone with the history and the record that particular person has changed the whole paradigm of AFL coaching in lots of ways, and his recent record has been extraordinary. Clearly, when you lose a game last week that you want to lose, there's always, and constantly, just if you're on the outside, you're not always aware of the places are constantly being reviewed, constantly looking to get better, constantly looking for self-improvement, and that doesn't stop or end. And you know, clearly there were games that you would love to win, but I think that any discussion around that is way off the mark. He's been an extraordinary leader of that football club, still is. Played Geelong on Saturday night, a live chance to still be in the final. So
good chance.
Well, an incredibly positive
That's why they've got him on the board.
Successful person.
So when you get members of the football public, maybe producers that come in and make flippant remarks about the coach's position pre-game, do you get annoyed with that, Luke?
No, you see that for the humour that it is, Howie, and you take that in.
I felt you did get a bit annoyed with the big nose producer.
Well, but he's got that sort of annoying you can get fired up at times. But no, I think when you've got people in the industry that have had 10 years of success, our football club in 10 years has never had a more successful period. It's never been more financially successful. It's never been more successful on the field. Now, clearly you want to win every week. Clearly you've got ambition to do that. You think you've got a side that has the capability to do that. And there are reasons for that. There are games that you look back and think easily could have been won. But I think you get afforded a level of respect when you've delivered what you've delivered over a period of time. And so this death riding of coaches, I find... I'm uneasy with that, whether I'm on the board of the Western Bulldogs Football Club or I think the way Ken Hinckley was treated this year was borderline disgraceful. So, yeah, I do take that personally.
Josh Dunkley walked out of the footy club. Do you think Bailey Smith will attempt to do so at the end of this season?
Well, I think just saying Josh Dunkley walked out of a football club, he's a great champion premiership player of the Bulldogs and exercised a free agency right, Damo, and much loved. And that was.
But he had tried to walk out the year before.
Yeah, and there's always reasons for why players do that, Damo, and I don't think that reflect poorly on the environment or the relationships in the environment at all. Players sometimes have an ambition to seek other. Josh is a much loved person at the football club, so. No, I wouldn't expect that to be the case. I think there's a great history there of the players being incredibly connected. And look, you're always surveying that. You're always making sure that's the case. And all the evidence is you've got a really connected, caring group of players who are genuinely looking for the extra 1 or 2% that they always are.
And to back up your point, and far be it from me to defend the coach of the Western Bulldogs, but the 8 completed seasons he has been at the Bulldogs, there were 2 results of grand final appearances. Now, I know the narrative has been around the failing to make top 4, and that's part of the conversation around him, but it's a staggering strike rate given what he inherited when he worked in 2014. So to Luke's point, to Darcy's point, I'm not one, for what it's worth, who's driving the need for change potentially at the Bulldogs at coaching level. I mean, you take out, you obviously factor in the West Coast loss, the Hawthorn loss, but they're alive. They're alive right now going into around 24.
But on the same basis, everyone wanted Michael Voss finished 10 weeks ago, and there were legitimate people calling for Michael Voss to not be there 10 weeks ago. Now, he's going to be the coach of the year. So 2 years ago, Chris Scott, there was a lot of people I know at Geelong in really influential positions were saying Chris Scott was a home and away coach only, couldn't coach in finals. So we have these conversations now at the extreme levels regularly. Now, at some point in time, all those coaches' time will come. But, to think that clubs that haven't got great people and aren't assessing that regularly is maybe not accurate at all.
Last one, just on that. I mean, I didn't know where this conversation was going to go, but you are so passionate and strong about that. You are the football director on the Western Bulldogs board. There is no conversation to be had about the future of Luke Beveridge, but regardless of result and even factoring in the potential of failure to miss finals.
I think Damo, you're having conversations every day about, if anyone knows Luke Beveridge, no one will understand their own football mortality more than Luke Beveridge. Whenever that day comes, and hopefully it's 4 premierships later, Damien, he's got enormous amount of integrity, enormous amount of belief in what he's able to do. So I suspect that conversation in 5 years, 10 years, whenever that time comes.
But not now, not this year, not this next month.
No, I can't. There's no way that's a possibility given the history, given the way the group's performed, and I think there's an incredible respect for, and plus you're constantly internally understanding what's going on at a football club. You understand where you need to get better. Everyone's on a self-improvement journey at a football club from the board all the way down. So it's not saying you're not constantly trying to get better, but Luke Beveridge's record stands for itself. The club's united by him, got outstanding people at the football club, outstanding captain, outstanding leadership group, and you want to win some more games, Damo, but that's the art of the competition. That's what you're trying to do.
Feels like we're talking to Grant again. Let's park coaching for a moment, Duke. Clubs love welcoming back former players into the fold.
Yeah.
Is Nathan welcome at the Western Bulldogs?
Nathan's welcome. Absolutely, he's welcome. We'd like to see Nate. In fact, Nate came to a function earlier this year, one of the President's function, which was nice to see. I hadn't seen him back there for a while. One of our much-loved people, Nate, of course. We had a little period where we were a little bit, discontent with Nate, but we've moved on. You're welcome anytime.
You did say off-air I wasn't welcome and nobody liked me.
He didn't actually say that.
No, he said you were
homeless.
He said you were homeless.
Have you got an issue at home? And then he explained to me, you didn't have Richmond, you didn't have Western Bulldogs.
So
I've got Christina.
How come they don't like you at Richmond either?
What's that?
What happened there?
I don't know. No, I think they do. I think Duke was just trying to, he had his foot on my head and he was just trying to squash it a little bit harder.
So we're in the now, all our off-air conversations we're allowed to repeat on air.
As we have for the last 5 years, Luke.
Correct. Really?
We're changing our game plan now.
Okay, all right. That's
break.
That is interesting.
That's going to be dangerous, though.
Starting.
Right.
Hang on. Anything else you want to add?
I got my eye in on that then.
Okay.
There's a few things that were said pre-game that I'd like to wear after the break. Stick around.
Oh, no, go now if you wish.
No, take a break.
Justin Lepage to join us next. This is a bit more the atmosphere we had before the siren sounded, Nathan. Well done. Beautifully answered, Luke, on behalf of you and the Western Bulldogs. Justin Lepage to join us next on the boundary from McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks Footy.
This is the Friday Huddle.
Please reply quickly to texting drivers. A message from the TAC.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M Rocks Footy.
Triple M traffic. Hear Triple M Footy live on Listener wherever you are this weekend.
Good afternoon. A truck's broken down on the Ring Road Greensboro bound at the Tulla Freeway. The left-hand lane is currently blocked with delays pushing back to the Calder Freeway. Then there's another truck that's broken down on the Ring Road Greensboro bound on the Pascoval Road exit ramp. The left-hand turning lane blocked there. Right now your Triple M travel time on the Ring Road Greensboro bound from the Westgate to Plenty Road, clocking in at 26 minutes. Delays also remain following a crash on the Eastern Freeway inbound before Doncaster Road. The Weight Watchers 60% off spring sale is on now. Get 60% off Weight Watchers' most popular plans. Hurry, sale ends soon. Join now at www.com. T's and C's apply. Triple M Rocks Footy. Download the Listener app to hear it everywhere.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, featuring Marty Sheargold.
I'm a hot-blooded guy.
A real ladies' man.
Hello, Alicia. Someone's turning left. Alicia's left the car. She's jumped out. She's had a gutful.
Oh, sorry, I'm here. Hello, Alicia. How are you, sweetheart?
Kickstart your day with a laugh. Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, 6 to 9 weekdays on Triple M.
Oh, that went pretty well.
Yes.
Hi, Luke Dallas here. If your goal is to work in the building and construction industry, then follow my footsteps to study at TIV. Specialising in building and construction since 2007, TIV's training and student support will be with you every step of the way. Follow TIV's pathway in becoming a registered builder, estimator or site manager in face-to-face or virtual classes. Apply online, learn now and build your future faster with TIV.
Enrol now at tiv.vic.edu.au. Government funding available for eligible applicants. RTO 21920.
Win a super VIP experience at the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final in the Shell V-Power Superbox. Visit shell.com.au/superbox for details. AFL authorised Grand Final promotion GF AFL 23/55.
I'm just going to shoot up the road and get some takeaway. No point putting a seatbelt on. Yeah, nah, she'll be right. Oh, no.
Hello, driver. Can I please see your license?
Driving without a seatbelt? Chances are you will be caught. Wear your seatbelt, not the consequences. A message from the TAC. Drive safely. For everyone.
Bunnings is an affordable place to get Father's Day gifts. Everyone can find something your dad wants. We've got so many options. The list is endless. Get a present at Bunnings for Dad, and we can help you nail Father's Day.
Orion Smart Security Camera, only $99. Ryobi One Plus Home Essentials Kit, $159. Sally's Polyglaze Car Care Kit, just $24. Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 10%. Conditions apply. See website for details. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
With IGA's Community Give Back Sale, you can make big savings.
And help support local causes.
Just look for tickets on specials like Cadbury or Pascal Share Bag, 110 to 185 grams selected varieties, $2.50 each. Half price. Now at your local IGA. Offer ends August 29 while stocks last.
One of the world's biggest shows, Billions, returns for an epic final season only on Stan.
This is what you've been waiting for.
Axe is back.
Sounds to be a billionaire these days. Let's get to it.
And he saved his biggest play for one last showdown.
This is it. You can't escape your enemies.
It's all been leading up to this as the stakes grow from Wall Street to the world.
We're going to tell you what we're going to do, and then we're going to do it.
The final season of Billions, now streaming only on Stan.
Harvey Norman's huge coffee expo. Hot deals on coffee machines, plus spend $250 or more and get 10% back in gift cards. Nespresso Virtuo Elitissima, now $599, save $150. Plus bonus coffee credit. Breville Barista Express, now $649, save $80. Plus bonus Breville gift pack. DeLonghi Electra Explorer, now $1699 with bonus DeLonghi gift pack. And Euro J8 Automatic, now $3,499 with bonus Euro coffee pack. Hurry, ends Monday at Harvey Norman. Conditions apply, bonus via redemption.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
For McDonald's Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy. Our next guest is a multi-premiership player, Brisbane Nathan, and back in the days at Channel 7 when Brisbane were playing, there was a Brisbane operator, a stringer up there that would read the stats down to us at Sports World. Yeah. So we could compile them. He'd say Brown, 6 goals, Lappin, 32 touches, and every week he'd say, and in the back line, 18 disposals, Justin Lepidicic, who now joins us on the boundary. Justin, nice to have you on the Friday Huddle. Mark Howard here. How are you?
Thanks, Howie. Great intro. That was awesome.
Yes, Justin Lepidicic.
I had more than 18 touches.
Well, yeah. Every week it was Lepidicic, and he'd roll out your name. Mate, but how are you? There's been a lot of talk about the Pies and how to get up and about when finals are already locked in. How do you view all that? Did you have that at Brisbane? You weren't typically top of the ladder finishers at the Lions, were you?
No, we never finished on top, so was an issue. It was at Richmond in 18, yeah. We didn't even make the grand final. So we have got some recent history as coaches and not working when finishing on top a few games clear. But I guess we're not at our best. And there's some individuals collectively that want to play well also today.
Hey, Lep, I love the joy when I look in the Collingwood rooms and you see an image of you guys with lots of laughter and there's streamers going off and you guys pre-game are doing stuff to keep the players light. Can you share with us some of the things you do and why it's important to this group that you do that?
Well, I think it's important for not just our players, but the modern-day player to stay relaxed. And we're not the only club that do it as well. I know at Richmond it was very similar, but I guess Fly likes to also keep it really light-hearted. He likes to crack a joke of some description, normally hanging it on Darcy Cameron or something like that in a meeting before he gets into the serious stuff. So you've got to have the light and shade in footy. You've got to... I guess a bit like cricket, you've got to concentrate for that ball, but then you've got to relax yourself for the other parts until it comes in again. We don't want our players uptight, so they drive a lot of it too. Some of the singing and celebration you do, they've naturally evolved and driven it.
Leppert, you're a player who, when Lee Matthews needed something, he could put you forward. So you go from full-back or centre-half back and you go on the forward line. Jeremy Howe's playing that similar role at the moment. Will he be going back to defence tonight?
Yeah, he'll go back. With Murph and also Darcy out of the team, and we think we got a lot of benefit out of it, and it's something we can utilise. But I think stiffening up our defence is probably first and foremost from what we need at the moment.
Hey, Leppert, we spoke to Fly before the Geelong game a couple of weeks ago on Fox, and he spoke about getting back to pressure football, and I think that's one of the reasons you've become so easy to score against in recent times, because that pressure factor hasn't been there. And I think that, as much as losing personnel out of the back six has been an issue, have you addressed that?
Yeah, we have, and it shows itself in different ways, Jay. So
Yeah.
sometimes it's from a stoppage, just an easy score, or it might be from last week, for instance. It was all our exits outside 50, they came straight back in for scores. So whether it be losing the initial contest or not being snapped quick enough to get back to the next phase of play, it's probably more concentration than system, I think we feel. So it's something we're really focused on with the boys.
Justin, I know you opted out of the opportunity to have a crack at the Richmond coaching job. Did you give that a lot of thought? And do you know how you may approach future vacancies in the AFL system, given that you've seen one of your great mates and former teammates in Michael Voss's second crack at another club and how he has turned that around as well? Do you still feel that there are possibilities of wanting to do that at some stage in the future?
Yeah, that's a definite possibility. I mean, I think these things it's not as easy as you just saying I want to do it and the job's there tomorrow. I think there's a lot of things. The club itself, and this is where Richmond is brilliant. They know what they want. They wanted a young coach to come through and grow with the group that they feel's coming together. So that's great. I mean, that probably puts me out of that calculation as well. So it's not as simple as it's just I want it, you're going to go and get it. It may happen one day, but if it doesn't, I'm not going to die in the ditch, Damo. I'm really happy doing what I'm doing and being a part of a successful organisation here.
We quite often make light of the battles that you and Damo had, Leper, and we love it. We love it up here. How close did you get to ending Damo?
Oh, it was close. He's done a bit of work in the gym, Damo. I was a bit worried about him, to be perfectly honest. But we're best mates now. Damo texts me often and tells me how great a coach I am and that I should come back in, but all things in the past.
I told you, Brady, we fixed things up. We had a good chat up on the bubble there on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, they're more worried about Bevo than me, I reckon, that day.
that is a good point. Yeah, there are a few that he has to worry about, Leper. Hey, can we get an update on Darcy Moore and also Nick Dacos? We saw some footage of Darcy Moore training today. Looks like he's moving very well.
Yeah, he's probably right next week, so there's no game. So you'd think that common sense he plays the first week of finals, and Nick will be touch and go. I think what the doctors say would put him a week after that, but he's a great kid who works really hard, and who knows? He young Jeans, he might get up a week early. Who knows?
Justin, we appreciate your time. Good luck to you and the Collingwood Football Club tonight.
All right, guys, enjoy it.
Thanks, Lever.
Quick apology if you were riding in your car and you heard a big bang. That was Nathan he asked his question, putting his headset down, talking around to Jace, giving him his credit card and said, mate, can you go and get me a chicken burger and chips?
And just threw his headphones on.
Mid-interview with Justin Lepidicic.
I thought we had a sort of technical hiccup there. That was what you did you, Nate? Seriously.
I didn't mean
What were you doing?
Didn't mean I was getting a chicken burger.
What are we dealing with here?
I don't know. Talking about what are we dealing with, we are unfortunately a man down tonight. We're a very tight team of the Triple M Friday Huddle. There's us and there's Jason Tunners and Leroy and obviously Tom Brown, who's got other commitments. So he can't join us on the boundary.
No, Tommy did not.
Where's Tommy? I saw Tommy downstairs.
No, he's other commitments.
So we need a boundary rider.
We need a boundary rider. So if you're out there and you think you're an opportunity, but Chief, you've come from a club that had a fantastic team culture where everybody put their nose to the grindstone when
Next
required.
man up too. Someone goes down.
Who is it?
Sometimes you have to play a role, and
That's
it doesn't matter if that's your bag or not.
Okay.
And I think in this instance, Damo would be perfectly suited after the huddle to wander down, keep an eye on the bench and tell us everything.
Because he normally goes home and has a bottle of wine after.
Correct.
That's right.
So we're actually helping him address his drinking problem by keeping him engaged longer.
Absolutely. And I don't think Janine wants him home.
No.
Sure she doesn't. Damo, what under you for putting your hand up on that?
No, there'd be more chance I'll be seeking a coffee with Luke Beveridge than partaking.
Are you above the boundary now?
I am above the boundary. Yeah, I'm happy to say I'm above the boundary. I'm not going down to the boundary.
What about for our listeners?
They wouldn't care.
The inside information you'd be able to bring.
Oh, yeah, I would, but no, not happening.
Damo, there's a thing called team.
Yeah, I know.
Are you aware of the way that works?
No, you know the background of this. So I did once upon a time do it. I did it for a number of years, particularly when we travelled.
You blew up in Tasmania when you said you were too big for being on the boundary. 7 years ago in Tasmania.
No, it was SCG. It was Sydney.
One of the great Triple M tantrums, Damo. That
was it really? No, there wasn't.
100%.
No, what did happen?
You didn't throw the toys out the cot.
No, after a certain game at the SCG, it was a packed Friday night game.
So you travelled to Sydney, did the pre-show, and then refused to go on the boundary?
No, I did do the boundary, but I then said to Lee Simon after it, that is it.
Why?
No more boundary.
Why?
There was a little bit of liquid that was spilt down my back, Chief, quite deliberately.
It's part of going to the footy?
Oh, yeah.
There's always someone at a footy club who's not team orientated who always wants to do his own thing.
Says you who walked out of the first one you're at. Yeah. Every contract I've signed, I've stayed for 20 years. So
what if we get everyone down there to promise not to throw beer on him?
No chance at all, Chief.
Damo, we need someone. I did it for 3 games a weekend for 5 years.
You did?
I did 300 games down.
I would have done maybe 100 in my time as well. But there's not 101st. Not 101st.
Could we get extra security around you, Damo? Would that be helpful? We're trying to...
As I said...
Not let the Triple M listeners down.
If I had on the table, what was the option? I'd be more inclined to ring Luke Beveridge and see if he wants to catch up than go down there.
Well, would you stay and do comments?
No. Or you go
Chief's going to go down to the boundary.
No, I'm not going down.
If you go down...
we know that Nate... No, we know that Nate
If you go down, I will stay and do contract.
We know that Nate normally clocks off halfway through anyway.
That's true.
Well, if he goes down...
I had to do it on my own last week.
Well, that's all right.
Well, if he goes down,
do
you want me to stay?
Yeah.
All right. Then we turn that around to that?
Are you happy to do the boundary, Nate? See, there's a problem with Nathan doing the boundary because I'm remiss to bring this up, and I should have brought this up last week. After he got through the slight stumble at the start of the basketball, we got the basketball where Nathan Leroy. Now this is Nathan.
It wasn't that bad.
This is Nathan starting the basketball.
I want to kick up my man here.
Well, he was fantastic. He had a little rough start, and then he got away to a fly.
I tried to get good and evening into the one word.
We should have realised that there's only a year until the Paris Olympics. And Channel 9
have the Paris Olympics.
Is basketball an Olympic sport?
Yes. It is.
So all I'm saying is...
is tennis an Olympic sport?
Well, yeah, it is. So have you got your hat in the ring to be involved in the Olympic broadcast, Nathan? It's a man that doesn't want to tell a lie because I can see that forehead of yours trying not to crease as you attempt to lie to us.
And so he should be. He'd be absolutely on
He'd be fantastic.
Channel 9 Olympic.
You've gone red.
Hasn't come across my desk yet.
You've gone red.
I'm happy to
You'd
put
be
my
happy
hand
to
up,
do it?
you know, Mark.
What do you bring to the table on an
sizzle.
Well, Brownie, as we've learned...
Good evening in the one word. Good evening.
As we've learnt with Foxtel this year, you don't actually need to be in the host city to actually broadcast.
No,
so you can do it even from Melbourne if you need to.
Well, you're throwing darts again.
So I think... I just picture this. Paris 2024... opening ceremony. You're ready for the big hosting from the studio. You're tuned in. You can't wait. You've stayed up late, Chief. And our man comes in. Nathan Brown is our host, and this is what you get. Good evening, everybody. That's what I want on my Olympics, Nathan. Put your hand up, though. It's a great gig, the Olympics.
I'm looking forward to it, Howard, if it comes across my desk, but it hasn't yet. But
right.
Channel 9 do have the Olympics.
The fact you went red when Howie grilled you there and are going redder as we speak.
Who's his competition?
In that, Howie.
You work in there. Who's his competition? TJ?
TJ will be part of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Stanners. Ross Kelly.
And they all do a great job.
They do.
So
I'm a long way down the list.
A lot of you've got to call the basketball, you've got to call the rowing, you've got to have
multifaceted.
James Bracey.
James Bracey will be there. Yep.
I'm a long way down the list.
Okay.
If I get a gig, I'll get a gig.
Good luck to you. I'd be employing you straight away. Hey, take a break. Hot Topics is coming up next. Brad Scott not too far away from joining us as well. Chiefs quiz tonight. Looking forward to that as we lead up to Collingwood.
Top five.
Good top five.
Good top five. That's
a lot of the Chief in my top five.
Oh, good. That's something to look forward to. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks Footy. Good evening, everybody.
This is the Friday Huddle.
Please reply quickly to texting drivers. A message from the TAC.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's. Triple M Rocks Footy.
Hear Triple M Footy live on Listener wherever you are this weekend.
Good evening. A truck's broken down on the Ring Road Greensborough bound on the Pascoe Road exit ramp. The left-hand turning lane is currently out of commission, and right now your Triple M travel time on the Ring Road Greensborough bound from the Westgate to Plenty Road, clocking in at 23 minutes. There's also been an incident on the Pakenham bypass outbound before McGregor Road with delays back to Officers South Road, and a bridge strike in Essendon on Mount Alexander Road at Fletcher Street, also affecting trams. IGA's 3-day sale is here. Gold kiwi fruit $8.99 a kilo. Yes, just $8.99 a kilo. That's a hot price. Hurry in today to your local IGA. Triple M Rocks Footy. Download the Listener app to hear it everywhere.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
With finals around the corner, you want a show that knows what it takes to get to the big one.
I'm no coach and no analyst. You've got to time your run.
Luckily, Triple M's Saturday Rub has footy's most elite mind.
We've got to be able to get our best players playing. So guess who the best players are for Brisbane at the minute? They're best players.
Yeah, thank you, Bill.
Join the Temper Mattress call team tomorrow from noon for Hawthorn and Fremantle.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M Rocks Footy.
By signing the business up to a BP Plus fuel card, we're earning triple Qantas points for the next 6 months, while saving up to 5 cents per litre. That means more in the kitty for the Friday lunch out. Plus, if we hit 10,000 litres in 6 months, we'll nab an additional 100,000 bonus Qantas points, which could result in... That sounds like doing business the clever way. Limited time offer. Min spend. Litrage criteria apply. Must be a Qantas Business Rewards member to earn Qantas points. For T's and C's, visit bpplus.com.au.
It takes a lot to make Dad cry. Like 20% off car care detailing liquids or 20% off Castrol engine oils. This weekend only. Exclusions apply. Drive your dad to tears this Father's Day with the perfect gift from Repco.
One of the world's biggest shows, Billions, returns for an epic final season only on Stan.
This is what you've been waiting for.
Axe is back.
Sounds to be a billionaire these days. Let's get to it.
And he saved his biggest play for one last showdown.
This is it. You can't escape your enemies.
It's all been leading up to this as the stakes grow from Wall Street to the world.
We're going to tell you what we're going to do, and then we're going to do it.
The final season of Billions, now streaming only on Stan.
Earn while you learn with electrical apprenticeships and industry traineeships at Nika Education and Careers. See, hear and discover education, employment and career opportunities that are right for you at our open day this Sunday from 10am, 40 Cheltenham Road, Dandenong. Register now at nikaeducation.com.au. That's necaeducation.com.au. Proudly sponsored by Nika Victoria, Middies Electrical, Milwaukee Tools, Protect, CBUS and NHP.
RTO 21098.
Milwaukee M12 stock up ends tomorrow. This is your final chance to redeem a selected M12 bonus offer when you buy eligible M12 or M12 fuel power tools, kits or power packs. Give yourself an edge on the job site with the portable productivity and subcompact cordless power of M12. Offers available in-store and online from participating Milwaukee authorised retailers. T's and C's apply. Hurry, the final day of M12 stock up is tomorrow. Don't miss out. Milwaukee, nothing but heavy duty.
Disney 100 Wonders collector cards are now at Woolworths. Celebrate 100 years of Disney with 100 of your favourite Disney, Pixar, Marvel and Star Wars collector cards. There's something for every Disney fan. Plus, fun card games to play with your family and friends. Get one pack free with every $30 you spend. And right now, get a bonus card pack when you buy any participating Gillette or Head & Shoulders products in a $30 shop. Helping you get your Woolies worth. T's and C's and exclusions apply while stocks last.
At First Choice Legal Market, our team of experts are your first choice for great advice. We'll help you find your favourites or discover something new.
That's why
we're your first choice.
First Choice Liquor Market.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio.
Marine Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Hot water needs replacing. Go for one that's steady, hot and strong. It's Australia's favourite water heater. You know who we're talking about. It's built tough Aussie conditions and manufacturing right here in Australia for over 80 years when it comes to water heating. Ask your plumber to install a room. Round the grounds, Australia is playing Finland in the first round of the FIBA Basketball World Cup. Chief, Nathan, you're our expert. What's going on?
It's not looking good. We're 8 down at the moment, 36-28. The Aussies, they just shot a 3 and got one to come. So
how far into the affair?
Good. 4 minutes 13 to go in the second quarter.
Chief, you watch a lot of sport.
Sorry, that just sounded like an Olympic style.
Yeah, it was.
It
did, very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
much.
I think he treated it as an audition.
Yep.
Now we're not playing well. We are certainly not defending well, and shooting a few bricks too. So you're going to have to pick up big time in the second half, or this is not the way you want to start your World Cup campaign.
Where's Finland on world rankings, Chief?
A long way down. About 17, I think.
And
Australia are number 3.
Yep.
So behind, I think Spain are number 1, the USA number 2.
So there's your Olympic rehearsal right there. Good facts. All right, Leroy, it is time for
Howie's Hot Topics.
Really excited I was when I saw Anthony McDonald.
Is that a new intro?
No, that's there every week.
Is it? Okay.
You just obviously don't listen nor read the hot topics, but it's nice to have you here. Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody, a man that we've called many times on Friday night together, Luke, and he always provides spark. Great to see him playing again tonight. He gets picked for his final game. Does Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody, immortalised by this song that got in all our heads.
Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody. Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody, playing footy. Making it to corners when you think that he couldn't. Arms right, guardian hand like the predator. Just when you thought he couldn't get any better. Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody gets back for the ball.
Thank you, Leroy. Great song, that. Nate, best football song for you is the way we're starting our Hot Topics. Best football
So
song.
when I used to drive to the ground, I always like to just roll in with Thunderstruck from AC/DC.
So you thought you were bringing the thunder, Nate, did you?
Absolutely.
This was more about a song related to football, but in some way you thought Thunderstruck related to football somehow?
Related to my football,
yeah.
You somehow made it about yourself now.
Well, that's what I thought we were doing.
Well, sort of the Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody was a footy song, you know, like mate, up there Kazali, but if you want to go AC/DC, that's fine.
Well, they didn't write a song about me, so I'm going to go Thunderstruck.
Damo.
Well, you said football, okay? So I've taken it away from AFL.
Oh, right.
I've gone to the NFL.
Okay.
And I'm obsessed with NFL. Have been pretty much my whole life and really into it. And when you're in the States, and even when you're in Australia listening and watching the broadcast from the States, there's an excitement that emerges in me anyway, and I know a lot of other NFL
Spit it out,
advocates, when this song by Carrie Underwood comes up.
It's obviously my fault. So I've written here Hot Topics, friends.
But Howie,
best song relating to footy.
When you hear that song, they're about to play Sunday night football in America. It doesn't get much more exciting.
Chief, did you understand the brief here?
Well, I haven't gone down the same path as these two. For me, I picked David Bowie's Heroes because I think a player. I've got it right. Because a player gets a chance to be a hero on any given day by his performances. He can be a hero to his team, to his fans, to the kids.
I think I understood you.
Was David Bowie thinking about VFL football when he wrote that?
No, I don't think so.
No, okay.
That wasn't part of the question, though, was it, dickhead?
I went down.
You just called me.
What do you call it?
Dickhead. He's acting like a tool.
He always acts like a tool, Richard.
Did you understand the brief?
Nothing's changed. I went with the song that I sung as a kid, and when you wanted to run out and be part of the great AFL community, this is what I thought of, Howie.
A bit more relevant.
It was the song.
Tired, but a bit more relevant.
My Brady's classic song.
Yeah,
Let me guess, you'll go Paul Kelly.
Took a while to think about that one, Duke, didn't you?
I've got
Up there, it's only
The iconic footy song.
I got two for you. I got two. This one I used to love driving down the highway, listening to on the wireless when I'd be going to Waverley to see the Chief. It was by the Could Have Been Champions.
I am the footy fan, I come from down your way and I can play. What can you play? I can play the Jason Dunstall. Oh, lead out chest mark, kick a goal, lead out chest mark, kick another goal.
That was my first favourite, but it was...
You know what is funny about that?
What?
My mate Daniel Jean Syracusa at my wedding started singing that to the Chief. And the Chief didn't find it very funny at all.
I have no recollection of that.
Was that before or after you met the pastor?
No, that was after he threatened to throw the pastor off the balcony.
Off the balcony, yeah. Was that before Oberon Perug jumped in the pool?
Yeah, it was around the same time.
So that was my favourite, but it was topped only this year by another ditty that I cannot get out of my head that relates to football.
The future, St Kilda. Oh, I want to see you, Mitch Owens, Windhager, Wangan, Malira, Jed Gresham, don't go. Baby, I believe in Mateus Filippo.
That's
good. The plagiarised song.
AFL Coach of the Year for you, Chief. End of the home and away. Who do you think's done the best job with what they've got?
This one has to refer to AFL, does it?
Yes.
Okay.
Who is your AFL Coach of the Year?
Well, I think it's too early to call it. Well, I think this weekend has a big impact because if Collingwood finish a game clear, given they've had some injuries...
Let me rephrase it. After 23 rounds, who do you think's your AFL Coach?
I think it's a two-man race between Craig McRae and Adam Kingsley.
Thank you, Chase.
But if the Giants don't make the finals, well...
There you go, Craig
McRae. If Collingwood finish a game clear on top, well, then I think he deserves it.
I'm going to go Ken Hinkley.
I
just think the pressure he was under, and then a couple of rounds into the season, Warren Treadray, a former great of the football club, called his position untenable, and he did not blink the whole time through the whole thing, Ken Hinkley. He just continued to be who he was. He smiled every time. He did every interview. I thought he handled himself perfectly and has rubbed off on his players.
Love it. Damo?
Michael Voss, Howie, after round 13, they were 15th. They were 4 wins, 8 losses, 1 draw. Haven't lost since. It's fairly...
You love Vossi.
Good. It's a good answer, though, Granny, to a question of Coach of the Year.
Okay, we've got 4 different ones so far.
Bevo.
We're going to be hard to go past. Did win it 2 years in a row in his first 2 years, I think, from memory. It's going to be hard to go past Craig McRae, I reckon, what he's done 2 years in a row. But I'm with Damo. Michael Voss's ability to withstand 6 losses in a row and come out and have 9 straight wins now.
Good effort.
It's an incredible effort.
What about you, Mark?
Only 3 teams have been in the 8 all season. Collingwood, Brisbane and St Kilda. If you'd said to me at the start of the year, Collingwood will be in the 8, I'd say, yep. Brisbane, yep. St Kilda, I'd say, I don't think so. So for me, Ross Lyon, the coach of
that's
the
a fair call too.
Just with what he's had to work with. Athletics. Watching the Athletics at home last night. I love the Athletics. Watching Nina Kennedy soar to gold in the pole vault dance.
Were you a shot putter, Howie?
Well, this is what I was getting to. Erica said, she was a former gymnast, she said, I think I would have been pretty well suited to the pole vault. Das, World Athletics Championships, what event would you be best suited to?
I was a bit of a schoolboy high jumper,
Were
Howie,
you?
back in the day. Used to fancy myself. Used to get through. I get knocked off by one lad every single year, but that was my event.
Now I look at the Chief and I'm thinking one of those big sort of Belarusian hammer throwers. Chief, what do you think you'd be best at?
Well, I think I'm a natural decathlete, Howie.
There's a bit of Daley Thompson about the Chief, isn't there?
Daley Thompson.
100%.
You do it all. What about you, Damo? I'm interested.
This might surprise you, Howie, but I was a reasonable, at school level, sprinter.
Sprinter?
Yes.
That does surprise me.
Probably come in handy in your latter life as well too, Damo.
He's developed a lot of speed born out of fear, hasn't he?
What about you, Carbs?
Table tennis.
Table tennis.
Yeah.
That's not an athletic sport. You can't compete in the World Athletics Championships in table tennis. You haven't really got the brief today.
Athletics, what would be your best event?
Yeah. That's not table tennis.
No.
I haven't seen that on the Budapest roster.
I thought you meant Olympics.
No, that's why I said athletic.
Normally it's Das who doesn't read these questions properly.
I think with your Carbs, long jump.
Triple jump.
Okay.
How about you, Howie?
I reckon middle distance running, maybe the 800, something where you've got to be a bit wiry.
So he was a gymnast, was she?
She was.
Okay.
She was a good gymnast.
A lot of gymnasts do become pole vaulters.
They do. Now,
Javelin.
we need to get to a break.
Oh.
Right.
Oh, we had the javelin.
I'll throw one more at you then.
Chief's happy with that. Look at
What did you say, Chief?
Nothing.
He said you might resemble the javelin. That's what I think he said.
I find myself watching a bit more of the EPL, Chief. Normally I'd sort of watch Man U. I like Villa because the Bozzy used to play there when I lived there. But I'm finding this whole Ange Postecoglou at Tottenham an intoxicating cocktail.
Yep.
Had a win over Man U. This is what the crowds were singing about Ange. So they're singing his name. I know you're tight with him, Das. He's done brilliantly. Last year they finished 8th with 60 points, but 29 behind Man City. They had 18 wins, 6 draws and 14 losses. They're currently 5th with the draw away against Brentford and the win against Manchester United. Chief, I'll start with you because you watch a lot of EPL. Where do you think Tottenham will finish on the table this year?
I think they'll finish top 6.
Top 6.
I like him. I like him.
Europe.
He brings a great culture. His what he achieved at Celtic is second to none. They've dominated every single competition, and the people that have been involved with him say that his ability to bring a group together, to have harmony and everyone identifying what they need to do within a team environment is second to none. So I think he's going to be perfect.
Top 6. You're very tight with Ange. You're a leader, the leadership group. You work with him.
Well, yeah, and actually without divulging too much, actually spoke to Ange yesterday.
Did
it was
ya?
very in his incredible schedule.
Well, what did he say, man?
Well, he's in one of our elite groups with people who might know this, and he'd be happy for us to say this. So Luke Beveridge is in the group with him. And Brian Goorjian, who's coaching Australia in the FIBA World Basketball Championship. Eddie Jones, who's a coach of Australian rugby, and Neil Craig, and they get together every 4 or 5 weeks. My great mate is the facilitator of these, and to spend a bit of time with him and just to see and listen to, as Chief said, he has got such a clear, methodical way about what he does in an organisation, and to take on a club like Tottenham is going to be, you find yourself barracking for him wherever he goes. So I think they will be top 6. And he masterclass in media too, Ange. He gets, they're singing songs about him 2 games in.
2 games in.
Because he gets his message across so clearly about the way they play, the style they play, and what he wants from his players. He's a legend in Scotland now, but I reckon the Spurs fans have adopted him very quickly, and he'll have success.
Yeah. We've got to get to a break, Damo. Where do you think they finish?
Howie, I'll be wrong to answer that question. I don't follow the sport.
I'll go with the other boys as well.
6. Right. Okay, well done. Quick break here. Your top 5. Then Brad Scott to join us. Chief's quiz. That is all coming up. And a bit of news from Damo as we lead up to Collingwood taking on Essendon. From McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks Footy.
This is the Friday Huddle.
Please reply quickly to texting drivers. A message from the TAC.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's. Triple M Rocks Footy.
Triple M traffic. Hear Triple M Footy live on Listener wherever you are this weekend.
Slow going outbound on the Pakenham bypass thanks to a crash just after McGregor Road. Speed and lane restrictions are in place. Elsewhere though, going pretty smoothly around the other major arterials. And a bridge strike causing issues in Essendon, Mount Alexander Road at Fletcher Street. Tram services are affected through the area. A crash in Dandenong as well. Kirkham Road is struggling at Hammond Road. Watch out for crews if you're heading past. Dan Murphy's has the lowest prices on your favourite drinks like Eagle Rare 10-year-old Kentucky Straight Bourbon, 700ml, just $84.90, and Sunday. Choose to drink wise teas and see supply. Triple M rocks footy. Download the Listener app to hear it everywhere.
Hi, it's Marty Sheargold from Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, and right now, Triple M rocks football. Max, go on.
So there's like a myotherapist that come in afterwards.
What's a myotherapist do?
In between a physio and a masseuse.
Right. So hot rocks, that kind of thing.
Yes. No. Cupping. You know, cupping. Dry needles.
I know all about that, especially going into a weekend. He's a big Friday night cupper.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. Weekdays from 6 on Triple M. Get the podcast now from the Listener app.
Amart's warehouse sale is on now. Save big with up to 55% off lounges, living, dining and more. Offers end Tuesday. So hurry into Amart.
It's easy to spot the hard worker. It's those in high vis, building to the highest standards. The hospo workers, juggling 3 plates and 2 jobs. Our nurses who'll never clock off from caring. Tradies who can't work from home because they're busy working on yours. At Totally Workwear, we totally love your work. And we're here with all the trade, safety and uniform gear you need to keep on doing what you're so damn good at doing. Totally Workwear. Love your work.
Here at ABS, we're the car service experts. We specialise in services from brakes and tyres to clutch and transmission and look after all your servicing and repair needs. Book online today or call 13 22 70 to speak with one of our helpful team members. ABS, your automotive specialist.
Disney 100 Wonders collector cards are now at Woolworths. Celebrate 100 years of Disney with 100 of your favourite Disney, Pixar, Marvel and Star Wars collector cards. There's something for every Disney fan. Plus, fun card games to play with your family and friends. Get 1 pack free with every $30 you spend. And right now, get a bonus card pack when you buy any participating Huggies or Purina Felix products in a $30 shop. Helping you get your Woolies worth. T's and C's and exclusions apply while stocks last.
With the tap of the CommSec app, you'll have 13 international markets at your fingertips. Search CommSec to get started and trade from $5 US on the US market for all the ways Australia invests. Consider the T's and C's and the fees and charges before making a decision.
The Red Hot Summer Tour rolls on in 2024 with a once-in-a-lifetime lineup. Co-headlining Scottish superstars Simple Minds and Australian rock royalty Icehouse. Plus Noiseworks, Daryl Braithwaite and Bachelor Girl. Mornington Racecourse, Saturday, February 10. And Rochford Wines, Yarra Valley, Sunday, February 11. Tickets from redhotsummertour.com.au.
Tools. Sydney Tools' latest tool deals are on now. Up to 57% off. Synchrome 28-piece socket set, just $29. Milwaukee 18-volt radio, save $100, now $129. Massive savings on combo kits, hand tools, air compressors, laser levels, welders and more. DeWalt 18-volt 5-piece kit, save $500, now $849. Sydney Tools, best prices guaranteed. sydneytools.com.au.
At First Choice Liquor Market, our team of experts are your first choice for great advice. We'll help you find your favourites or discover something new.
That's why
We're your first choice.
First Choice Liquor Market.
Shut up. The foot is on the radio.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
All right. Straight into the top 5, Howard. Yeah, it's not even a intro, but we're pressed for time. But this is the last round, and it loomed to be an amazing last round set up, and obviously Adelaide and Sydney took care of that. But I want to take you back to 1987 and the last round and the finals. There's been nothing like it. The drama, how close it was, and how great of a final series it was. So number 5 is just the setup of the last round. Carlton on top, Hawthorn, Sydney, North, Geelong, Footscray just outside, and Melbourne.
Top 5. So what year's this?
1987.
So and this is all dependent on the last round?
This is leading in. So Footscray and Melbourne just outside the top 5. 6 of the top 7 are actually fixtured to play each other all at 2:10 on a Saturday afternoon. Carlton have to beat North to finish and go straight to the second semi. North can still get the double chance. Sydney can get the double chance by beating Fitzroy. The Swans hadn't won in 34 attempts at Princes Park in 22 years. Geelong have to beat Hawthorn to finish 5th. Melbourne have to beat Footscray and hope Geelong lose to Hawthorn. So it is all set up. And at number 4, to get the double chance, this is what Stephen Kernahan did out at Waverley Park against North Melbourne.
Here's a chance for Justin Madden. It's got a lob in the square. Kernahan! And the siren has sounded. The siren has sounded at VFL Park. Scores are level at Princes Park. And the scores are level at Princes Park. And every player on the mark of North Melbourne's waving. And look at the goal umpire, the concentration as Kernahan moves in. And he's put it right through the centre. And that is the mark of a champion.
Carlton on top into the second semi straight away. So Hawthorn will have to play in the qualifying final. But as you heard, they said scores level at Princes Park. So back then, you didn't have internet. So you could only get it from the radio. So now we go to number 3. And our man, the Chief. Hawthorn played Geelong. 36 goals kicked in the game. So it runs longer than the Melbourne v Dogs game, which is finished. Melbourne beat Footscray at Western Oval after being down at three-quarter time. The big incident of that game was Gary Lyon breaks his leg in this game. So it's all happening. So the Demons need Hawthorn to win. There's only 2 minutes to go. The Hawks look gone. They are 9 points down at the Cattery. And then our man Chief steps up and just listen to how excited the commentators are.
Round in the circle, looking for the hand pass off the left boot, kicks up to Dunstall. Dunstall's got the Blakemore mark. And Dunstall, who's been well held by Darcy, kicks now and he's put it through.
Morris read it well. Clears it with a long kick down towards Lester Smith. Over the top of the pack. Dunstall. Jose, what a player in this final term. As Clark's mentioned, he's kicked 3 goals in this final one. This one coming up. It'll win the game. And it's there, and it's the Hawks by 3 points.
Let's just say they weren't that excited, but
Where's
the Chief hadn't had a kick all game, and he kicked 4 in the last quarter, and the Demons get to go in.
Who was calling? Cousin Tim Darcy.
Who was calling?
There was a reference to Clark, wasn't there? Would that be Clark Hansen?
Now at number 2, and up steps Gary Buckenara. So the first weeks of the finals weren't anything like the last round. They were big blowouts. Hawthorn beat Sydney by 99 points. Melbourne beat North by 118. Following week, Melbourne beat Sydney by 76. The second semi-final, Hawthorn-Carlton. The Hawks led all day. Quarter time, half time, three-quarter time, and then tragedy hits the Hawks. Our man limps off, and the Blues run riot to win by 15 points. The Sun newspaper chief writer, Scotty Palmer, wrote, Hawthorn spearhead Jason Dunstall had a minor tweak to his ankle and should play the preliminary final against Melbourne. Preliminary final comes around and no Dunstall, but the drama doesn't end there. The Demons lead by 9 points with 1 minute and 8 seconds to go. 9 points with 1 minute and 8 seconds to go, and Simon Eishold has the chance to put the D's 14 up.
26 and a half minutes have gone. Look at the pressure on young Simon Eishold, the boy from Ormond, 20 years of age. Simon Eishold, it's 1 point, he's hooked it.
So they go down, that was for 5 metres out, mind you. They go down the other end. Buckenara kicks his 4th, 28 seconds left to go. Back in the middle, the D's get another chance through Tony Campbell.
Greg Healy, the half forward. Brereton, Campbell gets away. He kicks, he misses.
30 out directly in front. 12 seconds to go from the kick out, and this is what the Hawks do.
A long kick taken by Swell, plays on. Langford comes out with the ball, drives it down. Buckenara trip. Buckenara's free kick. Siren sounds. There's the siren, and he's got a kick from 55 metres out. I don't think they...
It's 15 metres! If he kicks this goal, Hawthorn are in the 1987 grand final. If he misses, Melbourne are in. There's the kick. It's a goal! It's a goal! Hawthorn have won with a kick after the siren.
So the Blues play the Hawks in the grand final, and it is the hottest grand final ever. 31.4 degrees. Global warming started early, but the news of the Chief, he doesn't play again.
After a
the
little
minor ankle injury reported by... And
who reported that it was a minor tweak?
Scotty Palmer.
Scotty Palmer.
Because at that stage, my foot was
He didn't get it
detached
wrong.
from my leg.
They were rattled, the Hawks.
Never got it wrong, Scotty Palmer.
They played in the last 5 grand finals. They started the 87 grand final with 5 players in the centre square. Free kick goes to the Blues. The Dominator kicks the opener. And the thing was, with Chief not out there, Dermott, who had kicked a goal in every game for the whole year, was quadruple teamed by Silvani, Peter Dean, Tom Alvin, Michael Kennedy. And if the Chief had just saddled up and took that injection into his ankle, he'd be a 5-time and Dermott be a 6-time, and Carlton have only won 15 premierships because this is what happened.
The winner of the Norm Smith medal is David Rees-Jones.
And that's your fault, Chief.
It's a good top 5.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting you said, who did Dermott get quadruple teamed by?
Tommy Alvin, Peter Dean, Stephen Silvani, Michael Kennedy.
Yeah, he played on David Rees-Jones, who won the Norm Smith.
Yeah, but then quadruple teamed outside that.
Didn't mention the bloke that played on him that won the Norm Smith, but mentioned 4 other blokes that apparently quadruple teamed.
How does Dermott go when you bring up Rees winning the Norm Smith?
Yeah, not great.
Doesn't like it.
I was at that Gary Buckenara game, and I didn't watch the kick because I was too tense about what was going on.
He didn't waste any time.
No, he was actually walking in to kick a torpedo when you see it until the 15-metre penalty.
We've got to get to a break because Brad Scott is joining us. News out of Essendon.
Subs, Finn McRae for Collingwood and Anthony McDonald tipping Woody for the Bombers.
Imagine the roar when he comes on the tip.
And a bit of news
Brad
on the other
Scott,
side of it, injury-wise after it.
All right, we'll get to Brad Scott next. Good top 5, Nathan. McDonald's, Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy.
This is the Friday Huddle.
Please reply quickly to texting drivers. A message from the TAC.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M Rocks Footy.
Triple M's next Know the Show to Go experience tickets to the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
This is a big start.
That ain't all. You get $3,000 to spend, and we'll put you up at the Pullman Melbourne on the park, a stone's throw from our iconic sporting precinct. For sport and events accommodation, pullmanonthepark.com.au. You just got to know the show to go. The Marty Sheargold Show. Listen closely from 6 to 9 Monday and answer a question at work to get on the standby list.
We're ready to go. Get this grand final underway.
Triple M's Know the Show to Go is back, baby. GFAFL 22/90.
Hi, Rodney Jane here. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we've got great deals for every budget. Up to $200 instant cashback on selected Bridgestone, Dunlop, Michelin and Pirelli tyres. 16 and 17-inch 4x4 steel wheel and tyre packages from $9.99. That's 4 wheels and 4 tyres under $1,000. We won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T's and C's apply.
Got an old phone lying around? You could save big bucks with Vodafone when you trade in your eligible phone, tablet or watch so you can upgrade for less. We've made it simple with only 3 easy steps. There's a reason why Vodafone is the home of trade-in. Just head in-store or go to tradein.vodafone.com.au and use our online trade-in tool to see how much you could save. Make your move to Vodafone, home of trade-in. T's and C's apply.
Prepare to be moved with the Nissan Pathfinder. With a V6 engine and intelligent 4x4, it's no longer where you adventure, but who you are when you come home. Contact your local Nissan dealer to book a test drive today.
422,772 seconds left. 422,771 seconds left.
Don't wait for the weekend. Find all the food, drinks, sport and entertainment for a not-so-casual, casual weeknight. Only at Crown Melbourne. Patrons must be 18 plus. Crown practices the responsible serving of alcohol. See Crown website for entry conditions.
Steel Solutions, Houston speaking.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, what's happened?
I'm doing a reno when my bricklayer needs some galvanised steel lintels in different lengths and sizes. Who would do that?
Relax, mate. We've got all the steel you'll need and we'll cut it to the lengths you want. You only pay for what you need and you can get it delivered or pick it up.
Houston, we don't don't have a problem anymore.
That's kind of why they call us Steel Solutions.
Steel Solutions. The steel you need when you need it. Sunshine, Bayswater and Springvale. steelsolutions.com.au.
Australia, I've been doing some investigating, and I've found you can save 15% on your first year's premium when you purchase a new comprehensive car insurance policy online with Budget Direct. A case of online being on the money. Isn't it time you switched to Budget Direct?
Insurance solved with Budget Direct.
Issue Auto and General Insurance Company Limited. Read PDS and TMD at budgetdirect.com.au to decide if products suit you. Discount applies for your first year's premium for a policy purchased online. Individual circumstances and policy terms may vary. Compare for yourself.
Whoever said life wasn't meant to be easy never had Foxtel. Foxtel's like a one-stop shop for the world's best entertainment. From Foxtel Originals and live sport to your favourite streaming apps. Foxtel, all in one place.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Essendon coach Brad Scott moments away from McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. Let's speak to Jared Timms from our sponsor at Ned's. Good evening to you, Big Horse.
Hello, guys. How are you all?
Good, mate. Update on the head-to-head and line markets, please, Guru.
Punters are looking to get the weekend underway with a big bang here. Howie, huge interest for the Pies. As expected, they're into $1.19 favouritism in the Neds market now. A little more than a sprinkling of interest for the Dons, $4.60 head-to-head, but they have had a bit of interest at the line. It's 30.5 points.
Favourite to kick the first goal, please, Timsy.
Kyle Langford is actually our favourite in this market tonight. He's $9 chance, but there has been interest for a few of them. Brody Myercheck, Jamie Elliott, $10 top legs for the Pies. $12 about Big Dan McStay, and a bit of value around the rest of them here, I thought. $14 Jack Ginnivan and Sam Weideman. $15 Jai Menzies, Jeremy Howe and Bobby Hill.
Appreciate it, Timsy. Have a great weekend, mate.
Thanks, guys. Good luck, punters.
Jared from Ned's. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. We are always privileged when a senior coach talks to us on game night. We're joined by the coach of the Essendon Football Club down on the boundary, Mark Howard here. Brad Scott. Brad, good evening. Thanks for joining us on the Friday Huddle. How are you going?
Yeah, pleasure, Howard. Yeah, good. It's an exciting night. Back on Friday night footy, and a really important night for a host of reasons. But none more important than Andrew Phillips' last game and obviously Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody's last game as well.
I read your comments in the press conference and reported in the paper today about Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody and the effect that he'd had on the supporter base, and you've had some famous names at the club, but the effect he'd had on the football club. Can you expand on those comments? It made me smile to read them.
Yeah, I just think I've watched him from afar for a long period of time, and he's obviously an excitement machine and a fan favourite, but it was... round one against Hawthorn when he came on as a sub, I can't remember ever hearing a roar, outside of maybe a grand final, a preliminary final at the MCG when he ran onto the ground, and an even bigger one when he kicked a goal. So he just really resonated with the Essendon supporters and given them some great memories. And, it would have been a sad way for Waller to go out to retire and sort of disappear without the fans having an opportunity to thank him for all the pleasure they've given him over the years. And hopefully that's tonight. He'll start as our sub, but... I look forward to the Raw when he comes on.
Hey, Scotty, if you didn't have a couple of great servants of the club retiring, how difficult can it be sometimes to get a group when there's no carrot dangling in front of them?
Yeah, look, it can be important. It can be difficult at times. But I mean, the thing for us and where we're at is every opportunity to play, any game of footy, let alone against the competition leaders, is a great opportunity for us to test ourselves against the best. And we've certainly were really poor in the contest last week, so we've got to address that tonight, and this is a great opportunity for us.
How did you address the specifics of that loss last week, Brad? The 126-point margin to GWS, knowing you've then got nothing to play for in the final game of the year, being on a Friday night against the ladder leader.
Oh, well, we addressed it the way we normally would, with a bit more probably extra spice in terms of, sometimes you get beaten in the contest, other times you don't attack very well, other times you're really poor defensively. But, never this year have we been so poor in all three facets of the game. So, more than, 40 in contested possession differential, just couldn't control the game, couldn't get it on our terms. And full credit to GWS, they were fantastic, but, we were just, really poor, especially compared to what we put out so far this year. So it was a disappointing day for us, but hopefully... there's some solace in getting back on the winners list tonight.
Hearing the voice of Brad Scott on the Friday huddle. Aside from that, Scott, it's been a really stable and successful year, and you look at the way your side plays now and you can see a real hard competitive edge. For the Bomber fans listening, everyone wants to grab a Jeremy Cameron or plug 3 or 4 different holes. Is there something specifically next year in terms of personnel that will really help? Can you identify something?
I think it's, there's certainly some specific parts of the ground that, we'd like to address. And, I think I'm standing right next to Jordan Ridley here, and, he leaves a huge hole in our defence. And, we've had Zach Reid at 205 centimetre, top 10 draft pick who hasn't played at all this year. So, while there are some obvious gaps in terms of, things we need to fill, I think a few of them are on our list, but what this season's shown, and Collingwood are a good example. I mean, as good a player as Darcy Moore is, when he's out, he's almost impossible to replace. So, we've lost probably 6 or 7 or 8 of our really good players, and we've replaced them with rookies this year. So, a bit more depth and organic growth would be really handy. But now we have mechanisms like free agency and trading to address some of that.
Nick Hind is a very dynamic player, missed some games in the middle of the year, then he came back and he was the sub. His last month has been pretty good. What, from an outsider, from me watching, every time I see Nick Hind play, gets the foot, he runs really hard with it. What does he have to do to become one of the first picked every week? Because sometimes he's there, sometimes he's not.
Yeah, well, it's again getting Hindy to think about what he does best and to really, we want to put him in that position, and he's playing his best footy when he's running at the game and he's really dynamic, and he's worked really hard. He's probably played most of his footy as a junior as a forward, so quite often when he gets the ball and takes off and breaks the line, it's what he does behind that to get organised with our defence. And we've seen massive improvements in that from him this year. So we're hoping to combine the explosive run and the line-breaking ability with good defensive stability at the same time.
So first year back into coaching, Scotty, a season under your belt. Are you ready for a break after the end of the season, or are you kind of still thinking, gee, there's so many things we want to do, I want to keep going?
No, the overwhelming feeling is we want to keep going. I mean, we'll I'm not planning on taking a break until at least Christmas. We've got a lot of work to do. We've got a lot of planning to do in the off season. We have minimal change in our football department because stability was the main goal in our footy department. But we'll look to improve that department, and there'll be a lot of work to do between now and when the players come back to pre-season. So no, it'll be as usual when you're not participating in September. It'll be a hard watch because all you want to be is out there competing yourselves. But no. The overwhelming feeling is we want to keep going.
Coach, we appreciate your time. It's been great to see you back as senior coach. Good luck to you and the Bombers tonight, and have a great off-season.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Great to speak to Brad Scott, the man in charge of the Essendon Football Club. Injury news out of Collingwood, Damo. Everybody wants to know.
Yeah, well, the expectation, Howie, and the club's been reasonably open about this in the build-up to it, that Darcy Moore will be right to go in the qualifying final first week, and that the initial plans that Nick Dacos was not going to be right until beyond that point is still in play. So, effectively, he won't be right to play in the first week of finals. Darcy Moore will.
Your thoughts, back row in general, on the Essendon season from what we've seen? Nath, Damo?
It's just been disappointing the last few weeks, because I think they'd taken strides. So it was only round 17 where they pumped Adelaide at Marvel Stadium, and they were looking like playing finals because they had North Melbourne and West Coast to come, who they played twice. So it just leaves, I think, in the Essendon supporters' mouths a little bit of a bitter taste, because I think they had improved, and then last week's, it's almost like one game can undo everything, and then tonight, depending on what happens, but you'd expect the response tonight from the Bombers. They've got wholesale changes out. They've got some really good players out of this lineup, so it is going to be tough, but we're going to find out about the players out there tonight and what sort of answer Brad Scott can get for them, because I feel like it's been a better year than what it was the one before.
It has fallen away, though. There's no doubt about that, Brownie. 6 losses in the past 9 games, and 2 of those wins out of those 9 were against North Melbourne and West Coast by very small margins, and very fortunate to actually beat West Coast. So it has stopped. There was enough positivity till about 2/3 of the way through the season, or about 2/3 of the way through, but it has stopped, and there's going to be a lot of soul-searching, I feel, when Brad Scott, as he says, will not be taking a break until Christmas, and he will be putting a power of work in to get this team better.
Interesting. He was talking about some changes to the football department, looking to boost resources and maybe change some personnel. So He's got his eyes on the big build, hasn't he? There's a lot of work to be done for the Bombers.
Josh Marnie needs to be replaced, obviously, Chief,
Yep.
in that key post. And, he was always going to settle in and have a year where he observed as much as anything. I'd be expecting a lot of change off-field under Brad Scott's watch as a result of this season being
Got
done
some
and dusted.
talent on their list, though. Some young players who can really play and some young players who've had injury concerns who haven't had a really good run at it. So when they all get it right together, I think the Bombers can be a threat.
Darcy Parish plays game number 150. Normally at this stage of the season, Damo blokes are signed on for next year. Where's Darcy? He's not committed at this point.
No, he's not. And being a free agent that he is, and you get to this stage of a season, it's almost 1 in 100 type of numbers around free agents who then stay at this late stage, having not committed to it. So there's a deal in front of him. It's not what he wants it to be, and
for tenure or recompense.
The tenure's okay. It's about a 5-year deal, but the money attached to it is not what he is getting offered at other footy clubs. I don't claim to have a. We're talking north of
700's on the table from the Bombers. 700 over 5 years on the table for the Bombers, and he's asked for 6 years and a little bit more than that, which. When you add it all up, it's only going to be an extra maybe 50 a year, which is it worth it after tax?
He's on a good deal as it is already, and other clubs are offering more.
What type of clubs are interested in Darcy Parish?
So look, a club that needs a midfielder. Geelong has in the past shown interest. They're showing interest in Bailey Smith again too. The difference between those two is Bailey Smith's contracted, Darcy Parish is not, but they're also yet to commit fully, the way I read it, to that type of number for him.
Is he an unrestricted free agent?
Restricted.
I like how Nate was right onto the dollars. That's his go. He's the Forbes.
Yeah, he is of football. The Forbes of football. Just one more before we take a break. Every dog supporter would have watched with interest when the Cats named their team. Now, their season is done. Guys are going for early operations. I'm sure there's fitness issues with some of those players. It's a vastly different Geelong outfit tomorrow night. The Dogs win, they get in at the expense of possibly, is it the Giants?
Well, maybe.
Right, depending on how they go against the Blues.
Yes. Yeah, if the Giants win, they're in.
Right.
It comes down to that. The Dogs obviously need to beat the Cats and to give themselves a chance.
They got 7 changes, is it?
Yeah, 6.
And haven't won down at Geelong for 20 years.
But they've lost some players themselves, Howie. Crozier's out. And we saw, Crozier's back in with McLean and Liberatore, but Bailey Smith's out with illness. McRae has got a delayed concussion. He was subbed out last week and hadn't been playing well, but he is out officially with concussion. And
Taylor Dray goes out with suspension.
Well. Yeah, so they've got their own outs.
And on the other side, Paddy Cripps is out for Carlton. With Jet West needing to beat them. So,
what about that? That's a 6-10er. Like that's a good schedule, by the way, on Sunday. No overlap. 3 games, no overlap, which is, I think, what we're working towards, isn't it, Darth? So you can tomorrow there'll be an overlap. It seems strange in 2023 that the games overlap and they cannibalise the audience.
Goes over my head, that scheduling. We're not 100% sure what the algorithm is there that works, but I'm probably with you. You don't want to have 2 games playing at once if you can avoid it, I would have thought.
There'll be a lot of eyeballs on GWS at Carlton tomorrow at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Sunday night.
Yeah, and with the sucking of a lot of the anticipation out of the round 24 matches as a result of the botched goal decision last week, they at least, though, in advance of it, got the right game to schedule last. It is going to be alive, particularly if the Bulldogs win.
Well, it's better. It's better. We actually want the Bulldogs to win to make that game have a lot more.
Yep.
Our man's arc really failed miserably this week, didn't it?
It did.
He's plugged it, he sponsored it, his name's all over it, and it failed the entire AFL system this week.
We could have a joke about it, but had it been referred to the ARC, I think the right decision would have been made.
Do you think?
And that's been the change, just on a serious part of this, that the AFL will, as a result of what happened last week with the Ben Keys decision not being the right one, there will be an extra communication element in the ARC itself to the on-ground umpires. Now, that's already in existence, but there will be an extra layer, there will be an extra person in the ARC to actually determine what should and shouldn't be.
Is there room in the ARC for an extra?
There's always room.
You can't fathom that level of human error, can you? That many people on the ground charged with doing that. The goal umpire, the field umpires. There's just so many layers for that not to happen. You can't legislate for that stuff.
Well, next year, our man controls the Arc. Next year, from what I've heard, Tunners' operation.
It's the Luke Tunnicliffe Arc.
They're next year trialling the chip in the football in games to try and assist in this situation.
We have been talking about this for 30
Can we get him on
I'm
that,
telling you, next year it's happening.
To discuss that or not?
How's it happening?
It is happening, trialled next season.
They trialled it 20 years ago. They trialled it 10 years ago. They keep talking about
but now
trialling
it's our man's operation.
No,
on to the next level.
Just give us solutions. I'm sick of trials.
Right, 1-353. Chief, who's in the quiz tonight?
Duke.
Duke. Okay, always across events during the week.
Up
Our
to speed
man
with current affairs.
reads the paper, watches the news. 1-353. Lots of prizes up for grabs for TAC. This is the Triple M Friday Huddle. Police reply quickly to texting drivers. A message from the TAC. 1-353 to take on Duke in the quiz. McDonald's and Remont Water. Triple M rocks football.
This is the Friday Huddle. Please reply quickly to texting drivers. A message from the TAC. For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
When you're talking footy with your mates, it's time to raise a Jim Beam to the season ahead.
It absolutely is. Even when one of those mates didn't speak to you for 2 years, to winning together and losing together, but hopefully winning.
Probably should have been longer in hindsight. To getting everyone together to watch the game, it's time to raise a Jim Beam to footy, Nathan.
So grab some Jim Beam for the game this week, but remember, everyone can benefit from a spell on the interchange. Drink responsibly.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. I had a blue dress on when I met him. It has Marty Sheargold.
G'day, everyone.
A man who knows what he loves.
I love a Carlton drive. Yeah. I love a cocktail Frankfurt. I love rulers too, Anna, in other drinks.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. It's a show for grown-ups.
If you can peel it, eat it.
Kickstart your day with a laugh. Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. 6 to 9 weekdays on Triple M.
God, I love mowing too, Heath.
Yeah. Ned's early payout is on the AFL. Place a head-to-head bet this Friday, and if your team is up by 12 plus points at half-time, you win. Take it to the Ned's level. First $250 staked. T's and C's apply. See website for details. Chances are you're about to lose.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery.
Take me now, hot cool man. Take me now, Sexyland.
Sexyland.com.au.
Ready? Let's push it. With up to 5.5% interest. Available on an ING savings account. For eligible customers. Your hard-earned cash can work even harder. For you. Make bank on your moolah with an ING savings account. Now, let's give your savings a run for its money. Come on, do
Rate
it.
includes additional variable rate of 4.95% on eligible balances up to 100k. General advice only. CT&Cs at ing.com.au. ING ABN 24000893 AFSL 229823.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tile.
Frank, you've been advertising on radio for over 25 years now.
Yep. Radio has built the National Tiles brand.
Why has it been so effective?
Well, radio builds trust. They trust our brand. It's helped make us the largest family-owned tile company in Australia. Lifetime guarantee.
Frank, you had me at hello.
That's the power of radio, Grace.
Discover the unlimited ways radio can build trust in your brand at commercialradio.com.au. Radio. Unlimited.
The Red Hot Summer Tour rolls on in 2024 with a once-in-a-lifetime lineup. Co-headlining Scottish superstars Simple Minds and Australian rock royalty Icehouse. Plus Noiseworks, Daryl Braithwaite and Bachelor Girl, Mornington Racecourse, Saturday, February 10. And Rochford Wines, Yarra Valley, Sunday, February 11. Tickets from redhotsummertour.com.au.
Win a super VIP experience at the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final in the Shell V-Power Superbox. Visit shell.com.au/superbox for details. AFL authorised Grand Final promotion GF AFL 23/55.
The GWM Ute is in stock and ready for immediate delivery at Burwood GWM. Packed with smarts for when you're on the road and brute strength for when you're off it. It's a tough-minded utility vehicle that enjoys the finer things too. With a 7-year warranty and priced from only $36,990 drive away. The GWM Ute is ready for any challenge. Test drive the GWM Ute today at Burwood GWM and drive away happy. LMCT 11720.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
Triple M footy, prime time for Jim Beam. It's set to be an epic match, and that's worth raising a Jim Beam. Drink responsibly.
Tonight,
You're an imbecile of a man.
two contestants face off in radio's most hostile quiz.
The depths of your stupidity have yet to be discovered.
As we look back at the week and tell you, you'd better be on your game.
And yes, this is a direct rip-off of Have You Been Paying Attention?
Now, here's your host, Jason Dunstall.
Oh, we love quiz time on a Friday night. The opportunity for one of our loyal listeners to bowl over one of the Huddle crew. It's the Duke tonight taking on Brian from Tarneet. How are you, Brian?
Not bad, guys. How you going?
Very good, mate. Who do you follow in the footy?
I'm a Bomber supporter.
The Bombers. So how have you rated the year?
Improvement, but disappointed in the last 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah. Okay, well, maybe we can find a silver lining to that dark cloud that's been hanging over the mate if you can have a win tonight. Do you follow all the news as it breaks?
I try to get up to date with it all.
All right, well, just use your name as a buzzer, please, mate. Give it a burl.
Yeah, Brian.
And Duke, you will be running with I Love Nathan tonight.
I love Nathan.
Beautiful.
Tonight.
Just want to keep your solidarity in this group. We don't want any fracturing. All right, here we go. Question 1. Brisbane's Devon Robertson gained a heap of
Brian.
what?
Brian.
Yes, Brian.
He went gangbusters with Instagram, didn't he?
Oh, that is correct. He gained 40,000 Instagram followers.
What did Devon do to achieve that?
We were at the game when he lost his shirt. He actually called that one.
You're an airhead.
You sat here beside me.
It was a week ago, Howie. A lot happens in a week.
You called the game.
Hey, nice start, Brian.
This doesn't all go well for you, Duke.
What did Devon do?
What did Devon do?
You what Devon did in New York,
You do too much yoga and meditation for your own good.
True.
Next question. Which NRL legend left his role as assistant coach at the Rabbitohs?
That'll be I Love Nathan.
Yes, Duke?
Oh, jeez.
No chance.
It's not Matty King, is it?
No,
not at all.
So it's up to you, Brian.
Sam.
One of the brothers.
I've got nothing.
What are the brothers?
Yep, Sammy Burgess.
Burgess brothers.
Walked away with 700 large, if you don't mind. All right, question number 3, audio question. Tell me who this is.
It was an Aussie. I'll get it, mate. It's a bloke.
I Love Nathan.
Duke.
That'd be the great Ange
Yes.
Postecoglou, the coach of Tottenham.
1-1, Chiefy.
1-1. Question 4. Which iconic Australian company announced a 1.74... Yes, Brian?
Qantas.
That is correct.
He's good, Brian.
Good.
It's a lazy profit, isn't it? 1.74 billion.
Yep.
Audio question number 5. This guy's just discovered an erotic novel series based on his name. Have a listen.
Anita Driver, Overtake My Heart. Makes a great gift for mum. Thick Rick Races for Love. Book 1 of 69.
Brian.
Who is it? Yes, Brian.
Daniel Ricciardo.
That is correct.
He's going well, Brian.
He clean. Yeah, what's the score, please, Howie?
3 to Brian, 1 to Luke.
Well done,
Long
Brian.
way back, Duke. Which Hollywood comedian landed in a wheelchair after
Love Nathan.
tearing... Yes, Duke.
I've been watching his show on Netflix.
Good for you, Luke.
And he's a little man,
Yes,
a
Luke.
very
And-
funny little man. He got in trouble around the Oscars.
You're about to get buzzed
No,
out.
just give
Buzz
me
him,
2
Leroy.
seconds. Give me
Buzz
2
him.
seconds.
Okay. Brian, any idea?
You're lacking the heart, Duke.
I'll
Yeah,
finish the
it's,
question for you, Brian. He tore his
yeah.
lower abdomen and abductors in a running race.
Yeah, he loves getting it on with The Rock. Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart, that is correct.
It's actually 4-1, unfortunately.
He's very good, Brian.
I believe I couldn't get that.
You can still win, Duke.
He's not up against much, Damon.
Which club captain announced his retirement at the end of the season?
I love Nathan.
Yes, Duke.
Tommy Jonas.
That is correct.
Well done, Jiggy.
Yeah.
Back in business. 4-2.
4-2 with 3 questions to go. Question 8. Which Australian shared a gold medal at the World Athletics Championships?
I love Nathan.
Brian.
Yes, Duke.
Nina, the pole vaulter.
Who?
Surname.
Surname?
Nina Comaneci. The pole vaulter.
What's her surname?
I just call her Nina.
Right.
Nina Kennedy, of course.
Kennedy,
the
that's
pole
the one.
vaulter.
4-3.
Well done.
4-3.
4-3. Audio question. Have a listen.
clearly Finn McGuinness is someone that doesn't want the ball, so that makes it a bit challenging and a bit frustrating.
I love Nathan.
Yes.
Oh, Brian.
That would be Simon Goodwin, coach of Melbourne.
That is correct. Is it all square?
It's all square.
Wow. Okay, here we go. Final question.
Come on, Bryce.
Who am I? I was born in 1972 in Melbourne. I won premierships with 2 different teams as a player.
I love Nathan.
Oh, he's gone early.
Duke.
Oh, no. Jeez, I've got it wrong. I had Isaac Smith in my...
72.
Isaac Smith
is
not correct.
Listen to all now, Brian.
I was an All-Australian in 2000. I won 3 premierships as a coach. I just signed a 6-year contract.
Oh, here we go.
I am Damien.
Oh, God. Blank. Damien.
Buzz him out, Leroy. We'll go to a tiebreaker.
Oh, right.
No, he's out. He's out.
Tiebreaker.
It's a tiebreaker.
Brian.
Brian.
Yeah.
I've gone blank.
I am Damien Hardwick.
Oh, no.
That's genius.
Tiebreaker, Chiefy.
All right. Tiebreaker.
Yep.
Who is the new coach of the Gold Coast Suns?
I am
Brian.
Nathan.
Brian, yes, Brian.
Damien Hardwick.
Yeah, well done.
What's he win, Duke?
We take the family to Melbourne Public down at South Wharf. Brian, we'd love to see you down there. Have you been to Melbourne Public before?
No, I haven't, but I'll bump into you, hey?
All right.
Good on you, Brian.
So good.
Well done,
Thanks for
Brian.
playing, mate. Thanks for playing to Brian.
Good. Get Damien.
I'm fascinated by, I said to you in the ad break, I'm fascinated by your ability to shut out the outside world during the week. I respect it. It's phenomenal.
I was explaining to you I did breakfast radio for 11 years where you read every paper back to back, cover to cover, and I've had enough.
So you just shut down, shut it down.
Well, not intent. I don't read the paper like once did Howie.
So watch the news?
Don't watch the news.
Right.
No.
Do you feel you miss something when you don't?
I feel I'm happier.
Yeah, you would be, I reckon.
Genuinely happier. Do you, Chief, you read the paper every day?
No.
You watch the news, Chiefy?
No.
Okay.
I will flick online and look at the news headlines every now and then. Just to
After
keep
11
beat
a.m.
the
when he
news.
gets up. Most of the news has happened by then.
You're still a 6 p.m.
Are you talking again, Nate? You finish your burger.
News watcher.
I tape the news and I watch the sport.
Tape the news?
It just records the Channel 9 news every night, and I just watch TJ with the sport, basically.
Yep. Don't watch Wispy Watson on Channel 7.
No, I don't watch Channel 7. I don't watch Channel 7.
That's a bit of
history
bad
there, is it?
feelings.
No. I used to watch Channel 10 when I worked there, and then I don't know.
What do you got against Tim Watson?
Nothing. I just quite like the
Was it
bloke.
a rough exit when you left 7?
I like the bloke.
Who's at 9?
Hitch. Yeah, he's good.
Who does the sport?
TJ. Lavinia does the weather.
Can't believe you don't like Tim.
No, I love Tim, but I'd
be disappointed
just
to hear
watch
that.
the 7 Network.
Yeah, it's disappointing.
You have a bad exit there, Howie?
No, not at all. From where?
From Channel 7. You were there a long-term time employee.
No, I was there for a while. I worked.
So when TJ gets the news gig, will Nate get the sport gig?
Well, I thought Tony was getting the news, but I read something in the paper the other day.
No, Tony's not getting the gig.
Alicia Loxley? Is that correct?
Does a great job.
Right.
She's warm. She's warm.
Are you saying TJ's not warm?
Not as warm.
Right. Wow.
No, we say this to TJ's face on the Sunday Footy Show.
When does our man Nate get his chance to shine?
He's not a news. He's not auto cue man. He's got too much natural flair to be
Don't want to time to the
anchored
auto
by the auto cue. I would have thought our man.
He was very close to doing the sport on the breakfast show.
Well, Carl rang him. Carl rang him and said, "It's your job."
He actually canvassed some property up there to go and move into. Even
You did.
didn't you?
What happened?
You were going to rent up there, weren't you?
We didn't get it in the end.
Who got the job?
Timmy Gilbert.
Well, Timmy Gilbert, good fella. Timmy Gilbert. If anyone beat me, I was glad it was him.
Sounds like it.
You were asking
You
me
didn't
about.
have one of those pikey moments on the.
No, everything
auto
was good, but apparently Timmy Gilbert had been promised the role, and he got it. He did a great job for many years.
Doing it now?
Who?
Is he still doing it now?
No. And then Benny Fordham
They
did it
didn't come back
before
yet.
him. Hey?
They didn't come back to you.
No.
Did you actually go up there and look at property?
Yeah, he did. You told me you did. You told me you were
No.
looking at some rental options.
Don't be silly, Howard.
You told me you
don't
did.
fall in the Damo's world, okay?
You asked
it's
me
a
about.
dark world.
You asked me about Channel 7.
That's all.
You were a long time Channel 7.
No, I worked at Channel 7 for 4 years, and I worked on a show with Chief on every Saturday and every Sunday for the entire football season. Myself and Aidy Brown, who's gone on to do amazing things with the Test documentary, Front Bar.
Yep.
Myself and Aidy, we gave up every Saturday and every Sunday for a show called Sports Watch. It involved the Chief It involved Bruce McAvaney. It involved the great Sandy Robsdale. Lewis was on it. So Seven didn't have the football.
Griggsy on that?
No, Griggsy wasn't on it. She was on Sportsworld. So Seven had lost the footy to 9.
Chief, love that show.
The power brokers at Seven thought, how are we going to stay engaged? What we'll do, we'll have a show that updates the footy and the racing every 15 minutes. So you would, in theory, watch the Chief telling you what's happening every 15 minutes rather than watching the football on 9. Now, Chief has... So I'm talking the entire season, every Saturday, every Sunday, Chief has zero recollection of ever appearing on the show.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I remember the show vividly. I have no recollection of working with Howard.
Chief, I don't think you recall the show, do you?
Vaguely you do.
It might have been around the era where you had JD's bar. It might have been a little bit blurry.
No, there are no issues like that.
What other shows have you been on? You're on, was it Live and Kicking?
Live and Kicking, Chief.
He left Channel 9 for the big buck.
He hosted that when he was still playing, Howie.
Right.
And think of that today. He was playing at the peak of his powers and hosted
Who was on Live and
a live TV show.
Was the one we did one with Duck too? What was that called?
Was that the weekend one with Fox?
Yeah, what was that called?
And Duck used to go to
Saturday
have a little
Central,
nap in the afternoon. Is that,
how did
that
Duck perform in those early days?
He turned up most times.
Did he watch the games he was commenting on? No. Did he have a sleep?
Yes.
Were a few times he may have got on having not seen one kick of the game you were covering?
Possibly.
You can do that when you're the Duck, when you're the greatest ever. Did you do a radio show with Nate back in the day too? Am I recalling? Or...
No, you did Pig Jimmy and Rude Boy.
Oh, maybe that's what
that rated through the roof. Pig Jimmy and Rude Boy.
It did rate very well. And then we did a show. What was our show?
Can't remember.
You and Dougie Hawkins did a show too on Triple M, didn't you?
Yeah,
you and Hawk?
Yeah, did mornings.
And rated enormous numbers.
Yeah, it was good
did
fun.
it really?
What numbers did you used to rate, Chief? Oh, it was a 13
21
or something.
share.
It was
13 and a half.
Really?
You're an amazing human being.
How did it come to its conclusion?
They just decided they would go in a different direction.
And you're rating 13s.
Yeah.
You and Dougie
You've packed
Hawkins.
a lot into your life, haven't you?
Bits and pieces have come and gone.
You're an amazing human being.
You are. What's to come?
I love it.
What's to come?
No, we're not.
There's not much to come. I'm winding down, Howard.
Right, are you?
I've got one leg in the ditch.
Right.
It's just a matter of getting someone to help pile the dirt on top of me.
The
now.
bounce is still firing, the dominant show there.
Yeah. Bounce has got another 15 years.
No doubt.
Give him a minute.
No doubt. Do we take a break or do we just keep talking about Chief's television career?
No. Time for a break, Howard.
Take a break.
Right, we're running out.
Footy's not far off.
No, Essendon are getting set to come out. It's Essendon versus Collingwood. I think Two-Man's going to fill in the role of the boundary after Damo absolutely refused.
With his laptop.
Yep. Triple M Seabus Super Weekend predictions. Seabus Super making hard work pay off. Predict what's happening in the basketball, Nate. Are we back in business?
Yep, we're home. We're home.
Fourth quarter, 81 to 57, 7:41 to go in the last quarter.
All right. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Go the Boomers. Triple M rocks footy.
Triple M Footy, prime time for Jim Beam. It's set to be an epic match, and that's worth raising a Jim Beam. Drink responsibly.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Triple M's next Know the Show to Go experience tickets to the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
This is a big start.
That ain't all. You get $3,000 to spend, and we'll put you up at the Pullman Melbourne on the park, a stone's throw from our iconic sporting precinct. For sport and event accommodation, pullmanonthepark.com.au. You just got to know the show to go. The Marty Sheargold Show. Listen closely from 6 to 9 Monday and answer a question at work to get on the standby list.
We're ready to go. Get this grand final underway.
Triple M's Know the Show to Go is back, baby. GFAFL 22/90.
With an average return of 8.89% per annum for the past 39 years, it's good to know Seabus are making your money work as hard as you.
Is that for shift workers, factory workers, builders and mechanics?
Yep, anyone who does hard work.
Seabus Super, making hard work pay off. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Seabus is right for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Join the Neds AFL Open Group to connect, bet and banter with hundreds of like-minded punters and see expert tips on every AFL game this season. Take it to the Neds level. T's and C's apply. See website for details. Chances are you're about to lose.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles' famous once-a-year spring spend and save is the biggest and best ever. Spend $1,000 and we'll only charge you $750, or spend $2,000 and we'll only charge you $1,450. That's right, spend $2,000 and we'll only charge you $1,450. Don't miss the biggest and best National Tiles spend and save event of all time. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
What is it about our firsts? First car?
First kiss. First time. First accounting software. Let's be honest, your first is never your best. At QuickBooks, we got you. Snap your receipts as you go, so you're always ready for tax time. And you'll never be lost with our award-winning customer support. Don't stay stuck on your first. Search for QuickBooks and make the switch today.
Kobe is a cheeky 9-year-old that loves bikes and fast cars. He has acute flaccid myelitis, which has meant long hospital stays away from his family. But Kobe and his family had time together thanks to his wish to live like his favourite YouTubers.
Kobe's wish came true when he stayed in a mansion, played laser tag and rode in a limo.
Helping sick kids find hope is something we all have the power to do.
Find out how at makeawish.org.au.
Make a wish.
The Volkswagen T-Roc 110 TSI style.
Ooh.
With sophisticated, stylish design.
Whoa.
Available from just $39,990 drive away.
Nice.
Isn't it time you SUVW?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Conditions and exclusions apply. Visit volkswagen.com.au.
With Superloop's Lightspeed plan, you get ultra-fast 1 gigabit speeds for only $99 a month, which means all you gamers can respawn as many times as you need to. You can get pwned and respawn, then pwned and respawn, pwned, respawn, pwned, respawn, pwned, respawn, pwned, respawn. You get the idea. The point is, it's all possible. Game more, glitch less with Lightspeed from Superloop. 1 gigabit speeds for only $99 a month. Superloop. Refresh your internet. See website for T's and C's.
Every massive moment lives right here.
That is incredible.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy, and the first quarter is coming up next.
Harvey Norman's huge coffee expo. Hot deals on coffee machines, plus spend $250 or more and get 10% back in gift cards. Nespresso Virtuo Elitissima, now $599, save $150. Plus bonus coffee credit. Breville Barista Express, now $649, save $80. Plus bonus Breville gift pack. DeLonghi Electra Explorer, now $1699 with bonus DeLonghi gift pack. And Eura J8 Automatic, now $3,499 with bonus Eura coffee pack. Hurry, ends Monday at Harvey Norman. Conditions apply, bonus via redemption.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Shell V-Power, the official fuel partner of the AFL.
And Ream Hot World have built tough Aussie conditions when it comes to water heating. Ask your plumber to install a Ream. This is the Triple M footy prime time for Jim Beam. It's set to be an epic match. That's worth raising a Jim Beam. Drink responsibly. Chief, you're the senior man here at Triple M football. Tommy Brown is otherwise occupied. Damo said he wouldn't do the boundary, and you just witnessed the Chew Man walk in and Tunners say, mate, we need you to do the boundary tonight. And the Chew Man look at our producer and say, mate, I've been here for 22 years. In polite terms, which he is polite, you can jam the boundary.
I'd rather clean the toilets, you told me.
I am not going to the boundary.
To be expected. I mean, look at the example that Damo set.
Yep.
That's the team ethos we have here in the huddle. It's every man for themselves, apparently.
Yeah. Bad culture, isn't it now?
It's a bad culture. But I was quite impressed by the spine.
I like how Ash just said no.
I like it.
He said, there's no chance I'm going down. He said.
So we can guess. We'll see TV shots when a player comes off. We'll say if he's got a broken leg or if he's snapped a fetlock or whatever's going on. We'll find something.
You've got some practice at Foxtel this year of doing it from a long way away, Chief, so you'll be right.
Who do you work for? What network do you work for?
The one that doesn't have the footy.
Oh, Channel 9.
Doesn't have the footy.
Are you working on the Olympics next year?
The Brownie is.
Right.
Brownie is.
Where are they doing that from?
Paris. Tokyo.
Well, where are Channel 9
Paris.
doing it from? Where are Channel 9 doing most of the...
I actually don't know. So you're asking me a question.
You're telling him you are telling a lie.
No, how would I know?
You know exactly. They won't
How
be
would I
going
know?
over there.
Won't they?
Look at the smirk on your face.
No, I actually don't know.
You are...
There's every chance they won't, but I don't know.
They will not be doing the majority of their broadcast in Paris, David. The economic viability of it no longer stacks up. What are you being told in your ear?
Hang on.
Oh, now he's talking to the producer in his ear. It's not really making very good radio.
No.
Anyway, we don't need to worry about that.
I just have been told reliably via the head of Channel 9 Sport that they're taking a massive crew over.
Yep, you won't be part of it.
Nate
won't be part of it.
I've done that in the past.
A lot of it will be done from here.
Well, they're taking a massive crew over, Chief. You were the one who raised it.
Yep.
Just massive crew over to Paris.
We're not be. Chief and I are going to Brisbane tomorrow anyway. We got,
you're not.
we got Brisbane, St Kilda. Looking forward to that. I get a double Chief.
You go to the MP studio.
Porky Pies, man.
We're calling Brisbane tomorrow.
You're calling Brisbane from the NMP.
And you asked me last week who I was working with. This week I've got Chief and Kingy, your A team for
that's good that you know you're our teammates, Howie.
You'll be down. Oh, you're going to. Oh no, you won't be going to the Cattery because the Bulldogs game.
I'm going to Sydney. Literally going to Sydney Saturday night in preparation for Sydney and Melbourne.
Why don't you do the Bulldogs games?
I did for many a year, Howie, and I just decided that given I've got a son playing, that in the event that he was going to play, maybe not.
Was it after you were dancing in the rooms that night with that mascot?
That was about 6 years ago. That probably was a moment you look back and think it might have got a little bit out of hand. But you got to love a bit of passion, Howie.
You do.
No problems from that.
Bob Jane Teammates, they've got great buy 3, get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or order online today. T&Cs apply. So we don't have anyone on the boundary. So if you're listening to Triple M Football in the MCG at the moment and you can get yourself up to the media centre, we've got some headphones for you, a microphone, and knock yourself out. Job positions available right now. Damo, before you go, because you've refused to do the boundary, have you got a headline for us tomorrow, my favourite part of the show?
I do expect Collingwood to get its season well and truly back on track with a good win, a resounding win tonight. So the flag, streak and chances will be back on track, and as such, it will be all systems to go in.
I actually quite like that. Who are the subs you told us earlier on?
The subs are Finn McRae for Collingwood and Anthony McDonald tipping Woody in his last game of footy.
Brilliant. Chiefy, what happens tonight alongside Noodles with your Triple M Seabus Supers?
We're expecting Collingwood to bounce back to a degree. Their statistics over the last month have certainly tapered off. They need to get back a little bit of confidence. They're still missing a few key players. You take 2 key defenders out of any side, that makes things a little bit tough. We spoke to Justin Lepich earlier. So Jeremy Howe will go back into defence. He'll join Billy Frampton down back. You've got Braden Maynard can play a little bit taller if need be. Jack Crisp can do a job down back. So they'll make do. We saw the Bombers last week. They were absolutely deplorable. They've got a few players out. They're just playing for a little bit of pride, but you've got to think they're a bit undermanned. And Collingwood should probably get the confidence boost they need before they have a week off prior to the finals, Nate?
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to the Bombers and what they respond to from last week. Wholesale changes, and they've got some good players out of this side.
So what response are you expecting?
I'm expecting a more of a competitive match. I'm expecting them to get the footy around the stoppages like they did at the start of the season, and they were hard to play against the Bombers, but over the last 6 to 7 weeks they've become easy to play against, so they need to respond. They can't go from 126 point loss into another big loss on what has been, I reckon, a successful first season under Brad Scott, but that would leave a really bad taste in your mouth. 2 big losses in a row to finish the season, and then it just lingers over the off-season. They can have a good one. I don't expect them to win the game, but I expect them to be competitive and to go somewhere near the Magpies, who are underdone at the moment themselves.
Well, we've spoken about the Bombers season tapering off. Nate, I find it disturbing when you look at the last 9 weeks. They've won 12 quarters of footy. The only teams to have won less than that are North Melbourne and West Coast.
It's not ideal, and they are very short in defence at the moment. So when you talk about Hawthorn probably need a good centre-half back to come in and help out there, the Bombers definitely need some height in the defensive end. I feel sorry for Zerk Thatcher because he's only a small, young player making his way at the moment, but he has to play on all the big guys. And he's... To me, he looks like a 3rd or 4th stringer who comes in and is 3rd man in defence, 3rd man up, and plays a nice role. At the moment, he's asked to play on Tom Hawkins. He's asked to play on Charlie Curnow. He's asked to play on every good forward there is, and he's just undersized, and they need some help in their defensive end.
I think he's developed well. I think he's had a very good season, Brandon Zerk Thatcher. You're right. Maybe he's given some tasks that...
It'll make him a better player in the long run.
Correct. I think he can develop into their number 1 stopping key defender. Big opportunity for Mason Cox. So Mason Cox is in. We saw him get dropped and he huffed and puffed a bit. He was disappointed, felt that he should have been in the team. He comes back on as a sub, gets a go. Then there's some real aggression when he goes into the ruck. And all of a sudden, Craig McRae's spoken about it. You take something away, well, they appreciate it a little bit more. We see Merritt and Maynard in for the toss of the coin at the moment. Coin goes up. It's won by the Bombers. They'll kick to the punt road end of the MCG. But if I'm Mason Cox, I'm thinking, right, this is my opportunity to play myself into the team for the first final.
Ginnivan in a similar situation.
Yeah,
Keith been in and out of the side. We welcome for the first time tonight. A fiery operator, Triple M Red Z Lenders. Red Z Lending loans to the self-employed, REDZED.com. The man that refused point blank to go to the boundary, the two-man.
No, I had a...
You refused. We heard what you said to Tunners. It's fine.
No. Well, the last time I did the boundary, Howie, I'm still mentally scarred. It was back in 2016, Friday night down at Hobart, North Melbourne v Richmond. It was -1 degrees.
Yeah, there's no joy there, Chewy.
I know that's soft, isn't it?
No. What can you tell us about the Red Zetters, Chewy, before this one gets underway?
Well done to Josh Dacos. 100th game for him, averaging career-high disposals at 26 per game past month. Second-rated player at the Magpies. And Scott Pendlebury, 35 years of age, over the past 5 weeks, #1 rated player at the Magpies, averaging 25 and 6 clearances. And well done to Kyle Langford. He's had a great year. Leads the club's goal kicking with 50 majors, which is the 7th most in the competition.
Wanting Zach Merritt to have a big night tonight. He put it on the agenda at the start of the year. I want to be a better leader. I want to lead from the front and be tougher. And I think he's done that all year. His teammates, to a certain extent, and the lack of competitiveness around him, I think has let him down the last few weeks. I want him to have a big game in this last one.
Jeremy Howe has gone back and he's got the job on Kyle Langford, who's had a massive year in the forward 50 for the Bombers.
That's the Chief, Jason Dunstall, Nate Brown in the back row. Your Triple M Seabus Super special comments. Seabus Super making hard work pay off. Round 24, the last home and away game on a Friday night at the MCG. Perfect bounce to get things started. Andrew Phillips in his final game for the Bombers to Darcy Parish. Will it be his final game for the Bombers? To Goey. Hacks a kick forward. Redmond slaps it down in the direction of Cox. Game 100. Josh Dacos has had an All-Australian year for mine, and he wins a free kick 60 metres out. Kicking to the city end goal here at the MCG. Nice crowd in. Still night. Beautiful spring-type afternoon it was in Melbourne. Free kick going the way of the Bombers. Mason Redmond. In fact, it's going to be Jayden Laverty to take it deep in defence for the Bombers.
What type of crowd are you thinking, Chewy?
Crowd, Howie, I reckon probably late 60s, about 68,000.
Okay. Laverty drives to the outer side. It's a nice contested mark out there by the big number 10, Wiedemann. We heard his name in the pre-game. And back to Cox. Now Merritt pokes a little hand pass forward. Only goes as far as Pendlebury. Two-man tells about the form he's been in. Josh Dacos looping hand pass. Bobby Hill back in. Takes a bounce. Got speed. Hands off to DeGoey. 45 out. Crowd will tell you the rest. DeGoey bangs one home. Back in business for the Pies. Electric start to the black and white. One straight. Essendon yet to score. Triple M Shell scoreboard. Shell V-Power, the official fuel partner of the AFL.
Sometimes you're talking about Wiedemann, he took the mark, but sometimes you've got to be able to have a look around you before you give the handball. It's instinctive sometimes that you give the handball to the runner, but if you give the handball to a runner who's right next to you and there's a player 2 metres in front of that player, you need to be able to realise that, and you give that handball and all of a sudden he's in trouble. He's under the pump. He has to handball it forward. They go to Merritt, and then Merritt's handball forward is under pressure. Wiedemann has to realise that there is a player to give it to and there's a player not to. And at that stage, you go to a player under the pump, and it just slowed Essendon down to the centre wing. They turn it over, and they kick an easy goal.
What a player, Jordan Agoe. You sense that the finals are built for the way he goes about it. First goal to the Magpies. Phillips wins the hit out again. Taylor Adams crashing through, hurries a kick forward. Opportunity for Dan McStay. Taken away, though, by Redmond. McGrath floats a kick out of defence, picked up nicely by Jai Menzies. And now they've got a little bit of space here, the Bombers. Their captain, Zach Merritt, beautiful kick, really well thought through. Pinpoint pass to Wiedemann. He's got a short one on, and it's going to get there to Snelling. But it was a funny little kick, only went about 12 metres, but the mark's been paid to Snelling.
Held up a little bit. What about the kick from Merritt on centre wing? He had to hit the 45-degree angle. Handball's off.
Hands it back to Mason Redmond, who pounds a long shot at goal and misses to the near side. Snelling not confident in his ability to get the journey. So one behind the Bombers, one straight 6 to Pies. That's the Triple M Shell scoreboard. Shell V-Power, the official fuel partner of the AFL.
Choice Hotels around the grounds, off to the Boomers, Finland.
Australia won their first game against Finland, 96-72. So 98-72.
Convincing.
So good start.
26-point winners. Adams pokes it forward. Meyer check wholehearted, brings it to ground with Zerk Thatcher. He works hard at centre half back, spills out to DeGoey. Can't get a clearance. DeGoey Coming back again, trying to get a handle on it, is Setterfield, the former Blue, now Parrish. Game 150, well done to Darcy. Slides it forward to Phillips, his last game. I caught to go, didn't realise. And still side bottom collected him, didn't hear the call. And a bit of an injury concern immediately for Kane Baldwin for Bob Jane teammates. Bob Jane, they've got great buy 3, get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call online today, T&Cs apply. Looks a bit sore, Baldwin. We'll keep an eye on that.
He didn't hear then, Phillips. He's a bit of a death metal man, so maybe all that death metal music over the years has hurt the eardrums a little bit.
Is he a what? Down to Damo down there.
Yeah, or Tube Man. Either would be good. What's he into? A bit of White Snake?
That's a lot heavier than that.
Okay.
Like Morbid Angel.
Morbid Angel. Side bottom gets the free kick against the death man. Drives it down the line. There's a free kick. And it's going to go the way of Zerk Thatcher. No, in fact, it's going the way of McStay for the Pies. Good result, Collingwood fans. Looks to Meyer. Check in good position. Right through the Dukes. Got them up. Elliott in a dangerous area. Redmond had a wonderful season. Hand pass to the feet of the man that does really well. Langford working in defence at the moment. Essendon working hard across half back.
Still got to work their way out of some trouble here, and they go with a bold kick right across the face for goal. Mason Redmond kicked a 50-metre ball, found Zerk Thatcher, and it's worked out okay. They've been able to channel this one to Durham, and now it's the forward captain Dyson Heppel at half back for the Bombers. They're sharing it around on their defensive 50. Laverty pulls the trigger. That is another bold kick, and it found Jai Menzies. He was surrounded by Bombers. Thought he might have got some more value out of that, but the Collingwood defensive unit's been pretty well organised. Merritt crafts a good kick to Phillips. It's the final game of AFL football. The journeyman ruckman goes long to the goal square, getting back Hoskin. Elliott takes an easy mark on the last line of defence for the Pies.
Puts it out to the flank. Shane Warne stands side. Markov been good since he came down from the Gold Coast. Provides some speed off half back for the Pies. Myercheck. Short one to Lipinski. He's got a defensive point of the square, out of sight of the ground. The only goal scorer is DeGoey. And the Pies lead at 1 straight to the Bombers. 1 behind. City side ball. MCG looking a treat. Tuning up nicely for finals. DeGoey. Myercheck. Markov. McStay in great position, but he gets crunched from behind. Ginnivan out the back. Ginnivan out the back. Ginnivan through the middle. And a nice little twist of the finger for the number 33, Jackie G, with his first. Nice start, Pies, 2 straight. Essendon 1 behind. Triple M, Shell scoreboard. Shell V-Power, the official fuel partner of the AFL.
It just looked like it was coming over the back of the pack. Ginnivan read it that way. He waited. He was there early. And you thought, well, as soon as it gets over the back, it is a goal for the taking. It was pretty much under no pressure, virtually on his own. We're seeing shots on the Harvey Norman replay screen. The Essendon doctors just checking the vision. Maybe Kane Baldwin came off with a hit to the head. Might have been accidentally contacted by his teammate in Andrew Phillips, trying to spoil the ball that clipped him with the arm.
And then got maybe a second hit, Chief, on the Harvey Norman replay. Accidental hip and shoulder from the big ruckman Darcy Cameron.
Positive for Collingwood. Darcy last 10 rounds, 15th for inside 50. So far they're 6-2.
So that could mean if that head injury assessment doesn't go the way it came, Baldwin, it'll be Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody into the arena early, which will excite the Bomber fans. Wiedemann contests well, but picked up by a whole nest of Magpies. Here's Josh Dacos, game 100. He was squeezed along the boundary line. His kick was trying to find Ginnivan, who's drawn a free kick. And he's just got a bit of that real annoying, just get in your face style, hasn't he, Jack Ginnivan?
You love him, Chief, don't you?
Stand now, thank you.
He's got the headband on. He's got a lot of verbal about him, how he's
I like it.
The long sleeves, going to get under the skin of a few, you think. Jack Ginnivan. Here's Snelling getting back across half-back, trying to crack his way through. Nick Martin wrapped up in a Johnny Noble tackle, and it'll be a thrown-up ball, slightly attacking half of the centre circle for the Magpies. It's 2 straight 12 calling. 1 behind Essendon and Triple M Shell score.
The Friday night feed, score 20% off your entire order when you spend $10 only on the My Maccas app. Ball spills out the back of the contest. Looping hand pass from McGrath is effective in the hands of Elijah Sartis. Bobby Hill provides a bit of pressure. Side bottom goes off the ground. And Bobby Hill can't keep the ball in. What are you seeing, Chewy, on the early Triple M Red Z lenders?
Josh Dacos in game number 100, leading ball winner on the ground with 6 touches.
See much of Sartis, Nate, in the past few weeks?
A little bit, yeah. The nice snap goal a couple of weeks ago. Like the way he moves, and he's got some real talent. Hasn't played a lot this year, but you'll see some bigger things from him next year. Needs to put on a bit of size. He's only a small man.
Just the first 11 rounds had some knee troubles. Pies go inside forward 50. Redmond with a one-hander opposed to Myercheck. It was a really good effort from Mason Redmond. Short to Merritt. He's been busy early. Two-man Zach Merritt.
5 touches.
Bombers have had to get out of defence under pressure regularly so far in this first term. Merritt's kicking boots have been outstanding. Look at that. To Nick Cox, and that's a great sight to see, isn't it? Got about a month of footy back, Nick Cox, having had his own injury challenges, but he looks to be a really good player for mine, Chief.
Yeah, and one that they desperately need. We heard Brad Scott talking pre-game about some good young talent that just hasn't played enough football for the Bombers yet.
Turnover, middle of the ground. Lipinski drives it forward. It'll be about the bounce. Lands in the square. Bounces, and just ducks in to the right. Misses to the near side. 2-1-13. One behind. Still no situation update on Baldwin. Tip is still there. He hasn't taken the training top off yet. Hopefully Baldwin's okay to continue with that concussion situation.
Time in forward half for Chu as Jeremy Howe marks the kick in.
Triple M Red said lending stats 62% to the Pies, 38 to Essendon.
Howe goes short to Ginnivan.
Got a feel to it, Darcy, this early.
Yeah, it has. Bombers coming off horror 100-plus point loss last week. The Pies got a real sharp edge about him. Jack Ginnivan almost where the boundary line and the forward 50 arc meet. In fact, that's exactly where the man on the mark is. And Jack's enjoying a bit of banter with someone in the crowd. Surely that's outside his range, but he's that sort of player that he can do unusual things. Kicks it to the top of the square. Myercheck keeps it alive, side bottom. Went to the voice of Lipinski, picked up low by McGrath. That was a pretty clever kick in the end. Outside of his boot, found Menzie.
What are you seeing, Nath, early doors?
I'm just seeing Collingwood right on in this first quarter. The Bombers are working hard. They're winning the footy at the stoppage, but at the moment, Collingwood's defensive press, which has been so good for the last 18 months, is just not allowing the Bombers to get forward.
Dyson Apple turned it over.
Contact.
You sign on for another year?
Yep.
Stand.
Cheap is all across it. But his kick only goes as far as Markov. He got one a touch high, so he gets a free kick. There's Oleg. Not many Olegs in the AFL, VFL world. Plays on, drives it to 30 from home. The Flyers will come from behind. Redmond spoiled away from him. Laverty taking on the tackler. A couple of Bombers, and the umpire will toss it up with Essendon deep in defence, trailing 2-1 to 1 behind. The goal kickers to Goey and Ginnivan. You've got 11 minutes to go in the first term.
10-3 the inside 50s in favour of the Pies. Ball living in their attacking half.
Putting a lot of pressure on this Bomber defence, Chief. As a result of that, they clear it out to forward 50, but a lot of repeat entries. Ginnivan's going to send it back again. All written over, his name written all over it was Chris, but he didn't take the mark. And so the Bomber defence holding up pretty well back there. McGrath wins a free kick.
They are holding up, Duke, you're right, and a couple of times we've seen them move the ball really well. When they're aggressive and they move it quick, they look quite good.
Cirque Thatcher has Durham. That will be okay. Merritt pushing hard to the next contest. Urges the kick to go to Martin, and then Pendlebury's just snuck on the interchange bench. Got one hand on it, but taken away by Merritt. Snelling with a kick under real pressure has turned it over, and Billy Frampton marks a defensive half-back for the Magpies.
Frampton, another man will be playing to try and secure things in September, is Billy. Just massages it down the line. Good fly by Cameron. Only pretty good in the air. Can't claim the mark this time, and Adams takes it across the line right in front of the boundary. Triple M Harvey Norman replay. We've seen Baldwin again. Still no sight of him as to whether he's going to come on. Harvey Norman's huge coffee expo ending Monday. Buy a selected coffee machine and get 10% back in gift cards.
Nick Bryan in front. There's Cameron Pendlebury with a beautiful sleight of hand handball. That makes sense. Just underneath the pressure to the crisper. Jamie Elliott gets it back in him and started well. Skies that one. A lot of Bomber numbers back there, and Cox, who launched at it with the Dukes out in front, probably could have just taken it on his chest, dropped the mark, but he had some support from Nick Hine, but his kick's going to be marked by Myercheck. Back inside 50 come the Pies.
55 from home, Myercheck out of side. The leads come, he ignores them, he goes back and across to the unstoppable, undefeatable Isaac Quainer. Got the hair tied back again tonight. The Brink bright pink boots on, athletic-looking character is Quainer. Sends it deep into the pocket, tough one to mark. Falls to ground away from Cameron. The tackle is applied deep in defence by Benny Hobbs. A man you enjoy watching play footy, Dales. I've heard you call him a few times.
The exciting young players coming through for the Bombers. Been a big improvement.
It's a strange inside 50, that last one from Quainer. You've got Mason Cox in the square, and you kick long and high to a contest in the pocket that he can't get to. So there's a miscommunication there, because when he's there and you have to go long and high, he's the one that the ball has to be directed to.
12-point lead to the Pies. What is the inside 50 count, Shoeman?
13-3, Collingwood's way.
Boundary throwing deep in attack again for the Pies. Trying to find a way out was Will Setterfield back in the side. He's Ginnivan getting a heap of the footy. Jams it to the goal square. Myercheck got rid of a couple of defenders. Used his hands, but fairly, said the umpire, Myercheck, about 6 metres out, should score a goal.
A fantastic player, Myercheck. Flies for everything. Not the most talented of players on their list, but you know what you're going to get.
7 goals in the last 2 weeks, Brody Myercheck. I'm with you, Nate. He's rolled gold. Brody Myercheck gives his heart and soul every single week. Pies now kick the first 3. 3-1-19. The Bombers are just one behind on the Triple M Shelf scoreboard.
And that's a personal best for him in his career. 42 goals for Brody Myercheck. And he's a strong player. So he plays undersized. So when you look at Brody Myercheck, he's not your regulation centre-half forward, but he plays like it. He's undersized and he gets the job done. Really good start by Jack Ginnivan. Get his confidence up. The forward line, apart from being crowded so far with a lot of Bombers players back there, it's looked like it's been quite efficient.
Triple M Seabar Super making hard work pay off. Jason Dunstall and Nathan Brown. Officially, by measurements, the second biggest set of quads in the AFL, man Brody Myercheck.
Who's got the biggest?
Big Jacob Wiedering. Big slabs of caravan. He's a big boy, is Jacob.
Where'd you get those stats from, Howie?
Just did some work with Champion Data and a few others over the week, Chief. Always.
So Champion Data gets set. They get sent quad stats from all the players, do they?
And the tape measure out now.
They do, Chief.
My
it's an area that
can lay it on thick.
Kingy hasn't explored yet.
Really?
Physical definitions, the player I'm always interested in. As we see Tip and Woody just sort of rolling around the boundary.
Champion Doe having a look at the biggest melon in the AFL there for a while too, Howie.
Who was that going to?
I think Barmy might have won that.
Right.
Wasn't Callum Sinclair.
No. Parrish pokes it inside. Here's an opportunity finally for the man that's a lot taller than he looks, Langford, and the vest is coming off for Tip and Woody. Essendon fans will realise soon.
That's you on.
Langford, they'll have a shot. 13 metres inside the boundary, about 40 out. So bad news, it looks like, Bob Jane's style for Kane Baldwin. Looks like he's going out with concussion. But this man, 36-14 set shots in 2023, Chief.
You've got to take your hat off. He's put a 50-goal season together playing forward when that wasn't where he trained pre-season.
Played as a junior, played under his father, so played all over the ground in Kyle. 45-degree angle. He's a good kick. He just doesn't draw it back enough, so it's one behind. 2 behinds now to Collingwood 3-1-19, and Tipper is not far away, Duke.
And that will be well received by the entire crowd here at the MCG in his final game. Anthony McDonald, Tipper, Woody playing footy. So Maynard pumps it, looking for McStay. Slap back Durham and DeGoey compete for it. Pendlebury just never ever fumbles. Josh Dacos, Oleg Markov. This is where they get really going. Collingwood from half-back with speed. Howe's kick was a genuine shocker. Nick Hine appeared to cop one in the ribs in this flow of play. Pendlebury follows up. Crunch. Josh Dacos. He's going to be okay. Picked himself up, no problems. McStay's kick smothered on the forward 50. Fresh air swing from Durham. Missed the footy.
I think we're seeing, I asked Brad Scott a question about Nick Hine. Really good offensively, but Nick Hine is currently responsible for Jack Ginnivan. And Jack Ginnivan's running right at the moment.
The man from the Tiwi Bombers in game number 133 is set to come on at the next rotation. Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody, and his team need a bit of spark. They've given up 3, haven't kicked one themselves early stages. About halfway through the first term. Collingwood are desperate at ground level. Bobby Hill injects a bit of speed, looks for Myercheck. A one-hander for Brody. He'll go back and line up from 48, about 6 metres inside the boundary on the outer side.
Like to measure the kick. I'm not sure it travelled 15, but he took it well. He had to turn around, throw the one hand up to drag the ball in.
Stand now.
Can't get those big quads out of my head now.
28-12 from set shot to Terry, Chief.
They're monsters.
Look at them on the Harvey Norman. They're big and they're defined. They're big slabs of ham.
Like a track cyclist.
That's it. Brody from 52 as Tipper comes on. Double roar. Goal Myercheck. Hand in the air, and Anthony McDonald, Tipper Woody strides out to the middle of the MCG to a big roar from Bomber fans. They'll need the little man. 4-1-25 to 2 behind. 5:51 to go. First term on the Triple M Shell scoreboard.
Gee, timed it poorly.
Yeah,
just as the Bombers fans started to roar for him, it was overtaken by the Collingwood cheer for Myercheck's goal. And then, I mean, if he times that perfectly, probably gives the players a lift when they hear the big roar and Tipper's on, but it got drowned out by Collingwood. They're off to a fly here, and at the moment it's looking very one-sided, so let's hope that Essendon can find something to stay in this contest.
We want a goal for Tipper Woody tonight, Dars. At least one.
That will be something that we'll follow very closely. Great to see him out there.
Oh, he's on
the Waller.
He's on Quainer. He's undefeatable, that man.
Charlie Cameron got a hold of him last week.
Okay. You did, actually.
Darcy Cameron wins the hit out. From Setterfield to Merritt to Paris. And winning a bit of footy around the clearance, but really struggling to look dangerous forward to centre. Merritt working overtime as he always does to Hobbs. Goes long, Nick Bryan, and there is the one-on-one specialist, Isaac Quainer, who has just been outstanding this year. Goes short and finds John Noble here at half-back for the Pies.
That's why he's such a good matchup, Quainer, particularly if he's playing on a crumbing forward, because the crumbing forward won't fly. And Tipper Woody stays down. It allows him to fly unopposed, so he can look around and see if the others are all engaged in one-on-one duels. He gets a free run and jump at the footy.
Shares it now with Oleg Markov. Half-back, 5 minutes remaining in the first term. Goalless so far, the Bombers. They trail by 23 points, 4-1. The Magpies, here's Noble. Pies are just being patient in this build-up. They're tracking it down the members' side wing here at the MCG, and Noble looking for Darcy Cameron, who's very, very solid player, the big man for the Magpies. Does a great job week in, week out.
He does. What's his season look like, Chewy? Cameron.
Yeah, Darcy Cameron for Triple M Red Z, Howie, averaging 14 disposals, 28 hit-outs, 3 clearances.
Interesting pre-game, Duke, that Leopard told us. Craig McRae makes a joke pre-game, normally at the expense of big Darcy Cameron, making fun of the ruckman, are they?
Yeah, I did notice that, Chief.
DeGoey to side bottom, drives it to the point of the square. Myercheck's already kicked 2. He's moved out of this one. With a bit of body.
Told you I bumped into Big Darcy in the park. Saw him this morning.
Did you?
Howie with his big dog Wesley.
Big Wesley? What type of dog's he got?
He's got a bit of the standard poodle look about him, Big Wesley.
Has he?
Really?
Big sort of...
like a poodle man. Yeah. Mitchell extracts it as he does into Adams. He squeezes the centering ball. Pendlebury's all on his own. He's 42 out directly in front, and it's one of those ones where I'm going to put it in my book now, Darcy, because I reckon he nails it to Scott.
Well, I think Darcy Cameron can play a big role in September. So when you talk about his season, I don't think he's had as good a season as what he did last year. I think he was much better last year. He was more physically marked the footy. So if he can elevate himself again come September, a big part of Collingwood pushing towards the premiership will rest on his shoulders.
Whack.
That wasn't a whack. It was just, I think he is a man that can take them where they want to go if he has a big September.
Pendlebury, put it in your book. It's just a simple thing for this man to do it well. He's just snuck it over the top on the line, and to goal for Pendlebury, and the Pies are 5-1. The Bombers shell shock, 2 behind, 3 to go first term. Triple M shell scoreboard.
What he did last year was he pushed forward a lot. So Ash, I'm not sure, but I know he kicked a lot of goals last year. What sort of goals he kicked last year compared to this year?
You're all over it, Brownie. He kicked 20 majors last season, opposed to only 3 this year.
I'm a big Darcy Cameron fan. I think he can go to another level in September. Collingwood are going to need him to win the flag.
Scotty Pendlebury in games 380 just wanders off after that goal and takes a seat on the interchange bench. As Chu told us, their highest ranked player in the last handful of weeks.
Last 5 rounds.
Do you have Dennis with you this morning?
Dennis.
Dog out?
Dennis was in the park as always. Little blue staffy, Howie.
Okay. Big Wesley, huh?
Big Wesley.
And Triple M Harvey Norman replay. Darcy Moore having a chat with the former president, Eddie Maguire.
Looking forward to get Darcy Moore back out there. And outstanding as their captain. Merritt sends the Bombers forward. They're looking for their first goal, and here's a good chance because Wiedemann's drawn the free kick against Frampton and should be within range, Sam Wiedemann.
He's a good kick of the footy. This is the part of the game he does quite well, so you'd almost have to back him in there. Harvey Norman replay. The umpire could have paid that free kick on a couple of occasions, so clear as day.
Kicked the goal in his last 7 AFL games. He's spent a bit of a stint back in the VFL since round 19. Sam Wiedemann for the Bombers first, and that you hear by the crowd's thoughts on that. It was an absolute shank of a kick, didn't make the distance. Noble's handball was a bit of a clanger. Mason Cox back there defending. Tip and Woody having a bit of an impact around the contest, couldn't get access to the footy. Cox's clearing kick, crashing through McStay, cleared a path, and Lipinski and Jack Chris through the corridor. Bobby Hill picks it up. They've got on his own Taylor Adams.
Elliott's the hard leading forward. They go shorter than that. And Meyer check. Why wouldn't they? He's already kicked 2. Falls to Lipinski. Advantage paid. Mitchell snaps. Another one for the Red Hot Pies. They are tuning up for September. 6-1-37 and 2 behinds. Nearly done with 1:55 on the clock. Triple M Shell scoreboard.
Love the handball game they've got up and running. It is fast when they get it. They're linking up, quick hands, finding players that can then run into space. And it means when you do have the kick, you've got a little bit more time to pick the right option. It wasn't a particularly great kick from Taylor Adams going forward. But again, once the ball hit the deck, they had the numbers pushing in to get the crumb. And then Mitchell linked up and he was able to get a nice hand pass and kick the goal. So this is looking a pretty powerful performance at the moment. We're seeing basically the top team playing one of the bottom teams in the competition. That's how it looks.
To your man, the Crisper Howard, he ran hard from half back. He was one of the instigators into it. Then he ran past 2 Bombers players through the midfield and they couldn't go with him.
There was talk this week that he didn't train and he was in doubt. He is never in doubt, the Crisper does.
Just for the Magpies, 25 out of their 37 points from Essendon turnovers.
211th straight game for Jack Crisper. Extraordinary achievement, that is.
We need to keep a big eye on the Bombers here too, Brownie. I mean, you can't finish the season with a couple of 100-point beltings, can you?
It's looking that way at the moment, Chief.
35 points down. Nathan Chief, they are, 1:40 to go. Here come the Pies again. It's Jamie Elliott just launched onto that, takes an easy, uncontested chest mark, and they are doing this in a canter, the Pies.
A lot of space on that occasion, so you look forward and it's a 2-on-2 inside forward 50 for Collingwood. So you look at that and that is advantage Collingwood. So any forward, all you ask for is some space and a one-on-one to do what you can do on your opponent, and they got that.
Kicked 26 of his 36 goals for the year in the 9 games post by Jamie Elliott. So hit September in really good form. 45-metre kick directly in front. Beautiful looking set shot. That is 7 unanswered goals to start Friday night footy here at the MCG. And this has got real blowout written all over it. 39-point margin. The Bombers just 2 behinds the Triple M Shell scoreboard.
So they're going at 79% kicking efficiency at the moment, Collingwood. So that can mean one of 2 things: that they're kicking the ball unbelievably well, so far over the average, which is 66, or the Bombers aren't putting the pressure on. So what's the pressure rating, Ash? Because I look at the tackles. They've actually laid 18 tackles, the Bombers, so they keep that up. They're looking at an 80-tackle game, which is okay, but what does the pressure factor say?
168. The AFL average is 180. Last 10 minutes, Brownie, they're only going at 147.
In modern-day football, the tackling and the tackle numbers isn't as important as the pressure factor. The pressure factor needs to be around 200. Right now, it's at 166.
McDonald's Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy, just seeing the Essendon power brokers, including the president, David Barham, looking on, and they're not happy. 43-2. Mason Cox stripped away from him. Driving ball forward from Setterfield. Here's an opportunity inside 50, but it's all the Pies. Bruzzy Maynard, the skipper, marks, squeezed it off to Dacos, hassled off it. I don't say that very often, but of course he comes back again. Does Dacos, Noble, or pick up? He's been now Isaac Quain a back flank.
Outside 5.
They are just total control of this game, the Magpies. Dacos has it again. Anthony McDonald-Tipperwood in his final game on the mark. Looks like it's going to be a scoreless first term here for the Bombers. Mason Cox going to launch at it. So too McStay. Crisp on the non-preferred. Don't see him kick on the right a lot. It's a good ball for Ginnivan. It lands right on his chest, and there's going to be more pain coming up here.
Mason on the
mark. The siren's going to sound, and Jack Ginnivan will have a shot after the siren for an 8 straight
half a metre.
Final
Half
first term.
That's your angles.
There is the siren, and Ginnivan
Probably can't go on the left now, Duke.
No, he can. He's done the right thing. He's marked the line where he has to kick it from, and he can actually start outside that line.
Is
but
it
he's
fair
got
to say this wouldn't have been allowed 15 years ago, too?
100%.
So it's a 25-metre kick, but he's on an acute angle. Can't go outside the line. And Jack Ginnivan has as casually as you like gone inside, snapped it around. Ginnivan's got a couple.
It's good footy.
Pies have kicked 8-1 to 2 behinds in the first term, 49-2. Two-man, what have you got for us?
Collingwood's greatest quarter-time margin against Essendon at 47 points.
Ever.
Wow.
Ever.
In history.
In history.
What about that for a start? Friday night footy at the MCG. The Chief, Nate, Howie. We haven't got Tommy Brown, but we've got the two-man as always. McDonald's and Ream Hotwater. 47-point lead is their greatest ever first quarter win over the Magpies for the Bombers. Triple M Rocks footy.
That quarter for Shell V-Power, the official fuel partner of the AFL.
For McDonald's.
Triple M Rocks Footy.
For a Friday night feed, score 20% off your entire order when you spend $10. Only on the MyMaccas app.
Hi, it's Marty Sheargold from Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, and right now, Triple M rocks football. Max, go on.
And Bailey Laurie, you can have a little guess of what his nickname would be with the last name Laurie. Famous cricketer. Bill Laurie.
Bill Laurie. I was thinking Hugh from House. I was thinking front end load.
I was thinking a truck.
So surely they're not going to call him front end.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. Weekdays from 6 on Triple M. Get the podcast now from the Listener app.
Choose between 100% Aussie beef or crispy chicken. Then add a golden cheesy patty and tomato chili jam. The cheesy chicken and cheesy beef are back at Macca's because everything's better with cheese. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
The Lowdown.
Around town.
With the best in food, sports, events and entertainment, make tonight a not-so-casual weeknight at Crown Melbourne. For everything you could, along with entry conditions, go to crownmelbourne.com.au. You might not be good at some things, but with a NAB bank account, at least you can be good with money. Get good at money with NAB. Search NAB bank accounts to find out more. Consider the T's and C's. NAB. More than money.
The Lowdown.
Around town.
Win a super VIP experience at the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final in the Shell V-Power Superbox. Visit shell.com.au/superbox for details. AFL authorised Grand Final promotion GF AFL 23/55.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles' famous once-a-year spring spend and save is the biggest and best ever. Spend $1,000 and we'll only charge you $750, or spend $2,000 and we'll only charge you $1,450. That's right, spend $2,000 and we'll only charge you $1,450. Don't miss the biggest and best National Tiles spend and save event of all time. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
The new 2023 Indian Motorcycle Sport Chief has now arrived. Experience the difference on the ultimate American V-twin performance cruiser. It's packed with premium components and purpose-built to perform. Visit your nearest Indian motorcycle dealership today.
The Red Hot Summer Tour rolls on in 2024 with a once-in-a-lifetime lineup. Co-headlining Scottish superstars Simple Minds and Australian rock royalty Icehouse. Plus Noiseworks, Daryl Braithwaite and Bachelor Girl. Mornington Racecourse, Saturday, February 10. And Rochford Wines, Yarra Valley, Sunday, February 11. Tickets from redhotsummertour.com.au.
Dan Murphy's Father's Day catalogue is out now. Discover a huge selection of great value gifts for every budget, like our range of Aussie whiskies, which have been recognised on the world stage for their exciting nuanced flavours and outstanding quality. Offers end Wednesday, August 30. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply.
Tonight, in Australia, 500,000 households will struggle to put dinner on the table. Foodbank works with the entire food and grocery industry to ensure no Aussie is left behind. Working in a surprise chain, we never know what donations we'll end up with. So to make sure we don't go without popular pantry staples like pasta and pasta sauce, we work with generous donors to make them. Want to help? Need help? Head to foodbank.org.au.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M Rocks Footy.
This quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with lighting and electrical products for every Aussie home. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
Pies flexing their muscles. Ginnivan to Myercheck to Collingwood. 8-149. The Bombers 2 behind. 47-point margin at quarter time. Bob Jane T-Marts, they have a great buy 3 get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or order online today. T&Cs apply. The injury issue, Kane Baldwin unfortunately subbed out with concussion protocols, we believe. Tippin Woody comes into the game for his final game. Two-man, Triple M Red Z as wow.
Recapping Collingwood's greatest quarter-time lead against the Bombers at 47 points. And Josh Dacos, he's racked up 9 touches along with Adams and Ginnivan. He's the number 1 ranked player, 9 disposals and 2 majors.
Well, it's hard to see this not being another 100-point back-to-back loss for the Bombers unless they change something dramatically, because it was all one-way traffic. Essendon couldn't get the ball in their half of the ground, and when they did, and they kicked the ball from, I guess, halfway, there was just Collingwood numbers getting back everywhere. And Collingwood, really impressive. They were sharp. From half back, they started their run, and they just didn't give the ball back. And as the longer the quarter went on, the less competitive the Bombers got. I thought their first 15 minutes were okay. It's still halfway through the quarter. Collingwood has still only kicked 2 goals. Those last 6 came in the second half of the quarter.
Just have a look at the Harvey Norman replay chief for a second. Daniel G. and Syracuse, who's going to be an outstanding coach already. Who's really animated with his midfield group.
Yeah, well, that's where the damage is being done. It's Collingwood's running power that's come to the fore. They've linked up with hand pass. They've run and created opportunities going forward. It's been very, very powerful. Zach Merritt's getting plenty of the ball, but he needs a hand in the midfield.
So the sub was activated early. Anthony McDonald, Tippin Woody and Kane Baldwin, with assuming concussion protocols. Be a horrible way to end the year for the Bombers with a couple of massive blowouts. They've got some work to do. Here come the Pie. Look at the go. He stream out of the centre. Goes long to the goal square, getting back Laverty's got some support here from McGrath. The kick will be okay to Durham. He takes the mark in front of
Fumbled it over the boundary.
2 grabs.
Really good decision from the boundary umpire. He saw the double grab.
Darcy, Andrew.
It was taken, the second grab taken outside the boundary line.
So that will give the Pies another chance. Inside forward 50. Ruckman starting a long, long way back. Darcy Cameron again launched at it. Pendlebury in there was really good in the first term. What did he have, two-man?
Scott Pendlebury, 6 disposals and a major.
Ash has just given me an incredible stat, and this shows you must be very, very loyal if you're an Essendon supporter. Last 5 quarters, they've been outscored by 173 points.
Jeez.
So they're on a roll.
It's a big number. It's 35 a quarter stuffers. They go inside again. Parrish under pressure. Question about where he's playing football next year. Hopefully for the Bombers, he's in the black and red. What are the inside 50s, Two-Man, on the Red Zetters?
20-7 Collingwood's way.
Straight back, guys. Watch behind.
Big 13 differential at this stage. Phillips in his last affair. Taps it down only as far as to go. He can't break the Setterfield tackle. And again, the ball is stuck in the Collingwood attack 50.
Again, Darcy Cameron in front. A lot of numbers around. They're going to have another ball up.
Darcy,
Or 4th one we've seen inside forward 50. Here for the Magpies. If you just joined us, Collingwood 8-1-49. The Bombers 2 points, 47-point first quarter lead. Two-Man, you told us it was
their greatest quarter-time lead ever against the Bombers.
Amazing start to this game. And what did they get rolled by last week, the Bombers, Two-Man?
Yeah, 126 points against the Giants.
So they have some real work to do. You would hate to see them finish what has been a really impressive year from Brad Scott in lots of ways. And this night, here's Zach Merritt. Takes the mark at half-back, still searching for their first goal here, the Bombers.
What are his numbers on the Red Z, your man Zach Merritt?
Leading ball winner for the Bombers, disposal number 12.
Is he winning the Essendon B&F Brownie, or is Mason Redman up there? What's happening there? You keep an eye on these things.
It seems to be very close amongst a fair few players, I think.
Darcy Parrish has had a good year. Cole Langford's had a good year.
Zach Merritt wins it by a long way, Howie.
Okay, Darcy's come over the top.
Just for mine.
Okay.
What I've seen. Seen the Bombers a lot this year.
Yep. Zach Thatcher, I haven't seen a great deal of him. He spreads it out wide to Laverty. Solid citizen.
I think Martin would go close as well.
He's got the footy now. He's had a lot of possessions. Martin goes short again to Laverty. It's just slow ball movement for the Bombers. There's no creativity coming forward. Hine, who's got speed, can't use it, gets into trouble. Sends it down the line to a 2-on-2. Pendlebury taps it down to Noble. There's just nothing going forward for Essendon. And the ball bounces very close to the line. And it stays in, but across the line, just nothing going forward, Chiefy.
No, it's going to be difficult for them. I mean, we saw Zach Merritt win at half-back before, and he looked straight in the corridor. I like that. They're looking to take that corridor kick, but unfortunately, at the moment, Collingwood was just closing down everything they want to do.
Inside 50s for the game, 21-7 Collingwood's way. Make that 22-7. Jamie Elliott is going to get on the end of it in front of Zerk Thatcher. He can search for goal number 9 here for the Magpies. Jamie Elliott.
The defenders have trailed in a lot. That's about the third or fourth mark I can remember where it's a quick kick out of a pack, and it's been the Collingwood player in front, and not only in front, but it's been at least by 5 or 6 metres, and it's hard to make up that much ground in an AFL game.
It's his goal kicking for the year, man. Jamie Elliott.
Yeah, Jamie Elliott for Triple M Red said he's kicked 37 majors, which is a PB for him.
Some good set shot goal kicking for him, Jamie Elliott. Really comfortable in his routine. He's got a couple, Howie. Pies have got 9 straight to start this game. 9-1-55 to 2 behinds. That's all the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with lighting and electrical products for every Aussie home. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
I'm just trying to look around the field, Chief, and find out what Brad Scott can do, what levers he can pull. But, I mean, they look just a flat, listless group at the moment. As Zach Merritt took a while to get back to the middle, he had a chat to his defenders down there. So, obviously, being the skipper of the team, he's trying to rally the troops. But I look around and there's not a lot of positional movements that are going to make much of a difference. It just comes down to competing at the moment for the Bombers and trying to compete with the Magpies.
Ream Hot Water built tough for Aussie conditions when it comes to water heating. Ask your plumber to install a Ream. Low numbers for the black and red tube.
Triple M Red said low numbers. The youngster Perkins too. Hobbs has been good this year, averaging 20, just the 3 disposals.
Mitchell just takes it off Setterfield. Got one high. Like Setterfield was camped over the ball, and all of a sudden to go, he's putting it on the chest of a hard-leading Jamie Elliott, who'll line up for his third in the blink of an eye. You thought Essendon were away out the defensive side of the square, and now Elliott's having another shot.
Well, they should have been, but Will Setterfield had both his hands on it and then just dropped the football. It was a fumble, and as I always ask you, Ash, need to be able to take the fumble stats.
Spot on. Jamie Elliott lining up for goal number 3. He could open up a nice little bagful tonight. Jay Elliott for a 10th. Essendon still haven't scored a goal, and a rare miss for Elliott. Just didn't time it. It floats across the face, and it'll be reset and tossed back in with Collingwood deep in attack, and Mason Cox just looks a bit ginger on the old Bob Jane Team Arts operation.
Hold the meter.
He'll be right.
He'll be right, big Coxie.
Bit of a limp up. Meso. Pies complete domination this game. 53-point lead. Collingwood have not allowed Essendon to kick a goal yet. Jamie Elliott tried to take on Hobbs. Good tackle from Hobbs. Back to Will Hoskin Elliott. High ball. Ginnivan edged underneath it by Hine. Zerk Thatcher. They just don't look confident in their connection. The Bombers at all. Wiedemann juggled attempt to mark. There's going to be a boundary throw-in as it wasn't completed before it went out of bounds. It's just a real flat lull around the MCG too, isn't there? I think the Pies fans are eyeing off September, and Essendon are a bit shell-shocked here at the MCG.
So what you want Friday night, the final round of the season, to really get things fired up for finals. Lipinski, Maynard goes off the ground. He's still got time to track it back. Now he's got issues, but it's Lipinski, kicks it straight to the head of Martin. Hobbs at ground level, taking place 70 out. And Collingwood's goals, a lot of players around the footy. Bruzzy Maynard applies a tackle, and the umpire will come in to separate them. 9 goals to zip, 55-2 on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with lighting and electrical products for every Aussie home. Beacon Trade does make light work. It's Collingwood in front.
Jeremy Howe battling Kyle Langford. Free kick. It's picked out against Zach Merritt, the Essendon captain. It's going the way of Will Hoskin Elliott. Centre half back. It's got options everywhere. Maynard is one of those. Pulls the trigger with a kick to Tom Mitchell. Crafted that pretty well. Mitchell puts it out in front of Ginnivan, who's been really busy, man, Jack Ginnivan.
So he has 9 disposals and 2 majors.
Now he's going to have disposal number 10. He runs himself into a bit of trouble, hands it back to side bottom. Casual left foot kick, Mason Cox trying to launch at it, couldn't get a genuine jump. Instead, the mark's taken by Redmond in defence for the Bombers.
Would love to halve that big Meso. Redmond short to Parrish. How's he going, Chew?
Disposal number 12.
Redmond streams off half back. Here's a chance to tip him, Woody. He's out the back, but he's got to take on the undefeatable Isaac Quainer. He comes Tipper again looking for a first possession. Is he, Chew?
He is Howie.
He doesn't get it. Tipper's time is coming, but he's battling Isaac Quaynor, who, as you told, is remarkable. He hadn't been beaten in a one-on-one since the under
8s, Howie.
Extraordinary record.
Did lose one last time we saw him, though, Isaac.
Yep, that broke the streak.
Is he an All-Australian chance, Howie?
Has to be. Sure.
Good chance.
Been outstanding, hasn't he, Isaac Quaynor?
IQ.
When do we find out the All-Australian team, Nate?
Wednesday is the big announcement, the big dinner on Fox.
Holding you hosting, Howie?
No, but I'm involved for the first time.
What's your role, Howie?
Just some roaming interviews, I presume, is normally what I get
roaming
rolled
Howie?
out. I don't know.
Be careful with
roaming Howie for 15 minutes last week with Jack.
Yeah, that rave reviews too, by the way.
Bit of a walk through the walk and talk, Howie.
Yeah, a bit of that.
Who gave you the rave reviews?
Mum.
15 minutes?
Normally Erica's a little more critical than...
No, Erica, she's pretty straight with her feedback.
Free kick to Kyle Langford, and let's hope this is the first goal for the Bombers. 50 for the year, Kyle Langford. He gets a chance to kick Essendon's first.
Got great technique. Oh, he's going to pass it off.
Short to Zach Merritt.
Well, it's a much better angle for Merritt. So he's on the 45-degree angle now. Kick from 46, 47 metres out.
Already a three-time best and fairest winner, Zach Merritt. Suspect he'll add another one this year. 3 other times he's been in the top 3. He's kicked 8 goals for the year. Taking over the captaincy from Dyson Howell. He's done an outstanding job. With Zach Merritt, Bombers going to get their first goal. No, he's pushed it across the face. So 3 behind Essendon. 9-1-55 the Magpies on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
I don't understand your role in TV like anything, Darcy. You just got to realise that the Kath Lockmans and the Sarah Jones provide the skill and the polish. And then you just sort of left it chat to a few footballers, not muff it, hopefully.
Outside five.
That's the general plan, I think.
Good luck with that one, Howie.
Yeah. Oleg Markov has it on the half-back line.
What about you, Howie?
No. I understand that. And I love wearing a suit and a tie and that type of thing, Nathan.
What about the chief on Australian night, Howie?
Oh, Jamie Elliott's back. He doesn't break the tackle. I don't know how he got rid of that. And Essendon get a chance to repel, but only as far as Pendlebury. Mark inside. Josh Dacos will play on. I'm putting this in the book too. Putting it in the book for another one for the Pies. Joshy Dacos in game 100 lands one from 45. And this, as Rex would say, Nathan, is a...
destroyation.
Correct. 61-3 as we see Pete Dacos on the Triple M Harvey Norman. High-fiving everyone. Harvey Norman's huge expo. Thanks to coffee, the whole arrangement there ending Monday. Buy a selected coffee machine and get 10% back in gift cards.
Well, we heard boos from the Essendon supporters that felt Jamie Elliott should have been penalised for dropping the ball, but it doesn't really matter because Essendon picked up the loose ball anyway. They just weren't clean by hand. They hand passed to a player under pressure and in the end weren't good enough to get the ball. There was a fumble from Hobbs and then they turned it over and Collingwood just waiting to punish them. Makes it look easy, Josh Dacos at the moment, playing with a lot of confidence.
Another potential All-Australian for mine, Josh Dacos.
I think he's a lock, Duke, out on that wing.
Oh, definitely.
Chief, what role are you playing?
Yeah, are you in, Chief, for the Australian Wednesday night?
Absolutely not. I'll just be sitting at home watching Howie interview.
Play on you.
I think Chief was asked, but he was busy.
I did what Chew did for the boundary tonight.
Just said no.
Darcy Cameron gets a kick away under pressure. He's the top dog in there, Chief.
Yeah,
he decides
hardly
what he does and when he wants, and he's got a big price tag too, Howie. So
I think he's number one.
Please.
The budget stretches so far. Here's the mark taken by Durham and half back.
He told us off there.
I think Howie actually hit the nail right on the head. When you got Jonesy and Kath Lockton running the show, you're in good hands.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that think they're number one at Fox, actually, Nathan, to be fair. Side bottom. Oh, more the big dogs. They're everywhere, every corner you turn.
Big
Ginnivan.
Big Jono.
Jono, Gaz, Bucks, Jono ×2. Rui. No, he's not there anymore. McStay. Laverty comes out the other way. Josh Dacos applies a bump. Zerk Thatcher. He's caught with the footy. Laverty's under pressure. Chance to Tip and Woody. Kick it to him. Cox has got the opportunity to give it to Tip and Woody. He doesn't. Goes short to Martin. There's still Tipper on. Oh no, he's kicked it straight to Bobby Hill. They're going to hurt him again here. Josh Dacos, Maynard. They line up inside 50. Mychek's got 2 to beat. Does. Gives it to Lipinski. Lipinski ducks, dives, goals. This is an absolute smacking at the MCG. Collingwood racked up 11-1-67. Essendon 3 behinds on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. There must be records being broken here, Chew, up below.
That's what I've been prepping. So Collingwood's greatest half-time lead ever against the Bombers is 76 points. That was back in 2016. So the margin's 64, but dug a little bit deeper, Howie.
Yes.
The last time Essendon were held goalless in the opening half against the Magpies was back in 1927. So we'll keep an eye on that stat.
27?
Yeah.
Goalless in the first half.
First half. They've still got 11 minutes.
Prohibition.
Gee. Prohibition time, mate.
It is a bit early, isn't it?
Didn't sort of happen in this country, but anyway.
So, who do you reckon's number one at Fox, Stu?
Number one, the Chief. No doubt in my mind about that. The Chief, he has no natural predator, the Chief.
Gary and Bucks are some big names.
No, Chief's got them all covered. He doesn't outwardly have to flex his muscles as often, but let's just think of how many have tried to come up against the bounce and take his role.
Best on ground.
Mr. Spence, they got rid of York and show how he
Give us a real clip he did on the way out.
Knocked up a couple of Ed's versions. That
There's going to be 6 special projects this year. I've only seen one so far.
Big finals campaign going.
Here's the crisper. 211th consecutive game for the crisper. Jamie Elliott, one hand up. It's just extraordinary what's unfolding here at the MCG. 11-1-67 to 3 behind, Stu.
Yeah, gee, if you're an Essendon supporter right now, Brad Scott would be sitting in the box and they'd be chatting amongst themselves. And deep down, they may have feared this was coming.
Yep.
They've got to find a way to be more competitive.
Credit to Collingwood, though. Collingwood have been very slick. Their defensive press has been outstanding. They've won the football back. They've put pressure on, and then they've used the football. They haven't allowed Essendon to get back in the game once they've had the ball in their hands. So Collingwood have been very good.
Collingwood still inside 50. What are the inside 50s, Chewy?
30-8.
Golly. Howe can't take the mark. Running through trying to get hands on it was Wiedemann. Now here's an opportunity. Langford, but he's in the middle of the ground. He trips over. Pendlebury applies a tackle. Lipinski comes in, strips into the footy. Howe, here they go off half back. The running man Markov chips to Dacos. Chewy, game 100. Jay Dacos, Reds Eds.
12 touches and a goal.
Goes short back to Markov. He's just got speed, this man Markov. There you go. Is he from the pole vaulting community himself? I got that completely wrong, that his father or his uncle was a coach?
Yes.
Okay.
Moving on.
Duke was all over the pole vaulting earlier on in the Friday huddle. Driving ball, my check name all over it. Marks 52 from home, probably too far out, although Bruzzy Maynard's saying go and pick your third. What's the connection there, Chu? Can you look up Markov? I think his dad was...
very celebrated high pole vaulter, sorry.
Maybe is it Dimitri
champion?
Markov? Yeah, I reckon. It was the Markovs and the Parnovs.
Outside 5.
He's gone short.
He won the silver at that famous Kathy Freeman night, Howie.
Oh, that was Tatiana Grigorieva,
right,
from a completely different family. Durham.
There's a crossover there, Howie. Maybe coach or...
Might be. And the big Belarusian, I think. Anyway, Bobby Hill stripped to the foot. He's got an issue. So just tell us, it was Dmitry Markov, 2-time world champion in the pole vault, Chewy. Father of Oleg, have we got that right?
Yeah, we'll verify that for you shortly, Howie.
Righto.
Yep.
That sounds about right to me. The big Belarusian.
Back at the MCG, 11-1-67, Collingwood 3 behinds the Pies, and we're talking pole vaulting because there's not a whole heap of sizzle out here, Howie, particularly from an Essendon point of view. It's pretty hard to watch.
We need to get Oleg on at some stage.
He was born in Belarus.
Oleg was born in Belarus, was he? There you go. That's why we need to get him on.
Tough 5.5 quarters for Bomber fans. The running tally's not great, man, is it, for Essendon? What did you tell us before? How many points have been scored against them in the last
173 in the last 5. It's going to be... it's just going to continue to trend in that direction, unfortunately.
Hoskinelli picks it up. He's going to go forward to centre again. Josh Dacos always does something good with the footy. He pops a little kick over the top to Bobby Hill. And then he says to Bobby, why don't you have a crack from that famous pocket over there where we saw the West Coast player win the grand final? Who was that, Howie, again?
Dom Sheed.
Dom Sheed pocket. Name escaped me for a moment. Almost the identical spot out there.
You probably called that one too, to be fair.
I think I did.
In the contract.
Shane Warne stands side and Bobby goes back and hands it to Hoskin Elliott. This is just a real training drill at the moment for the Pies. Crashing in Mason Cox. Nick Hine picks it up. There was some bodies down there and looking a little sore is Brody Myercheck.
I have an update on the Markov family. Dmitry Markov is a retired Belarusian pole vaulter. He's a former world champion and current Oceania record holder. His gold medal winning jump at the 2001 World Championships made him the third person ever to clear 6.05.
Jamie Elliott fighting hard for it. The Bombers are going to rush A behind. Dyson Heppel takes it. So Slevin scored a goal. The Bombers are trailed by 65.7.5 remaining in this first half.
His mum's name is Valentina.
Okay. And is there a relation somewhere through marriage to Tatiana Grigorieva?
No, specifically said it didn't.
That's what it said, didn't it, Wiki? Not related to Tatiana. Langford sends it forward. Two Bombers make a mess of it. The unbeatable one, Quaynor, gets it towards Frampton. Now the Crispa's got it. This is normally good signs to Collingwood fans. Gives it to Coxie. The Crispa's going to run into three Bombers. They still can't stop the Crispa. He just gets rid of three of them. Like Keanu Reeves in The Matrix. Just split them in three.
That won't make great watching for Will Setterfield when he looks back at that one.
Keanu Crisp.
Lipinski put the slipper into it. Picked up by Nick Martin. That's a better looking kick to Hobbs. Good chance here for the Bombers. Can they build something? Durham's got it. He's got Nick Bryan out here on the wing on his own. The young ruckman is going to head in that direction. Hand it off to Merritt. Over the top on his own is Kyle Langford. Can the Bombers manufacture a goal here? Weedham on the last line, so they have to score their first finally here, the Bombers. Almost a couple of Bronx cheers out there.
And it was the first time they've been able to move the ball from one end to the other, and they used the whole width of the MCG. And well done. It was a nice kick in as well.
Weedham waste no time, and there is the first goal of Friday night footy. The Bomber fans, a few of them are going ballistic out there. It's been a tough patch for them. They get their first. 139, Collingwood 11-2-68 on the Triple M Beacon Trade score.
It was a good move by the young ruckman, Brian, who saw the space out on centre. He had to run about 60 metres for that because the Crispa went through the centre of the ground and kicked it to the other side, the Shane Warne stand side, and then Brian realised there was a lot of space out. He had to run 60 to 70 metres to get there, made the ball, gave it to Zach Merritt, the kicker. It was this their best passage to play for the night.
What does the future hold for Sam Wiedemann, Brown? He struggled at Melbourne to hold down a regular spot and moved to Essendon. Has had opportunities, hasn't really grabbed them.
Funny enough, I think he's looked okay tonight. I think the Bombers have been terrible, but he has presented tonight quite well. But having a run of 7 games in a row without kicking a goal, you know what I think they need to do? I think they need to move him to centre-half back. A player who can't make it in the forward line, you always got to give them a chance at centre-half back to try and find it out. I would move him to centre-half back in the pre-season next year and say, mate, that is your spot. You're big enough. You can use your skills. You can run. You can jump. You are a centre-half back for the start of the season.
Triple M Seabar Super special comments. Seabar Super making hard work half. Nathan Brown, Jason Dunstall. Phillips looks sore, and Jamie Elliott getting a bit of work done thanks to Bob Jane on the hip pointer down there on the bench.
Poor old Andrew Phillips caught one in the eye.
Oh, he did. Got a
big swat from Darcy Cameron. You don't want that in your last game of footy, do you?
It's a reminder of why you're giving it away, though, isn't it?
Merritt, centre wing. And they get 2 in a row here. Martin, the Bombers.
Stay out, Bobby. Stay out.
Bobby Hill does stay out. A little piercing ball over the back of Langford. He butters up well. Quaynor arrives. Pink boots, hair tied up. And Essendon have got a rare 4A4, but they trail 68-19. 5 to go, second term. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Phillips and Darcy Cameron again. Inside forward 50, the Bombers. Picked up by the Pies ruckman. Hobbs came crashing through. He was did pretty well, Quaynor, not to give away a free kick. Once again, it'll be thrown up. Will Setterfield involved in that one. Tom Mitchell picks himself up off the ground. Slap forward, Nick Martin in the way. Bombers trapping it on their forward 50. Taylor Adams, well tackled by Phillips. Pimbling around Cameron, and he did 360 and actually cleverly got boot to ball in the end. Chopped off by Heppel. Wild handball from the captain, Merritt. Taken away by the Magpies, and they've got no one forward to 50. They've really zoned back the Pies here in this last little patch. So Jaden Laverty has got an hour of time, it seems, to hand it to McGrath. Goes short and finds a teammate, Archie Perkins.
Man, old Brighton. Archie playing game number 62. Just goes up and under inside 50, hoping for some tall timber. Durham pretty handy in the air, flies from the side. Pinballs around. Volleyball spike out towards Noble. He somehow keeps it into Bruz Maynard. Side bottom, the Fernando Alonso lookalike. Hacks it round the body. F1's back on this weekend, Nath, at Zandvoort in the Nederlands. Essendon looking to get possession on the outer side, going in hard and low is Benny Hobbs.
High contact, Essendon.
And they'll get a free kick, the Bombers.
Nice little patch here for the Bombers. They've controlled the game for the last 3 or 4 minutes. Been living in their half of the ground. Just need to make some headway on the scoreboard and be able to find some targets. At the moment, they're bombing the ball in. Collingwood got a lot of numbers back. They need to find an alternative route.
Real player of their future is Ben Hobbs. Long ball. Cameron back there, picked up by Langford. He'll kick the Bombers' second goal. Kyle Langford's had an outstanding breakout year in many ways. That's his 51st goal for the year. And a much-needed one for Essendon. They get their second. Back-to-back goals for the Bombers. 2-3-15. They'll trail the Pies 11-2-68 on the Triple M Pick and Trade scoreboard.
Just stopping the leaking somewhat in the second term, lifted the pressure rating, the Bombers, which makes an enormous difference. And as Nathan said, they've just had a good patch. They've managed to control the ball, have it in their forward half more often than not. And now Langford kicking a good goal, just picking up the ground ball. He's found ways to kick, and a lot of the time it's on the lead or he's taking contested marks, but he's in the game, whatever stage it might be in, whether the ball's on the ground or in the air. He's got a lot of real good forward craft about him, Kyle Langford.
Harvey Norman replay, your man Daniel's in Syracuse. There've got to be 20 people in the Essendon box. A lot of people involved in getting a game underway. Let's talk about your man Danny G being involved at Richmond.
Yeah, a fine appointment, Howie, if that was to head his way. At some stage, he's going to be an outstanding coach.
Maynard. Short to Mitchell. Maynard under pressure. Gives it back to Mitchell. How's Mitchell going tonight? Frampton nearly run down behind. Tip and Woody has an impact. They turn it over. Sorry, Chew.
11 disposals, 3 clearances.
Hobbs winds it forward. He's got a man out. Not the best ball forward, though, because Dacos will come back the other way. Slipped at a bad time. Durham attacks the footy hard. Here comes Tip and Woody. Chance. Handball. Registered stat. Goes to Hobbs. Tip and Woody as he set up a goal. Rush through one behind. Is that Tip's first impact? 2-4-16 to 11-2-68. Pies up 3 to go.
It is Howie for Red Z.
Good signs for the Bombers. Putting pressure on Collingwood, handballing the football around. Probably keep the ball in their half and force the Collingwood Footy Club to turn it over, and they got a shot a goal at it.
Howe's kick just stays in.
Really?
Didn't look like it from here, did it, Chief?
Clearly out in the full.
Maynard somehow's convinced the boundary umpire that he did keep it in. And now Darcy Cameron, that one is out of bounds on the 4-second time round. You look out there for the Pies, and Billy Frampton's probably a player that has to put his best foot forward. Mason Cox is in that boat, so there's a number of Pies, Darcy Moore to come back. Obviously in the first week of the finals, and a few others. A few playing for their finals footy opportunities here, isn't there, Nate?
Absolutely. And Isaac Quainer just limping around at the moment behind play. If we had Damo down to the boundary, we'd probably go to him and ask him for an update, but Isaac Quainer limping badly.
The Bob Jane team marks. Redmond. 20-metre ball forward on a slide angle. Chain of hand pass back to Redmond. He sees something he likes in the pocket in the form of Durham. Promising young football. I like watching this man play. Sammy Durham out of Seymour. Centering ball's a good one. A couple of red and black jumpers there. Comes down to Adams, though. Clears the area to Howe. Noble. Mitchell. They're trying to hand pass their way out of defence. Mitchell's hand pass isn't that good for Cameron. Here comes Tip and Woody. Goes to Durham. Give it back to Tip and Woody. He's still in the area. Tip. Men's caught. And Collingwood hang on in defence. 1:45 to go before the major break. McDonald's Marine Hot Water. Triple M Rocks football.
Last 7 inside 50s for the Bombers.
Harvey Norman replay. Isaac Quainer just got stood on the ankle and the shin region by his opponent there. Trying to pick up who that was, but not too bad. It's not something that's going to restrict Isaac Quainer too much. Here's Taylor Adams. Flicks a handball to Mitchell. Tumbles a kick down the line. Coming at it athletically was Cox. His left foot kick, not his best effort, but it'll be picked up by Langford. Well tackled. Quainer, who's recovered without incident. And the Bombers have just steadied here.
Well, if you're Brad Scott, you're going in at half time, you're going in with a positive. Your last 10 minutes, boys, was outstanding. You had the game in your half of the ground. Your pressure was good, so you put Collingwood under pressure to turn the footy over. that 10 minutes is the way we want to play for the whole second half.
Pendlebury, Mitchell, bends it around the corner, close to the boundary line. That's where it goes. I look across the great Dwayne Russell, the pipe is calling next to us. He started with the full 2 litre of milk, and I reckon he's got about 800 mils left. He's about 1.2 litres in, approaching half-time. I find that phenomenal.
He's polished off a Coke. He's got a coffee alongside that, Howie.
He likes a quick
light start he's got.
Normally Twix and a couple of chocolates. He's 1.2 litres in, Chiefy.
Good for you.
Donate that body to science.
He's ripped, mate. He's ripped.
Picked up defensively by Zirk Thatcher to Heppel, back to Dyson Heppel. He goes short, finds his teammate. And out on wing, Shane Morgenstern started. Ben Hobbs, who's been pretty good this first half, true man.
Play on. Triple M Red Z, 9 disposals, 6 in this quarter, along with 4 tackles.
Back to the flight, Archie Perkins. Second effort, he gets access to it, was well tackled by Pendlebury. Here's Howe playing in defence after a stint forward. Noble backed his leg speed in, took on some tacklers to go. His kick nice to get him and started the game.
Myercheck.
In great form, Howie. In fact, Brownie's saying get it to Myercheck. He launches at it. Myercheck's got it. Brownie had called it about a minute ahead of everyone else. Had his name written all over it.
We had just space to run into, and all Jack Ginnivan had to do was put it into that space, and he had to run and jump at it. Game lived in Essendon's forward half of the last 10 minutes and took some breaking run from John Noble, but Myercheck with all the space in the world.
Halftime siren, you heard sound. Big crowd here at the MCG. It's been a dominant first half. Brodie Myercheck can kick goal number 3 directly in front. Made the Gallenpie move slightly, but Checker's got 3. The Pies have got 12-2-74 to the Bombers 2-4-16. Half-time at the MCG. You're going to hear more from Truman. You're going to hear more from Howie, from Nate, from the Chief, from McDonald's and Ream Hotwater. 74-16. Dominant Magpies here in the first half. Triple M Roxford.
That quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with lighting and electrical products for every Aussie home. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
For Ream Hot Water,
Triple M rocks footy.
built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
With finals around the corner, you want a show that knows what it takes to get to the big one.
I'm no coach and no analyst. You've got to time your run.
Luckily, Triple M's Saturday Rub has footy's most elite mind.
We've got to be able to get our best players playing. So guess who the best players are for Brisbane at the minute? They're best players.
Yeah, thank you, Bill.
Join the Temper Mattress call team tomorrow from noon for Hawthorn and Fremantle. For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Win a super VIP experience at the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final in the Shell V-Power Superbox. Visit shell.com.au/superbox for details. AFL authorised Grand Final promotion GF AFL 23/55.
Sizzling bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus meets a golden cheesy patty. The new Cheesy Angus at Macca's. Now that puts the win in winter. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Dads, they're smart, funny, caring, and someone you know you can always count on. Hi, it's Marty Sheargold giving you all the businesses out there a little tip to get the most out of this Father's Day. When it comes to presents, dads are pretty fuss-free, much like audio. Cut through the clutter and put your business where it can be heard. Advertise right here on this station and unlock thousands of potential new customers using the power of audio. Visit triplem.com.au/advertise local.
The Harley-Davidson 120th Demo Tour. Celebrating 120 years with 2023 models on show. Rolling into town this Saturday at Harley Heaven, Melbourne. Dealer license number MD19047.
Some people walk by. Some people stop. For some people, helping's natural. For others, it's not. Some people would carry that lady's shopping. Others would say, sorry, big meeting, I'm rushing. Some people would sit and chat to that old guy. Others would see them and wonder why. Some people try hard to be kind and affable. To others, caring comes totally natural. If care is in your DNA, consider a career in home care. Apply today. Visit homecarecareers.com.au.
Get a read on today with the Herald Sun's half-price sale. That's half-price unlimited digital news for the first 12 weeks. Search Herald Sun sale and subscribe today. We're for you. T's and C's apply. Selected offers only.
Hey, Erin Molan here. You've probably heard of Melbourne Legacy or seen their badges getting handed out at the station and on Melbourne streets. But do you know what they actually do? For 100 years, Melbourne Legacy has helped thousands of Australian widows and children of soldiers who have sacrificed their lives or health during or following service to our country. Show your thanks by buying a badge or Legacy Teddy this week. They're so cute. Or donate today at legacy.com.au. Melbourne Legacy, 100 years of service.
Amazon 5-star Reviews presents Tiny Bearded Friends Are the Best Friends. Today's customer review is from Peter. He writes, "These garden gnomes are just what anyone would hope for in a group of gnomes. They're always there for me, great listeners and completely non-judgmental. Most of the time they're the only ones who understand me. 5 stars. Well, Peter, sometimes it's your garden that needs tending to, and sometimes it's your heart. Real Amazon customers, real reviews. Really. Amazon.com.au.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
This halftime break for Mitre 10 Trade. A Mitre 10 gift card is the perfect gift this Father's Day.
This is the halftime break for Mitre 10 Trade. Mitre 10 Trade gift card is the perfect gift for Father's Day. First quarter, we saw the Magpies lead it by 47 points at quarter time. The Bombers didn't score a goal in the first term. It's the greatest ever quarter time leading margin by Collingwood over Essendon in the history of AFL football. They've extended that out to 58 points at half-time. But to be honest, Nate Brown and the Chief, it could have been a whole lot worse. It's 12-2-74 to 2-4-16. The Bombers kicked the last 2 goals of the game to just steady the ship slightly, but it's been a pretty ugly game so far.
Had a really good 10 minutes, the Bombers at the end, and I said in the call that Brad Scott's got something to work with when he goes in, something to talk to his players about, and a baseline to go to, and say that last 10 minutes is what we expect you from the full 100 minutes, and particularly the second half coming up. But Collingwood just completely dominant. They moved the ball beautifully well. Even that last play off half-back, when they run from half-back, Collingwood, in numbers, they are so hard to stop because they are elite kicks of the football, pretty much every one of them.
Yeah, the good thing is at least when they had that 10-minute patch, Nate, they were able to turn it into a couple of scores. So they got the ball forward. They kept putting pressure on Collingwood. They didn't allow the easy outlets or the rebounds out of the defensive 50 and managed to kick a couple of goals. Little bit of the work was undone when they conceded that one after the halftime siren that Brody Myercheck kicked, unfortunately. But they did work their way back into the contest. I mean, it looked terrific. It looked like they'd get beaten by 150 points a quarter time. They were basically non-competitive. At least they started to get busy around the contested ball and manufacture a little bit of territory game in their advantage.
Go into that strange period now, don't you? If you're a Magpie player, you've got a bracket that genuinely know that they're in the mix to play finals next week, and then another bracket. You can't help but have one eye cast on finals. You see Isaac Quainer get a bit of a limp up, and you go, geez, surely not. You just don't want to lose someone as vital as that. Bit of self-preservation kicks in. It's a weird patch, isn't it? You know where you're going to sit if you're a Pies player, but it's a hard one in the second half from that point of view.
Yeah, absolutely, but you can't flirt with your form, so you try and play as much as you can. You get a week off next week for any little niggly injuries, and the week off's going to come at a good time for a lot of players. So Collingwood have had a pretty rough 4 to 5 weeks with injury concerns. We've heard that Darcy Moore will be back, so that week off is going to favour Collingwood more than probably the other clubs in the top 4.
Got to be careful if you go into self-preservation mode. I reckon that's when you get injured more. When you start thinking, second-guessing yourself, doing things a little bit differently, you've just got to play the way you approach the game every week and just trust that it'll be good enough to get you through the contest.
And, Chief, if you're an Essendon supporter, you come to the game, we've got a couple of retiring players, Anthony Mitchell, Tim Woody and Andrew Phillips, so I've got great respect for the Essendon fans, but it's a really hard way to finish the year. It's a 124-point loss last week, and a side that has been pretty uncompetitive in this first half.
Yeah, so finishing the season with a couple of beltings isn't the way you want to wrap up a campaign, is it? A lot of Essendon supporters here. It's a good-sized crowd for the final round when you've got a team that really can't do anything in terms of the Bombers, but they are sending off a couple of players that have been terrific servants of the club. Tipper came on earlier than I'm sure anyone expected and probably wasn't prepared to play the majority of the game. He's ended up having to play 3.5 quarters after the injury to young Kane Baldwin, wasn't it, who we think had concussion protocols that ruled him out of the game. So he's going to have to find a way to pace himself through the contest, try and have an impact when he can. He's really struggled to get involved. Andrew Phillips doing as he does, just battling away, a little bit of ruck and a bit of key forward positioning.
Like to have a look at the clangers at half-time. Who covers clangers on and off the field? Amy does. This one happen pre-game.
I think what the doctors say would put him a week after that, but it's gone off. He's a great kid who's works really hard, and who knows? He young Jeans, he might get up a week early. Who knows?
Quick apology if you were riding in your car and you heard a big bang. That was Nathan he asked his question, putting his headset down, talking around to Jace, giving him his credit card and said, mate, can you go and get me a chicken burger and chips?
And just threw his headphones on.
Mid-interview with Justin Lapidisic.
I thought we had a sort of technical hiccup there. That was actually what you did you, Nate? Seriously.
I didn't mean
What
to
were
drop
you
them.
doing?
Didn't mean I was getting a chicken burger.
Well done, Nate.
Just a genuine clanger from you, Nate.
So, Chase, was that actually what happened then when I put my headphones down? It made that noise. That's extraordinary.
Didn't put them down, Nate. You threw them down and inhaled a chicken burger at a pace that's never been seen before. It's sort of our side sport, Chief and I. We look over and just see the rapid speed with which you consume food.
You hadn't even wrapped up after the halftime siren went when he was inhaling a custard donut. It's gone, long gone. Thinking about a second he is at the moment.
Extraordinary scenes. Choice Hotels around the ground. Whatever your reason for travelling, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So book ahead. Nate, we think, is going to be calling the basketball in the Olympics. We saw Finland and Australia at the FIBA World Championship, the first game. Nate, what happened over there?
26-point win to the Boomers, 98-72. It was a slow start. They were down at quarter time and they started to get moving just before half time. They made their move. Giddy was very good. Big Duop Reith was outstanding as well. So Australia beat Finland. They expected to beat Finland quite comfortably, so harder opponents will come.
And they are a genuine medal chance, having won a bronze medal at the last Olympics in Tokyo.
Yeah, they've got a lot of NBA players on their roster at the moment. There's a lot of NBA players that have chosen not to play for the USA, but they will be strong. They're the favourites. And then you've got France is up there as well. We beat France in a lead-up game. So the Boomers, every chance to sneak in, and obviously Spain very good as well. They're the number one ranked side in the world at the moment, the Spaniards.
Just having a look at the Harvey Norman replay screen. Good to see Nick Dacos in attendance tonight. We hope that recovery is on track, and not sure what the news is about his chances of first week, second week, or whenever in the finals, but clearly we'd love to see Nick Dacos back. It's half-time here at the MCG. The Magpies 12-2-74, dominating this game. Essendon 2-4-16, a couple of retiring players to farewell for the Bombers in Anthony McDonald, Tippin, Woody and Andrew Phillips. Let's hope they can find some form in the second half. We're going to get more from the Chief, more from Nate, the Chew Man, and how he's keen to get back into the host chair for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks Footy.
That halftime break for Mitre 10 Trade, a Mitre 10 gift card, is the perfect gift this Father's Day.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M Rocks Footy.
Win a super VIP experience with Shell, Nate.
You could be watching the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final from the Shell V-Power Superbox.
How good would that be? There's 7 double passes to be won. To enter, spend $20 or more on eligible products at Shell and Shell Coles Express, and keep your receipt.
And then it's easy. You visit shell.com.au/superbox. Terms and conditions apply. Visit the website for details. AFL Authorised Grand Final promotion code GFAFL23/55.
Let's all gather around the radio.
When you say action, I'm your guy.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
Never trust a fart.
It has Marty Sheargold.
Oh, my God. Well, let me apologise in advance.
A man that isn't afraid of asking the big questions.
Hash browns. Discuss.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. It's a show for grown-ups.
I mean, flick around right now and see if anyone's doing a pumpkin story. They won't be. They'll be talking about photos of their kids.
Kickstart your day with a laugh. Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. 6 to 9 weekdays on Triple M.
Choose between 100% Aussie beef or crispy chicken. Then add a golden cheesy patty and tomato chili jam. The cheesy chicken and cheesy beef are back at Macca's because everything's better with cheese. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Campbell Brown here with Andrew Shea, CEO of Builders Academy. Andrew, Builders Academy have won multiple training awards recently. Tell me, what's the secret?
Thanks, Brownie. We're really proud to have had over 8,000 graduates. We offer online, classroom-based and worksite training, and most of our students are able to study with subsidies from the Victorian Government. We're really proud of our industry-leading completion rates and the outcomes we help our students achieve to become registered building legends.
Thanks, Andrew. Get in touch with Builders Academy on 1300 Legend.
RTO 21583.
One of the world's biggest shows, Billions, returns for an epic final season only on Stan.
This is what you've been waiting for.
Axe is back.
Sounds to be a billionaire these days. Let's get to it.
And he saved his biggest play for one last showdown.
This is it. You can't escape your enemies.
It's all been leading up to this as the stakes grow from Wall Street to the world.
We're going to tell you what we're going to do, and then we're going to do it.
The final season of Billions, now streaming only on Stan.
Are you in a music slump? Need a mood booster?
No matter what type of mood you're in, Listener has the perfect music station for you.
Find your inner rock god with Hard and Heavy. Tap into the golden age with 70s hits. Or release your inner rodeo with Triple M Country. Download the Listener app now and search Mood to find your perfect music station.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles' famous once-a-year spring spend and save is the biggest and best ever. Spend $1,000 and we'll only charge you $750. Or spend $2,000 and we'll only charge you $1,450. That's right. Spend $2,000 and we'll only charge you $1,450. Don't miss the biggest and best National Tiles spend and save event of all time. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
At Harvey Norman, get 60 months interest-free, no deposit finance from Latitude Financial Services and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. That's a bonus $100 gift card for every $1,000 you spend on interest-free purchases. Shop our huge range. Everything you need for your home and lifestyle with 60 months interest-free. No deposit, no interest with 60 monthly repayments. And receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. T's and C's, fees, charges and product exclusions apply. Participating Latitude credit cards only. New customers must be approved. Minimum finance amount $1,000.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Titanium Caravans. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
Collingwood by 47 points at quarter time. Half time, they've extended out to 58 points, 12-2. Essendon didn't kick a goal till late in the second term. 2-4. 16, a 58-point margin. Jamie Elliott's got 2. Mychek has got 2. In fact, Mychek's got 3. And Ginnivan has 2 as well. Titanium Caravans, if you want to go anywhere, you'll need Australia's toughest off-road caravan. Titanium Caravans are purpose-built to tackle Australia's uncompromising conditions. They have everything you need to stay off-grid and off-road. Look no further than a Titanium Caravan. When the Chief travels, he goes in his Titanium Caravan. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au. Chiefy, the Hawks tomorrow, they're going to finish off strongly versus the Fremantle Dockers. A lot to like for Hawthorn fans, I reckon, over the last 6 weeks.
Yep, showed some promising signs, knocked over a couple of really good teams, so they're playing an exciting brand of footy. They get some great runs through the middle. Their handball game has been exceptional from time to time. Trouble is, when you play Freo, you're never quite sure who's going to turn up.
Very true.
Their best has been very good, but we've only seen it a couple of times for the year, and then they can be dreadful at times. So hopefully the Hawks will have a win.
North Melbourne versus the Gold Coast Suns in Tassie. Nate, this fascinates me because every player, every coach involved at North Melbourne has to go out and say, we want to win, etc. Two-man, actually, as a North supporter, do you want to see North win tomorrow and potentially lose the number 1 pick, or lose tomorrow and sew up the number 1 pick? I'm not being.
No, to be dead honest, I'd prefer that they lose, obviously.
Surely that's what the club wants, Nath. I know you need to come out and say winning culture and stuff, but if this Harley Reid's as good as he is talked up, if he's a 200-game player, I'm sure the number 2 pick's fantastic.
They do have some young talent, the Kangaroos, to go with him. Taron Thomas starting to play some good football this year. So, yeah, they don't want to win the game as a club. The players that run out there ultimately do want to win the game. So they'll be trying everything they possibly can. Gone are the days where the coach can now play players out of position, because I think that'd be quite highlighted the way Melbourne did it against Richmond many years ago, the game they got in trouble for, or investigated for. So Alistair Clark's has got a big job to play the game to its full potential, but absolutely, Gold Coast, they also want to play well on the other hand, because they've got Damien Hardwick watching. He's their new coach, so you still want to make a good impression on the coach going into the last round of the season.
Brisbane Lions versus St Kilda, you'll see that on Fox, you'll hear it on Triple M. The Chief will be covering that alongside David King.
And Mark Howard.
Yes, 2nd versus 6th Chiefy. The Saints Well, they're 10-zip this season at home, Brisbane, but the Saints are travelling nicely, and the way Ross has got that defence going, Chiefy.
Been good the last few weeks, St Kilda. They found their best football again after it looked like they were falling in a hole. So they've earned their spot in the finals. They need a good showing just to keep their confidence and momentum going, but probably the toughest trip in the game at the moment, isn't it, going up to the Gabba to face Brisbane?
All right, I think it's a milestone for Big Eka too. He might be playing 150, I think. Eric Hipwood, I believe.
150?
I think he's playing 150, isn't he true, Eric? I saw his name on the website today when I was poking around there.
He's had a pretty good year, hasn't he?
Yeah, Leroy's bubbling one up in the studio, but still cognizant to say he's playing game number 150, Eric Hipwood. Geelong v the Dogs. We heard about all the outs for Geelong. A long time since the Dogs have won down there. I think they can pull it off tomorrow.
I think the last time they won down there, me and Zook were running right a long time ago.
Right.
But with all the players they do have out, they've still got to win the game, the Western Bulldogs. And after what we saw last week, it is hard to tip them, although I have tipped them on the back of all those players being out.
Blues versus the Giants, the last
Big game. We hope there's something on it. So it'd be great to see that game with the Giants actually needing to win to get into the 8. That means the Bulldogs have to have taken care of business down at Geelong, but then that would become a cracking game to finish the round.
It's the lazy 3 goals too, Ash, down there.
Yeah.
Duke had 21 disposals and had 11 marks.
And 3 Brownlow votes.
3 Brownlow votes for the Duke. The last time we won the Cats.
Bang!
No Brownlow votes for Nate?
No.
Sucked in.
Mason Cox in the middle against Big Andy Phillips, about to play his last half of football. Cox taps it down straight away. There's Finn McRae on, so there's been a sub. We need to get onto that. Finn McRae gets another one. The crisper. Now to go, he's snapping ball. Started the game with a goal right to the square. Two-man. Bob Jane T-Marts have a great buy 3, get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or order online today and T&C's apply. Who's out for the Pies?
Yeah, thanks, Howie. They're still finalising their entry, but McRae definitely on. I'll come back to you very shortly.
He just had 2 disposals, Chew. I think we know he's on.
Jamie Elliott, they've just signed off the paperwork.
He was sore with that hip area, Chewy, so...
Yep.
And they're in a position where they're going to say, let's take no risks. We need him as fit as can possibly be in a couple of weeks' time. So smart. If he's got a sore spot, take him off.
Good to see a bit of Finley McRae too. His 12th game, younger brother of Jack, premiership player with the Bulldogs. Been winning a heap of the footy at VFL level. Finn McRae. Here's Darcy Parish. Looking for Wiedemann over the top of Frampton. It's made a brilliant tackle.
Great tackle.
Wasn't it a good tackle? You see a lot of those tackles broken, under pressure, be able to get out, but he nailed it.
Just doesn't make mistakes, Quainer, does he? Unbeatable. Executes the things that he wants to do. Keep looking for Mason Cox. Big Maso hasn't had his real touch happening tonight, man, from my observations.
Just the 4 touches, yet to take a mark.
And that was a great kick that he had to mark. He had to run and jump at it. No body on body. He's got to be marking those.
Some keep an eye on Big Maso. Just seems to be lumbering around the ground at the moment, the big fella.
Go Tipper.
Kicker had a little bit of a look for Tip and Woody, but it's taken away by Howe.
Like to see him kick a goal. This half, Tip and Woody, and Hoskin Elliott out of side. Man, Quainer, when you get an opportunity, his draft history and maybe his family background, where do they originate from, the Quainers?
Sure.
There's Hoskin Elliott marks on the outer side. Drives the ball forward. Maynard onto side bottom. 60 from home. Still side bottom.
Pick 13 as a starting point, Howie, in the 2018 draft, Isaac Quaynor.
High pick. I think I might have read that there was family heritage in Africa, but I'm not exactly sure. The ball comes forward. Down towards Cox. Fisted away from him. Straight into the arms of Archie Perkins with Collingwood in attack.
Straight back.
For Friday night feed, score 20% off your entire order. You spend $10 only on the My Maccas app.
Kick out the Maynard direction, opposed to Wiedemann. Free kick was looking like it was going to go McDonald, Tip and Woody's way, not paid. So now Nick Martin gets back in defence, hands it off to Mason Redmond. Steps around, tackle from Crisp, and then he's casually just taken it out of bounds. He was a little lucky not to have that called insufficient attempt. What are you seeing out there, Nate?
Nothing to back up on how he was.
Well, he was born in Melbourne.
Yeah, I know.
We know that, yeah. We'll try and get some colour for you there, Howie.
I may have it wrong. crisper overruns
Put your hand up when you get it wrong, Howie.
No, I said his family heritage. I didn't say where he was born. We've got a Canadian out there in McGrath as the ball goes across the ground. It's great to see the footy travelling across
got
borders.
An American out there.
In Big Mesa, exactly right. That's what I'm talking about. 75-16 the way of the...
Is he in Australia now? Didn't he?
Yes, he's naturalised, pasteurised, Big Mesa.
Got Australian citizenship, did he?
Yep.
It's good to hear.
You must have missed that in the news, Stars.
I went through to the
Phillips taps it down to no one in particular.
Wow, Ghanaian descent.
Ghanaian.
Who would have thought Howie would be correct?
There we go, Merrick. It was a West African situation.
Ball to Ghana, Howie?
Cross. Yeah. Hill, spoiled, drives forward from 50. Bobby Hill with a bit of speed, just wrong footing my check.
In the end, he needed to have the shot for goal. Yeah. Bobby Hill is trying to be too unselfish. My check, and they back to the square. Probably, you know, if he was able to get rid of the ball earlier, he could have picked him out. But by the time he'd worked out that's where he wanted to go, he was going to be covered, needed to have a shot.
Oh, they're coming after Ginnivan here. Chief, they are not happy with a late hit Ginnivan put on the birdie.
The umpire was happy because he didn't pay a 50.
Yours now.
So there's a couple of them boxing on with Ginnivan behind the play. McGrath's run himself into some trouble, ran into Jack Crisp. And DeGoey takes a powerful mark.
End zone.
Chance now for Ginnivan. It was heading in his direction, and the mark's taken by Zach Merritt back there, and he gets collected late by Bobby Hill.
It's a few ordinary inside 50s from the Pies to start the third term. It's not kicking to the advantage of their forwards.
12-3-75. You just joined us. That's the Collingwood dominating scoreline. The Bombers 2-4-16. Early stages, third term. Josh Dacos has it. 60 metres out. Game 100 for the older Dacos brother. Add a little short option to DeGoey.
End zone.
Instead, it's going to head down to McStay. Big fist away. Jaden Laverty taken
by
Ginnivan. Couldn't get through a tackle, so thrown up deep inside forward 50. Harvey Norman was that a bit of a late one from Jack Ginnivan.
I thought it would have been a 50-metre penalty, having a look at it live, and then I've just had a look at the Harvey Norman replay, and I've seen less paid, so I thought it should have been a 50-metre penalty.
Tunnel's telling me he thinks Ginnivan's GPS has been extricated out the back of his jumper and is sitting on the MCG at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on that. Because his numbers aren't going to be good if that's the case, because he's ridden into the turf, Jack. And the ball goes across the line on the outer side. Deep in attack for the Pies, who lead at 75-16. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. Titanium Caravans built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au. He's a cheeky character. He's got the Errol Flynn moustache sort of operating as well now, your man Jackie G.
He's constantly giving some lip out there, Ginnivan. DeGoey read it beautifully from the boundary throw in, and then his left foot snap has gone way wide out of bounds on the full.
That was the perfect tap from Mason Cox over the back. A set play to the midfielder in DeGoey, storming onto it. Just needed the round the corner left foot. Caught it mid-pill, out the full.
Bombers. It was beautifully done by Mason Cox in the Harvey Norman replay. Not a great exiting kick from Durham. Beautifully picked up by Josh Dacos. Centering kick, side bottom. Showed a bit of it to Martin. Here's Markov. Side bottom goes back to Will Hoskin-Elliott. On the non-preferred, he's miscued badly and put that out of bounds in the full. Is he a guarantee Will Hoskin-Elliott first week of the finals, Chief and Nate?
Well, he's one of those, if they've got a full brief, that it's probably right on the edge.
How many games he played this year, Ash?
Will Hoskin-Elliott for Triple M at Red Z.
Probably played 95%.
He's played 19 games.
He's got it now as the former Giant. Had a lot of games of footy, Will. 201 today out of North Sunshine. Drives it inside 50 towards the pocket. Redmond, how many intercept marks has he taken short by?
Mason Redmond for Triple M Red Z. That's intercept mark number 3.
Okay.
50 metres.
He's got 50, and it's a bit hard to get any sizzle going here, Duke. As much as you are the king of sizzle, not a great deal happening, and it's a 59-point margin.
They've been a bit sloppy early in this third term, the Pies. Ball mainly been in their half of the ground, but just haven't been able to execute what they've wanted to do.
This is McGrath on the AFL logo members wing side there. Just mucking around with it here, the Bombers. They get it back to Merritt. Eventually, this is the young player in Sardis who kicks it nicely and finds Kyle Langford in forward 50. Andrew Phillips, his last game, had a good look at that, but Mason Cox got back. Defensive score was timely through for a behind. 2-5-17 Essendon, 12-13-75. the Pies on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Jeremy Howe to reset things from fullback. Perched on the edge of the goal square now. Trots out, comes to the members' side with a low pierce. They didn't really time. Falls free to go. What his numbers on the Red Z Chewy? Red Z Lending Loans for the self-employed, REDZED.com.
19 disposals, 7 inside 50s at a major.
Gee whiz, that's a big first half, Chewy, as it's marked by number 10, Wiedemann, referred to in the pre-game as Wiedemann. And Parrish marks, and he'll go back for his first opportunity.
Who did that, Howie? Who called him Wiedemann?
It was our man from Ned's.
Yeah.
Old Whitey. Mason Cox having a rest. Easily done. So Darcy Parrish. Straw poll, is he playing for the Bombers next year?
Stay 10 away, Tal.
I don't think so.
Okay. Chiefy?
Yeah, I suspect it.
Okay.
I hope so, Howie.
Yeah, I hope so as well. That season where he just about won every medal going around. Darcy Parrish from 48 metres out. Tugs it, but now it keeps its line. It's one behind. 2-6-18 to 12-3-75. 12-32 to go third term. On the Triple M Titanium Caravans scoreboard. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au. They're the only caravan that Chief rolls in.
Jeremy Howe sends it down the line. Nick Bryan clears it up with a boundary throw-in, almost in front of the interchange race here on the members' wing side. Man.
Yeah, that year, Howie, 2021, he won the Anzac Day medal, All-Australian. He had a 10-week block during that season where he was racking up 36 disposals, 40-plus on 3 occasions.
He won the Yuyukin medal for Dreamtime, and he won the Tom Wills medal for the country game. I might have invented that medal, Howie, but there is an award. He won everything that year.
Yep.
Darcy Parrish. Let's hope he stays at the Bombers.
Yeah.
Lipinski out in the path of Ginnivan, took it nicely. He's caused Nick Hines some troubles. Jack Ginnivan to Quainer, causes everyone trouble. Kick was intended for Myercheck. He might have just slightly tunnelled Zirk Thatcher. Umpire sees it that way, and a free kick to the Bombers at half-back. Hey, travelling back there,
It was good positioning by Zirk Thatcher on that occasion off half-back, so he read the ball well, put himself in the position between him and Myercheck and won the free kick.
He's had the iPad out a bit, Nate, which always worries me a little bit.
If you x-rayed his stomach, there is a custard donut in there without a tooth mark on it. It was just inhaled straight down a gullet. It was like one of those pelicans that just throw their neck back and down she goes.
Gets in a bit of a food coma sometimes, Nate.
He overeats at times, our man. He'll be calves to fill though. Menzies, Hobbs, Setterfield, good chain of hand pass. Bryan, little square up. He's good. Snelling, they progress it forward again to Langford. He should go back and kick the goal pile because that's what he does. But he did look for Tippett Woody momentarily,
Really
Chief.
good footy.
I like the way they used the ball then. Didn't panic the Bombers. Collingwood kept sending the nearest player up to pressure. That hand pass over to the loose. Then it was Nick Bryan who was clever. Just a little pass indoors, got them set inside 50. Then they were able to fashion another pass to Langford, he's the goal kicker for them. He knows what he's doing. Get it in his hands. Won't let you down.
51 goals for the season. The man from Ivanhoe Grammar. It's a fantastic return. This for 52. And he just misses to the near side. 2-7 to 12-3. The Pies up 75 to 19 on the Titanium Caravans scoreboard. Oh, short ball in from Quainer could cause them trouble.
Yeah, Setterfield did well to bust that one open for a moment, but the ever-reliable Josh Dacos back there, kicking to McStay.
Hasn't done much, Ash. McStay, what's he had today?
Just the 4 disposals and scoreless.
Getting the handball back from Sardis was Zach Merritt. Finds Nick Cox. Big 200-centimetre, hard-running athletic wingman. A lot of excitement around the upside there. And Setterfield and Hobbs just got the communication astray. And it was gone out of bounds. Boundary thrown on the forward 50 arc in attack for the Bombers.
Again, a good patch for the Bombers, so Brad Scott would have to be happy with this. Outside the first quarter where they were diabolical, I think they've had really good patches in the last 2 quarters where they've taken it up to the Magpies. They've controlled some of the play and their competitiveness has been a lot better.
Mitchell barrels a clearing ball into the centre of the MCG. Over the head of Zirk Thatcher. Takes on the tackle and breaks it from McStay. Now Laverde. A little funny ball to McGrath, works out all right. Now Sardis steps back inboard. And he kicks it to open it up a little bit for Ginnivan, who gets it again from side bottom. Here they're going to turn him over here. Bobby Hill's out the back. Bobby Hill will run in. Bobby Hill will kick a goal. 1 bounce, 2 bounce. He might have a third. Bobby Hill rolls in. Bang for Bobby. Opens his account. And the first goal of the second half. Took 12 minutes. 13-13-81 to 12-2-7-19. That is a margin, Chewy, of 62 points.
Spot on, Howie.
Triple M Titanium Caravans scoreboard. Is that a game high or not?
For Triple M, Red Z, biggest lead, 65-18 into the second.
I love a good celebration,
Yeah,
Howard.
take us through it, please,
You'll
mate.
like this one, Howard.
Yeah,
I
what
just had a
happened?
look at it out in the field, and it seemed like Bobby Hill and Jack Ginnivan did the old kiss on both cheeks.
The French.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
French way of greeting.
well, like a family greeting in a European family where you go the double kiss on both cheeks.
The
And
Chow Chow Bella type stuff, was it?
after they kick the goal, they combine for the goal, and why not?
Let's have a look at it on the Triple M Harvey Norman. Harvey Norman's huge coffee expo ending Monday by a selected coffee machine.
Here it comes.
10% back in gift cards. Take us through it, Nate. Here we go. There was a little phone call.
First
thing
of all, the
from my
phone
check.
call.
Here it is.
And
Here
now
it is.
Bobby Hill comes up.
Well done, host broadcaster.
What are we doing there?
We're back in the action. Back to Tom Mitchell. Exciting play for the Pies who are surging again. Zerk Thatcher takes the mark.
Stand. Play on. Play on.
Any ads?
Bombers now can clear
Outside
out of
five.
defence.
Number 1 ranked player, Jack Ginnivan, 14 disposals, 5 score involvements and 2 goals straight.
Good enough to get him a berth in the first final, Nate, for you.
Absolutely. I think he's in the first final. So for when he came on a few weeks ago as the sub, I thought he was terrific that day. And again tonight.
Outside 5.
Imagine him on grand final day just getting up someone's snout does.
He's one of those compelling players,
Get on.
isn't he? He won
Play
an
on.
Anzac Day medal
Play on.
not long ago.
You love the way he goes about it, Chief, don't you?
Yeah. The Chief doesn't. I do.
Make no mistake,
Move outside
they would
5.
love having him in the team.
Play
I
on.
love what he brings to them in terms of making scores happen.
Right.
But he's one of those
Outside 5.
players that I can understand would get under the goat of opposition players, and
Move it on.
every now and then you think
Play
of
on.
Clifford doing the world of good.
Who used to get under your goat, Chief, as Merritt runs off half back?
Not really, no. It wasn't done back then, Harry, because if you
Stand.
acted like a tool, you got sorted out.
What about you, Nath? You were probably the one getting under
Yes.
goats, were you? That you, Darth?
It's a little bit lippy
Move it on. Play
sometimes.
on.
Langford, anyone annoy you, Darth? Most people do in general life, as Langford sends it forward. Howe from behind, can't take the mark. Spills out to Durham. Setterfield runs out of room. Noble gets his man. He hand passes back to side bottom.
Any one of a former few teammates that he belted.
I thought it meant opposition.
Opposition
players.
teammates.
No,
Steve,
sorry,
mate.
it's his
There's a
own
few.
teammates.
Oh, here's the Harvey Norman replay.
Yeah, there it is.
It was a double kiss.
Who did you taunt running into goal, showing him the ball?
That
No.
Brett Scholl, was it?
Well, it was Brad Scholl and David King on 2 separate occasions.
You won though, Nate.
No, neither of them. Just kicked my 7th on Sholey.
Oh, this is all about
10 minutes into the third quarter.
Ran into the square, holding it up like that, Howie.
What were you in front by at the time?
About 20.
And got beat.
Yeah, we got rolled.
Nick Martin's got it here on the members' wing.
My fault.
Little 1-2.
Who was coach, Nate?
No I in team.
Not my fault. I kicked 7, says Nate.
Who was coach? Did they have a word to you? Plough. What did he say?
Hey, Sue.
I can't remember. I don't.
Sheeds on the Harvey Norman replay here at the MCG.
Not my fault.
That's what we were dealing with, Howie.
Not my fault. I think you're better off without him.
Teammates wouldn't enjoy hearing that.
A long time ago, Chief.
As I told him pre-game.
Not well.
Homeless, you called him. The crisp up. Now Brian shovels it forward off the instep. And the ball goes across the line.
I think I got 2 Brownlow votes for that as well. We got the 3, Ash.
3 Brownlow votes.
In fact,
Darren Milburn.
Insufficient intent. So
Gotcha.
it's a chance for Setterfield. He's in the Luke Hodge v West Coast Eagles grand final pocket.
That's your angle.
Tough kick here for Will. What's he like in front of the sticks, Chewy? Setterfield I'm talking about.
Yeah, Will Setterfield. 4 goals, 6 career set shots.
Okay. Plays on, opens the angle, and Howe smothers it. So we don't really get a sight on what was going to occur there. Howe will get it back. Coming back in a better form now, Jeremy Howe, after that long laugh with that horrific broken arm. Punched out to Zerk Thatcher, centre wing, right in front of where our band rider would typically sit. And he goes to Dyson Hepburn.
How did Duke go that day?
50. Oh, Bobby Hill. He was told to stand, and then he wanted to get 5 metres away from the mark. It was too late. Once you're told to stand, that option is gone. So it's going to cost him 50. and a shot on goal for Dyson Heppel if he wants to take it on. Not the longest kick going around.
Go through, go.
Trying to get that voice back. Not the longest kick going around.
This
No passes on.
goes short to Kyle Langford, takes the mark.
My man who won't let you down.
45-metre kick, 45-degree angle, Chief said.
Put it in the book, Howie.
He's missed it today.
In the book.
Put this one in the book.
Right
Put the glasses
Chief
down.
said he won't let you down.
So this will be Langford 2.
Will not miss.
It's in the book, Chiefy.
Not a problem from here, says Chief. Kyle Langford, punt road end. We've already marked it down and we've got our eye back on the centre bounce. Kyle Langford has just one of the great miles of all time for the Chief.
Made a mess of a sheet, Chief.
It looked in all the way.
There are a heap of Essendon eyes suddenly staring at the Triple M commentary box. Reminds me of Grand Final Day 2021 when Chief just death rode the Bulldogs in that last
They hit
quarter.
them home.
Disgraceful act that was.
I don't know how they got beat that day.
Get him an outer side, left foot. Centering ball. Pendlebury. He'll play it nicely into the pocket. Scott. Now, keep it in. Was he taken across the boundary line? Well, the ball stays in. That's the main thing. And Heppel will extract it out of defence.
Outside five.
It was a tough grand final. It was back in Victorian lockdown. Back and across to Heppel. Very casually to the hyphen, Zerk, Thatcher.
Stand.
5.5 remaining in the third term. It's a 61-point lead
No.
to the Pies. They did lead it by 47 at quarter time, 58 at half time. Slight extension of that lead. There's a chance for Sardis. They've got a free man in Kyle Langford. Good hands, Nick Bryan in front of Billy Frampton. He's seen that they had some space and he's trying to get it moving. The big ruckman who actually makes good decisions, Nick Bryan, and that was a quality kick, ruckman to ruckman. And Andrew Phillips in his last game. Be nice to see him kick a goal from 45 metres out.
And Mason Cox, he was a bit stiff then because he went to cover Langford. Langford had all the space, and then when he got down there, Jeremy Howe said, you go back and get the ruckman. By that stage, the ball had moved and progressed down, and Mason Cox just caught out of position. He was trying to do the right thing, but now his opponent has a shot.
Real journeyman Andrew Phillips going to have a career that'll end on 82 games, and arguably this year he's been as effective as he's ever been. Andrew Phillips competes earnestly. That's a good strike. Has he got a goal in his last game? He hasn't. Just missed. 2-9-21. That's Essendon. 13-3-81 Collingwood on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
What's Tipper's night, Chew, on the Red Zeds? Haven't had a chance to really cheer for him yet.
Just 3 disposals yet to hit the scoreboard.
Piercing ball out of defence from Howe. To Markov, son of the two-time pole vaulting world champion.
It's cleared 6.05.
6.05, one of only 3 men, no?
At that point.
Markov. Who was the... Oh, Sergei Bubka was the...
Yeah, he was the gun for so long.
The crisper surely hasn't got the distance to McRae. He's on for Elliott, who just subbed off with a bit of a sore hip, but he should be right. Big fly from behind. McStay, Pendlebury, they argue over it. Pendlebury just thrown out of the contest. Hurried clearing ball off the boot of Archie Perkins. Collingwood got the zone set up in Hoskin Elliott.
Great Stevie Hooker, our Olympic gold medal champion. What a legend he is. 6-metre jumper as well. Kick going the way the Bombers deep in defence here. It's Nick Martin, who will be in their best handful of players for the year. Nate Brown, he's been super consistent, Nick Martin.
He'll be right up there with Merritt, vying for the best and fairest. Played on the wing most of the year, then spent a little bit of a patch back at half-back, but now back up on the wing, getting big numbers.
This kick was intended for Durham. Side bottom chipped in, but it bounces back into the lap of Durham. Nick Bryan, Campbell was partially smothered. And his later tackle on Still side bottom on the Shane Warne stand side of the MCG. 3 minutes until three-quarter time. It's the Pies by 60 points. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Triple M Seabar Supers. Seabar Super making hard work pay off. You've got Nathan Brown. Jason Dunstall as Parrish drives it forward. Phillips! Oh, Howe arrives from nowhere to spoil the big man's party. Langford, Frampton, Noble. What a pick-up he's been. Adams falls over, gives it back to Tom Mitchell. Into Bruzzy Maynard, the skipper tonight. Sees something in the form of Markov. Takes off like the son of a pole vaulter. Drives it forward. Pendlebury drops one he would never drop. Butters up at ground level, look for a free kick. Umpire wasn't interested. Heppel McGrath, a rare mistake from the champ Pendlebury.
Yeah, they missed Ginnivan, who was all on his own, but he's played for free kicks the last 3 times. It went down there, Scotty Pendlebury.
Nick Martin fires a handball back to McGrath. He gets it to Nick Cox. This game touch pedestrian at the moment. Brian shares it with Durham. Not a lot of pressure out there from either side. Over the top, Sardis shows a lot of poise for a young man. Langford takes on a tackler through the legs of Durham. Getting back, Howe fighting hard. Will Setterfield standing over the top of it. It's going to be thrown up. Putt road end deep in attack. The Bombers. Look at Scott Pendlebury and Harvey Norman. Rare fumble from Scotty Pendlebury overhead.
Maccas and Ream Hotwater, Triple M rocking footy, bursting out of the pack, centering, quick shot at goal. It's a bit narrow. It's off the boot. Snelling. 22 plays at 81, 134 to go in the third term. Last 10 scores, 3 behinds the Bombers, a goal to the Pies, 3 behinds the Bombers, and a goal to the Pies.
Kick in from Maynard looking for Darcy Cameron. He actually swatted it down to Crisp, who was immediately tackled.
Done okay to hold them up here, the Bombers. They've only kicked 1 goal in this quarter, the Pies. And they haven't had a heap of looks at it. It's been long balls inside forward 50, and Essendon been able to deal with them at ground level. So it's been a big improvement from the first quarter.
Yours.
Forward from Taylor Adams. Stay left it behind to Goey. Little toe poker to himself. That was clever. That was Cristiano Ronaldo at his absolute best to Ginnivan, who had his head taken off. Mason Redmond's tried to decapitate Ginnivan. And Jack's going to get a free kick, much to the delight of the Magpie Army.
Yeah, definitely high. We know that Ginnivan does duck down on those, but that was genuinely high from the first moment he got it.
Craig McRae has gone the double fist pump, saying finally Jack Ginnivan's got a free kick, and he's pissing himself down there, Craig McRae.
Big Red Dog can't believe it.
Well, what is there not to believe, mate?
Yeah, it was high.
He ripped his headband off in the tackle.
Gotta love that, don't you? The coach enjoying the moment. Hasn't traditionally drawn free kicks, Howie, Jack Ginnivan?
No, well, he has often shrugged looking for them, and that's why the umpires haven't paid them. And sometimes you get branded, don't you?
Ginnivan's been really good tonight. Floats it goalward and floats it home. Ginnivan's got 3. Jackie Ginnivan gets a round of applause from his captain, Darcy Moore, who's sitting up the corporate boxes. He'll be playing finals footy, Jack. The Magpies extend their lead out to 14-3-87. Pies dominating this one. Essendon 2-10-22 on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
He's put himself right in the frame now, hasn't he, to have a big September. In and out of this side this year. Did his penance from an indiscretion at the start of the season, but Bobby Hill had kept him out of that spot for a long time until the option came up to play both of them. And he's grabbed it with both hands, and again tonight he's done a really good job. But let's go back and wind back to Jordan De Goey and the bit of magic that set it up. First of all, he socked it off the ground because he felt like a player was about to pick it up just to get it into space. And then the second one, if he had been able to pick the ball up from ground level, he was going to be tackled and just put his sock up into it down to the field. But it was purely intentional and a bit of genius.
Ball not going anywhere in the middle. Chief tried to call off a game at three-quarter time earlier on in the year.
This way.
It's got that feel to it. Essendon,
if there was a mercy
the end of the season,
Harry, you'd call it now.
Collingwood play, just looking to get through uninjured and waltz into that first qualifying final. It is a 2-goal-to-zip term the way of the Pies. They led it by 47 at quarter time. They led it by 58 at half time. And the margin, thank you, Chewy. You know I'm not that good at maths. 87-22 is 65 points at the final break. McDonald's and Ream Hotwater, Triple M Rocks Football.
That quarter, the Titanium Caravans. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
For McDonald's,
Triple M Rocks Footy.
this week, score 20% off your entire order when you spend $10. Only on the MyMaccas app.
The Legends return for another massive Saturday.
I'm up and about today, team.
Triple M's Dead Set Legends. Joey Montagna, Jay Clark, Kath Lochnan and Limo. These legends have got you covered with all things sport.
A lot of tracksuits and a lot of gold chains.
And some other stuff.
Bit of Gucci around.
Triple M's Dead Set Legends. Tomorrow morning from 10 on Melbourne's 105.1 Triple M.
Make it look easy with Sportsbet.
You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Hey, there he is. How's dad life?
Phil, I'm so tired, but it's the best.
All settled in with everything?
Yeah, pretty much. Switched my super over to C-Bus too.
What's that got to do with your kid?
Oh, well, I really got to make sure this hard work pays off now. You know.
True.
C-Bus Super, making hard work pay off. To consider if C-Bus is right for you, go to cbussuper.com.au for a PDS and TMD. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Win a super VIP experience at the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final in the Shell V-Power Superbox. Visit shell.com.au/superbox for details. AFL authorised Grand Final promotion GF AFL 23/55.
Are you in a music slump? Need a mood booster?
No matter what type of mood you're in, Listener has the perfect music station for you.
Find your inner rock god with Hard and Heavy. Tap into the golden age with 70s hits. Or release your inner radio with Triple M Country. Download the Listener app now and search Mood to find your perfect music station.
One of the world's biggest shows, Billions, returns for an epic final season only on Stan.
This is what you've been waiting for.
Axe is back.
Sounds to be a billionaire these days. Let's get to it.
And he saved his biggest play for one last showdown.
This is it. You can't escape your enemies.
It's all been leading up to this as the stakes grow from Wall Street to the world.
We're going to tell you what we're going to do, and then we're going to do it.
The final season of Billions, now streaming only on Stan.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Earn while you learn with electrical apprenticeships and industry traineeships at Nika Education and Careers. See, hear and discover education, employment and career opportunities that are right for you at our open day this Sunday from 10 a.m, 40 Cheltenham Road, Dandenong. Register now at nikaeducation.com.au. That's necaeducation.com.au. Proudly sponsored by Nika Victoria, Middies Electrical, Milwaukee Tools, Protect, CBUS and NHP. RTO 21098.
Tonight, in Australia, 500,000 households will struggle to put dinner on the table. Foodbank works with the entire food and grocery industry to ensure no Aussie is left behind. Working in a surprise chain, we never know what donations we'll end up with. So to make sure we don't go without popular pantry staples like pasta and pasta sauce, we work with generous donors to make them. Want to help? Need help? Head to foodbank.org.au.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with lighting and electrical products for every Aussie home. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
It was a prize by 47 at quarter time, 58 at half time. They've extended to a 65-point margin with a 2-goal to zip. Third term. And they lead at 14-3 to 2-10. Gitterman's got 3. Mycheck's got a brace, as has Elliott, but he's been subbed out with a hit, but nothing too concerning. Bob Jane T-Marts have buy 3, get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or order online today and T&Cs apply. So Elliott is the sub and McDonald, Tip and Woody activated in the first term when Kane Baldwin was subbed out with concussion. Triple M Red Z Lenders, Red Z Lending Loans for the self-employed. REDZED.com. You got Tuapolo.
Well, as Brownie said, Ginnivan, number 1 ranked player, 16 disposals, 6 score involvements and 3 majors. And DeGoey, last 7 matches, only averaging 21, but tonight he's racked up 22 up until 3/4 time along with a major.
Righto, Chewy, what do you got for us, Chieftain? Noodles?
Well, it's been one-sided affair. We know that. It was all the damage was done in the first term. Essendon have been a lot more competitive through the second and third terms, but they just haven't got the quality in terms of their ball use to really hurt Collingwood on the scoreboard. I mean, Collingwood do look a little bit vulnerable down back, missing Darcy Moore, missing Nathan Murphy, but it's basically just been We've kind of been in a holding pattern since quarter time, Nate, haven't we?
We certainly have, but it's been good from the Bombers from the last 2 quarters, and you'd hope that they do a good job in this last quarter. The last thing they want leading into the off-season is to have Collingwood kick 7 or 8 in this last quarter and blow it out to an 80 or 90-point lead.
Need to see Cox and McStay get busy in this last term from a Collingwood perspective.
So 65-point three-quarter time lead the Magpies enjoy. They were 47 points up, their biggest ever quarter-time lead in their history against the Bombers. 58 at half-time and now at 65 at three-quarter time. So waiting to get the final term underway. It's the Bombers' final quarter for season 2023. They'll be keen to not let this blow out like it did last week up at Western Sydney. And the Pies, they're on their way to top of the ladder. They'll be keen to enjoy the week off. Both ruckmen landed awkwardly and none of them took the ball, but to go as he so often does, emerges with a footy, finds a pass to Jack Crisp, who's going to send it skyward to the top of the square. Myercheck nearly took a good mark, but manufacturing goal was McStay out of nothing, I reckon.
I believe it's behind. Could we please make sure the ball was over the line before it was kicked?
Score review saying kicked over the line. So the goal umpire, I think Chief has said he thought it was kicked over the line.
Yeah, it's clearly a goal.
It's going to be a goal.
Clearly a goal.
That'll be overturned. Good decision from the goal umpire to use the Luke Tunnicliffe score review.
Looking at this angle, you can see the ball comes off the Collingwood attacker's boot last, and there's a gap between the ball and the Essendon defender's heel. Decision on the scoreboard.
I think it's fair to say if there's any doubt, Duke, and you feel like working throughout the final series, you probably call for a review, don't you?
We saw it in cricket, Chief, where it came in for the run-outs and the stumpings, and a bloke will be run out by 2 foot, but the umpire wants to check because they don't want to make the absolute howler. So it will slow the game down, but it's probably better to get the right result. McStay kicks his first. And the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with lighting and electrical products for every Aussie home. Beacon Trade doesn't make light work.
He's been quiet, McStay, tonight, but conversely to what we spoke about with the Bombers not wanting to have a poor last quarter, Collingwood would love to really get on a run in this last quarter because their form has been a little bit spasmodic in the last 5 to 6 weeks, and they'd love a really big last quarter leading into a week off and the first qualifying final.
Great adjective, Nathan.
Yeah, I like it.
Phillips alongside Mason Cox. See how the umpire goes. It's a nice, perfect, crisp bounce straight up in the air. Parrish immediately caught by McRae, and the umpire will need to reset things. Bream Hot Water, built tough for Aussie conditions when it comes to water heating. Ask your plumber to install the room. What game you got tomorrow, Tuopolo?
Doubleheader. Hawthorn v Freo at the G, then Geelong v Bulldogs down at GMHBA.
A bit of a road trip for you, Chewy. Yep. You're loving a double invoice. Free kick to the Pies. Ends up with Dacos. Myercheck's behind. Here comes the crisper from the pocket. Bit of candy. Centering ball unselfishly. Hit it straight to the bum of McRae, which wasn't the idea as it goes across the line. So you're heading down to G-Town, Chewy.
That's right. Big game for the Bulldogs, as Das knows too well. Haven't won there since 2003.
You go down as a director, or you've got to go to Sydney?
I'm on my way up to Sydney for the Swans and the Melbourne Footy Club.
Might see it there.
So, you're going to be there, Howie, are you?
I'll be there. I've got to go to Brisbane.
Down the path of Isaac Quainer, leg speed and one-on-one ability. Got a nice little shepherd from Maynard. You see a lot of shepherding these days, Nate.
No, you don't, because players are obviously scared to, if you bump and you accidentally get their head, you're going to miss some weeks, so I prefer not to.
Yeah, but the other thing they do, Nate, is they'd rather peel off and get in a position to receive than give their teammate time to pick up the ball.
Okay. Stand!
The Chief, we got Nate, the Triple M Super Special comments. Super making up.
I see it all the time.
Move it on. Pay off.
Play on!
Fracturing back there, does. Wobbly ball to centre wing.
We're good.
Are you?
Arm interference.
We catch up twice a week, so we're good.
Bit of tennis.
Outside 5.
Twice a week.
Stand.
Free kick away of Phillips. He's got it centre wing.
Hit Chief with the ball lately?
Yeah, he does it regularly.
On Monday.
And he giggles. He amuses himself, Duke.
Redmond marks true centre wing.
Just tortures an old man.
One of the members.
There's certain players that Chief brings into our little hit that he'll text me before he gets there whether I can tube them or not.
Spills out the back with Durham. He takes it across the line with the Bombers in attack. Triple M Harvey Norman replay. Just seeing a look at Jack Ginnivan out there. Harvey Norman's huge coffee expo ends Monday. Buy a selected coffee machine and get 10% back in gift cards.
I'll be down there for that, Howard. Love making my own coffee.
Yep.
Down to Harvey Norman.
Take Dennis the Staffy down there.
Take him down for sure. Goes everywhere. Here's the Goey. Scrambles a kick forward. Lipinski takes a good mark. Centre half back. The Pies gets up, puts it out in front of Ginnivan. He's got 3. Had a really good night. His best game for the year for mine. The kick for Chris was a bit ambitious. Zerk Thatcher able to break it up. Perkins, and they come through the corridor. Snelling links up with Durham. Right in the eye of the centre circle is Durham. McDonald, Tipper-Woody out the back, getting across and taking a good mark is Wiedemann. Thought about a handball to Tipper. No sense of occasion. Sam Wiedemann takes a good mark. Nate thinks he should place it up back next year.
Absolutely. I think he's failed at a forward for however many years, but he's got athleticism. He's clearly got the talent. He's got the size. He uses the ball well when he does. And there's been so many failed forwards who have gone back and made names for themselves. Darcy Moore is the perfect example. Liam Jones has done it. There's a lot of players who have done it.
59 games he played in his 7 years at the D's. Sam Wiedemann's got a couple here this evening. 3 goals, 10 the Bombers, 15-13, 93 are the Pies. That is all the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
But you need to find out. You need to find out because I don't think he's going to play as a key forward, Chief. So centre half back for me and just playing there the whole pre-season. Give him the option and then start him there at the start of next season and say, that's your spot. Until we decide otherwise, we want you to prove that you can play that spot. And I think he's got the athletic ability to do it.
Is he related to the Fish Creek Flyer Wiedemann out of Adelaide? He of the mullet, the ferocious Wiedemann? Wayne, yeah. Any relation there, Chewy?
They look to...
Proper cult hero.
A real cult hero. Don't think so, Chewy?
No.
Okay.
They look alike.
You look more like the Colonel.
He's related to Murray Wiedemann?
Yeah, Murray Wiedemann.
Okay. The Colonel.
Grandson of.
Righto. Or Darcy Cameron's hit hard in the middle. Tipper-Woody fisted away from him. This last quarter for me is about getting a goal for Tipper-Woody. He's in space. Markov cuts it off though. Noble. Chance for the Bombers. Where's Tipper-Woody? Here comes the inside ball. Hobbs. Merritt pokes it forward. Nowhere near Tipper-Woody, unfortunately. Noble. Bombers come out in numbers. Martin spins. Now Martin somehow extracts it out the back. Little low flyer. He's dropped out there. Tried to claim it, the weed. The umpire wasn't having a bar. Tipper-Woody gets Markov. Not an easy thing to do. Son of a pole vaulting dual world champion. Oscar Elliott. Pendlebury. Back to the pole vaulter son. And he strides away. Does Markov.
Kicks it in the Bobby Hill direction. He worked Zerk Thatcher underneath it nicely. Redmond had a piece of Bobby. Play on was the call. Getting back Redmond. Zerk Thatcher fights hard and they trap it at half forward. Too far away from where we're stationed here in the Triple M commentary box.
Average blocks per game in 2000 was 18. Average blocks this year per game, 7.
That's a Triple M Reds Atlantic special. Well done, the two-man.
Mine.
That is noticeable, isn't it? A bit Chiefs way too. I think the players now like to peel off rather than go back to lay the block. John Laverty is going to share it with Nick Hine deep in defence. 15-21 remaining in this game. It's been pretty one-sided.
Punches out in front of the Shane Warne stand. Does Hine to Cox. Just inside his defensive 50. Takes a couple of strides now to exit it. Pierces one down the line. Howe. Quainer won't be beaten. Gives it to Howe. Isn't beaten. He goes to Hoskin. He's had a bit of a choose. He sends it forward towards Ginnivan. Fisted away. How's he gone now, man? Hoskin Elliott.
Here's how he's had 18 touches, usually averaging 12 this year.
Okay. 93 plays 28 on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Beacon Trade. Here to partner with your business with lighting and electrical products for every Aussie home. Beacon Trade, let's make light work. It's Collingwood that's 93.
Right in saying the crowd may have thinned out slightly here at the MCG.
Yeah.
You're the crowd expert.
Probably, I reckon we've lost about 7,000 or 8,000 since halfway through the third quarter, I reckon, Das.
Gives that others can't know how. He can talk about the actual crowd and the crowd that's left as well, too.
What you should do is host the post-game in the car of whoever is driving Chief home, because he always got some thoughts on the crowd just crossing the roads that they shouldn't possibly be crossing, doesn't he, Nathan?
He's just a very aggressive traveller.
There's a lot of jaywalking after a game of football.
He's very keen on you as a driver.
Safety.
Jerry Seinfeld, a legendary show, Coffees in comedians in cars having a coffee. Could be a show for Chief. Just driving around strafing people in Melbourne.
It's a midnight plusser. It's your up late Big Brother style of show.
Chief in cars strafing.
He drives it forward. Ginnivan is out the back. He holds Cox.
Play on.
As the driver, you feel like you should really be running people over when Chief's in the car beside you. Markov, look at the speed. He's got the athletic genes, as we've heard tonight. Two-Man told us exclusively true that he's the son of
Dimitri.
That's right.
Auntie Tatiana as well.
Check centering ball to McStay. Gets out the back. He's in cruise control. In towards Bobby Hill. Can't get away from Martin. Taps it cleverly. Hoskin Elliott shakes one tackle. High. Winding ball towards goal. Ginnivan's there. Fisted through. 94 plays 28 on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Das, this has got 13 minutes and 14 seconds still on the clock.
Howie, you've already asked us what we're doing tomorrow. Usually that's post-game.
I know, Dewey. I'm trying to get the post-game credits away as quick as I can.
Lifetime, the 13 minutes left here. It's got Mercy Rule written all over this one.
Outside 5.
Bombers, they're ready to put the key on the rack for the year. Reload for season 2024. Bobby Hill's got a little bit of a limp up out there.
Yours.
We just hope that...
Might have a bit of cramp, maybe.
Okay, I hope that's the case, Nate. We don't want an injury for a Magpie that is genuinely excited about their finals chances.
Is Monday still a day of celebration for footballers that are no longer required to play?
They traditionally do that anymore, Howie.
Okay.
We have a couple of quiet ones on a Tuesday or Wednesday, potentially.
Righto. Quainer goes back with the pink boots. Such an athletic-looking cat he is. Pendlebury, Mitchell. Pendlebury, Red Zeds.
17 touches and a goal.
Sends into the path of Hill. That ankle looks all right now because he's a jack in the box, but cut off by Hobbs. Chips it to Merritt.
Is there any madmen they dress ups in your era, Chief?
You.
No, we didn't dress up.
You just wore their premiership medals normally,
exactly
Howie. There was enough fancy dress.
Chief wore. He'd wear a Coleman and a premiership medal. That's what you do, the Chief.
Stand.
Not in 87.
It's a cheap shot from Nate.
Good on, play on.
Scotty Palmer, keep punching, says it was a 1 week minor ankle, and then Chief.
Thought he'd play in the prelim, Scotty Palmer said.
Keep punching, Scotty. I never got it wrong, Scotty.
Yeah. Play on.
Maybe do a doco on that, I reckon, Nate.
ESPN Uncovered.
I think we'll deep dive into what went wrong with Chief in 87.
We need to get hold of the doctor.
Here's Zach Merritt.
Yours.
Screaming forward, good looking kick. It's a real Setterfield. Takes the mark in front of Frampton, called to play on. He pounds it in the Langford direction. He should take the mark. Oh, Darcy Cameron did well to disrupt it. And they've saved the goal with the class of Isaac Quainer back there. That just had to be a goal, but somehow the Magpies' defence have come out on top.
Who was the doctor in 87, Chief, or the physio? Barry Gavin?
Yeah, Baz was there, and Pete Wilson was our doctor, who was a ripper.
Okay.
Tried to do a fitness test prior to the grand final on the Thursday night at training.
Yep.
Got ruled out.
Play on.
Ruled out? Who ruled you out? Markov. Sends it forward. Ginnivan from behind. Ruled out by the coaching staff as Laverde takes the mark.
Yep.
Stand.
It was the late in, Chief, in 87 for the Chief.
I reckon it was Darren Pritchard, I want to say.
Play on.
Use a gun out of Tassie.
Saw Darren Pritchard present a first jumper last week. I would have had 100 guesses and not picked Darren Pritchard.
Ripper bloke, Pritch. Ripper bloke. Great kick. Yeah, both sides of the body. A bit like yourself, Nate.
Stand.
Looks fit too, Darren Pritchard.
Play on.
I actually had to do the warm-up pre-game. They were trying that old bruise.
Knowing you weren't playing?
Yep. And people that... Remember people could go down to the rooms and watch the warm-up?
Yeah.
A couple of people said they were horrified watching me trying to do the warm-up because I didn't bother having a jab in the ankle for the warm-up. Couldn't do any of it. Just limping around in the rooms.
Good mark. Big Mason Cox. Been pretty quiet though, man, this afternoon.
Mason Cox, 6 disposals. Just the one mark.
Like got a couple of Bronxies there as well.
There you go.
He's going to be...
It's good for footy.
In the mix, isn't he? Come finals time. That's a good-looking kick to Myercheck, and then he gets the swagger going. Just strutting along.
Leonard's giving him a full hug for a effective pass forward.
Yeah, kicking in the direction of a teammate.
Myercheck, as always, gives great value. How many's you got, Two-Man?
Myercheck, he's kicked 3 majors.
This one tucked up on the boundary line, left forward pocket, punt road end. Really good looking kick, just slightly across the line.
Clear.
And it will be a minor score.
This guy's clear.
15-5-95 Collingwood, 310-28 Essendon in the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Beacon Trade here to partner with your business with lighting and electrical products for every Aussie home. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
Behind off half back towards centre wing, fisted away from Cox and Phillips. Tip and Woody. He's a chance here, Tip and Woody. Oh, a bit of candy from Tip Woody. Get rid of it because Bruz Maynard's on his hammer. Turns him inside out with a bit of Tip and Woody magic. Sends him forward to Langford. Centering ball. Could be a goal assist for the Tip here. Menzies sticks underneath it. Fisted clear by Hoskin Elliott. Did you have a jab for the fitness test, Chief?
No.
No, right. So just a bit of pure guts and determination. They ruled you out.
Just there, boys.
Did you think you were ready to go?
No.
Do you look back there and regret, Chief? Think you might have been able to find something?
No, look, it was probably the difference between the club winning another flag or not, but what can you do?
That's the Chief we like. He's
just giving you a bit of Nate work.
He starts to get his eye in the Chief. You know those 1 or 2 nights you get a year, however, where he just genuinely properly...
We had one in Adelaide after the gather-round night, didn't we, Nate?
A great disappointment of the year not being there for that. Myercheck's kick, not great. Taken away by McGrath. Final 8.5 minutes of the year for the Bombers. Merritt, good-looking kick to Darcy Harris. He dropped the absolute sitter.
It was meant for Tipper.
Yeah, it was.
Touch, play on.
It's going to be... Langford's fucked up a goal on the goal line as well. Comedy of errors for Essendon and the Pies fans. They're revelling in a bit of Essendon misery, it's fair to say, here at the moment. 15-5-95 to 3-11-29. The Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Doesn't know that steak place in Adelaide, Nate. That was elite.
Stand.
Jeez, it was good. Gauchos.
He was a good man.
He was.
Outside 5, Anthony.
A lot of good stories.
Go with him. You, kick.
He did.
So too did the waiter.
Yeah. A good story about a prominent Australian sportsman who was a bit cheap on the bill.
Didn't you think the waiter was moonlighted as a hitman, Nate?
Yeah, well,
I think he was.
Prominent Australian sportsman, cheap on the bill. That's a deep field, that.
The shark.
No, sends it to the outer side. Oh, good mark by Coxie.
Stand.
There's a lot of sportsmen who are pretty tight now.
Mate, so dumps it down on the ball.
Now, see, here's a big bloke making a mockery of the game. He takes the mark, gets up, starts signalling downfield, telling blokes where to move. Doesn't get back from the man on the mark, tries to play on, kicks it out in the full.
Come on, Mason.
Giving Ruckman a bad name, Jim.
Yeah, not on you. Zach Merritt, disposal number what, Two-Man?
Triple M Red Z, disposal number 33.
Goes backwards to 30. Had Nick Hine on offer. Reluctantly gives it to him in the end.
Play on you now.
How many have left the MCG now, Two-Man?
Another 5 on top of the 7, so 12,000.
12,000.
Yep.
On their way out, getting an early train home, Howie.
Yep.
Sardis,
to it.
The fourth gamer, a little bit of a shank kick to the outer side, but it's training drill stuff out there now. The Pies are in a bit of self-preservation mode. Maynard, though, he goes no other way apart from just cannoning into someone because he can. Nick Bryan gets a free kick at the back of it.
No, you got to stand.
Big Drapesy on the Harvey Norman having the time of his life in the crowd.
He seems to be enjoying himself, doesn't he, Big Sam?
Will, with me.
A much better team when he's in it. And Bryan's got it.
Play on.
Plays on, just chips it to 30. The attacking goal. Hobbs gets in front of Tip and Woody. And marks directly in front. Benny Hobbs, the Horsham Demons flyer. And he should kick his first and Essendon's fourth of the evening.
He's been a positive story out of 2023. played a lot more on ball as the second half of the season's gone on. He's a good clearance player. He's a good contested footy player. He uses it quite well. He should have no trouble kicking this.
Hobbs from directly in front, 30 metres out.
Oh, good Moz, mate. Good Moz.
Missed it, sprayed it. 3-12-30, 15-5, 95, 65 points. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard the way the Pies. Come on, Nate.
Come on, Hobbsy.
How's got it.
Kick.
There's the Noble. Chase from McDonald, Tip and Woody.
That's a horrible kick.
Stand.
Coughed it up badly, didn't he?
Game's really just absolutely stumbling to the finish line now.
Snelling picks it up. Merritt, can he kick a late goal here for the Bombers? He's missed. 3-13-31 to 15-5, 95. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard, Howie. Normally glass half full, Howie, but this is hard.
Yep. Like to talk the game up, but this one this is done at quarter time with Collingwood up by 47.
Outside 5.
It's the only game we've had to do all year that has had nothing at stake, though,
Play
isn't
on.
it?
Yeah, it's a good point, Chiefy.
And often the last few weeks you can stumble upon games that mean nothing, but it's been a really good season from that perspective.
Just the AFL were unlucky. They sort of designed this last round to try and keep them alive, but Essendon didn't come to the party. Bobby Hill, he's done a KB, tried to hand pass to himself, but he goes out of bounds.
Brett, I'll take.
And then we tossed it in front of the Shane Warne stand on the outer side. A few seagulls starting to arrive at the MCG.
Andrew.
They've got those big wires up now, Das, which gets in their mental space and prevents them from landing on the arena.
Seems to be working pretty well tonight, Howie.
Very much so.
Can get out of control at times. These Seagulls, not a problem tonight. Nick Martin to Merritt, winning a truckload of footy. To the talented youngster Nick Cox. Down the line, Brian's been good tonight, Nick Bryan.
Stand.
Showing a couple of good signs. The young ruckman, good to see him. Getting a run. McDonald, Tip and Woody, maybe this is his chance. Can we get some joy at the end here? He can't get access to it. Tipper picked up by Pendlebury. Hands it off to Billy Frampton.
Bustling Billy sends it down the outer side. Pushed across the line. He's tried hard all night, Tip and Woody, but he hasn't really had the run of the footy two-man on the Red Z Lenders.
Just the 4 disposals, but just with his career, 134th game, 157 majors, finished in Essendon's
Collingwood
in their top 10 in their B&F in every season that he played prior to this season. 6 consecutive seasons for Tipper.
74,344. It's a good crowd, Das, on a dead rubber style of game.
By the Collingwood and Essendon fans, they just turn up the footy. Mason Cox is having some late moments of impact.
Bit of junk time for Mason.
Meso, imagine if he hits another target, he'll be cartwheeling out there, big Meso. Bobby Hill tried a little party trick, was intercepted. Zerk Thatcher was impeded in the tackle. Crisp's got plenty of time, back to Noble. Goes with a sideways kick, and it was well weighted to Darcy Cameron, who points to the lights, I think, almost like he nearly lost it, big Das. Go back and score goal number 16 for the Pies here, the big ruckman for Collingwood.
He kicked the 3 goals in the second half, Collingwood. They're 12 goals too at half time, so the Bombers have been able to hold them up in their second half, which is a positive for them.
Looking for career goal number 50 here, Darcy Cameron. 68 games traded from the Sydney Swans in 2019. Looking for some more opportunities. Didn't connect with that necessarily as clean as he liked, but he might have kicked the goal. Let's have a listen. Score review time.
What do you got? I believe it's a goal. Can we please make sure the ball was fully over the line before being touched?
Score review. Umpire's call is a goal. Please confirm.
Good call from the goal umpire. Definitely a goal. Darcy Cameron, goal number 50 for his career. And they're just having a look back at the man on the mark as well. That will be all clear as well. So good score review.
Review complete. Looking at this angle, we can see the ball's crossed the back of the goal line before being touched. Decision on the scoreboard.
Well done to Tunners. Nice moment for him. A rough patch. Crypto.com score reviewer. Goal to Darcy Cameron. 16-15, 101. They cracked the ton, the Pies. 3-13-31, the Bombers. The Triple Beacon Trade score.
What are you thinking of the Pies, Chief, going into a final series? They've had a rough month. injury concerns. Darcy Moore comes back. It's been a pretty impressive performance tonight. How do you see them?
Yeah, against limited opposition, they'll look a very different side when they get Murphy and Moore back for their defence come week 1 of the finals. I think that's going to be massive inclusions for them to get their leader back, to get from a structural perspective, your key defenders. I think they're going to feel a lot better about things.
Damo told us tonight that Nick Dacos wouldn't be available for the qualifying final, didn't he, Nath?
Yes, but Darcy Moore will.
Okay. Some good news for Pies fans. 2:44 on the clock here. It's a 70-point margin. Big D Cameron kicks his first. And that a nice finish by the big fella. And back in the middle we go. Mason Cox had an impact in this last term. Durham. Merritt. Where's Tip? He's inside 50.
Hey.
Just get it to Tip and Woody. Parrish sends it deep forward. Down towards Langford. Here comes Menzies. Taps it back towards Langford. Keep it in. Where's Tip and Woody? Does keep it in Langford, and eventually now he's taken across the line by Jay Howe. 2:20 on the clock for Tip to kick goal 158. Chew.
So they crowd of 74,000, I should say. So Collingwood against the Victorian sides this year at the MCG are averaging 81,400 during the home and away.
Remarkable by world standards.
It is,
that is. Howie. Incredible.
It really is.
Amazing support. They'll be fired up, the Collingwood Army, as they head into the finals on top of the ladder. Goes without saying.
Yours.
They are a massive chance. The Magpies looking for the boundary line. Picked up though by Nick Martin. Always works hard, gets it back to Jaden Laverty. Mason Cox is just suddenly finding plenty of the Sharon late in this game. Takes another good mark, the big man at half-back.
Any idea who could potentially play the Friday night final in the back row?
John,
Have you got any sort of long-range feel on what typically happens? I know there's still results to play.
Good question. I think Collingwood has been touted that they'll play on the Thursday night.
We might get Carlton.
So, or possibly Melbourne. Collingwood v Melbourne that first week of the finals. Yeah, but it could be Carlton, correct.
So we get a Thursday final, don't we, Chew? Round 1.
Yep.
Phillips can't mark. Howe's out the back. Gives it to Bruzzy Maynard. Across to Bobby Hill. He's got a chance to the crisp. He just wobbles it down the line with a clever kick to Mitchell. That was nicely done. Mitchell hasn't got a great deal, so has to take a bit off the kick. And the Bombers are coming in. Come on, get it down to the tip. That's the whole idea of the game now. Bobby Hill, he's got other ideas. He goes back defensively.
Just a minute and 2 seconds remaining in this one. 70-point margin. Anthony McDonald Tipperwoody says farewell to AFL football. He's been subbed into the game very early on with Kane Baldwin subbed out with concussion. Here's Myercheck to Mitchell. Finn McRae in there. Mitchell, as he often does, finds a handball out of heavy traffic. Picked up by McGrath. Markov competes nicely with Durham. He slides in right in front of the Collingwood interchange race. Craig McRae's always up, clapping and smiling and enjoying himself on the interchange bench. And what a sensational coach he has been, Craig McRae. Top of the ladder. He has delivered again this year, Craig McRae.
Still a trophy for the top. Is it the McClellan Trophy or something, Chewy?
I think it's... Yep.
$1 million, Tunners is telling me.
$1 million.
$1 million, I'm being told. AFL and AFLW combined. Markov goes back and across, running out of time for Tip and Woody to finish with a goal. Howe, Hoskin Elliott sends it down the outer side. It's been a dominant performance by the Pies. They have smashed Essendon. And Collingwood, by 70 points, finish on top of the ladder in the home and away season. They tune up nicely for September. The Pies 16-5-101. A disappointing end of the season for the Bombers. 3 goals, 13-31. 70-point win to Collingwood. Well done to Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody, and to Andrew Phillips, retiring for the Bombers. Collingwood 47 at quarter time, 58 at the half, 65 at three-quarter time. In the end, 70-point winners, so they won every term in a convincing performance. Jack Ginnivan was fantastic with 3. Myercheck kicked 3, Elliott kicked 2 and subbed out pretty much near half-time. And only a couple of goals by Wiedemann, 3 goals for Essendon in total. Pretty comprehensive, Chief. Nice going into September.
Well, they needed it too after a tough month. They had the win over Geelong a couple of weeks ago, but around that, 3 losses. So good just to get back on the winners list, get a little bit of confidence, particularly early on when the game was there to be won. They won it with the strong running, hard running through the midfield, plenty of handball.
Here's Jordan Goey with Abby Holmes, courtesy of the 7 Network.
Hit a lot of them tonight, so really good win by the boys.
You came back in tonight after a week out. How's the body? You get through unscathed?
Yeah, got through good. Played a little bit of time up forward, which is nice to kind of relax because the deep forwards are doing all the work. So it was good to watch the show.
How did you find a midfield group tonight? You really cracked in from the opening bounce, and the boys have been under the pump over the last month or so, so it's nice to see them really lift that lid in this game.
Yeah, for sure. I think our midfield groups can potentially be one of the best in the competition. We've just got to put it all together. So we all have different strengths, and we just try and exploit them as much as possible.
The F word. We can finally talk about finals in a few short weeks. How excited are you to crack in and for what's to come over the next month or so?
Yeah, exactly. It's good to finally put your head into finals now. I think obviously this game was big for us. We wanted to put our foot down and show how good we really were, and I think we did that. But obviously, a week off, rest up, get the body right, and then go again against Melbourne. So
rest up. We'll see you in a few weeks.
Beautiful. Thanks, Abby.
Thank you to Geordie Tagoe and Abby Holmes. Triple M Amy review coming up. Submit your fan clanger story to amy.com.au/fansurance and you could win. Hopefully we get to hear from Anthony McDonald, Tippin Woody for a Friday night feed. Score 20% off your entire order when you spend $10 only on the My Macca's app. We'll take a break here. We'll give you all the interviews, the song, the works. It's Collingwood, top of the ladder. 70-point winners over their arch rivals, the Bombers. The McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks football.
That quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with lighting and electrical products for every Aussie home. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
For Ream Hot Water.
Triple M rocks footy.
Built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, featuring...
Can we dare to dream?
Marty Sheargold.
Oh, sniffer dogs are here. Everybody run!
It's a show for grown-ups.
Absolutely love your show. I listen to it at the gym, and people must think that I am on a lot of substances because I am just laughing and laughing.
Kickstart your day with a laugh. Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
As Dad used to always say, there's a lid for every pot.
6 to 9 weekdays on Triple M.
I'm just going to shoot up the road and get some takeaway. No point putting a seatbelt on. Yeah, nah, she'll be right. Oh, no.
Hello, driver. Can they see your license?
Driving without a seatbelt? Chances are you will be caught. Wear your seatbelt, not the consequences. A message from the TAC. Drive safely. For everyone.
Win a super VIP experience at the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final in the Shell V-Power Superbox. Visit shell.com.au/superbox for details. AFL authorised Grand Final promotion GF AFL 23/55.
Tonight, in Australia, 500,000 households will struggle to put dinner on the table. Foodbank works with the entire food and grocery industry to ensure no Aussie is left behind. Working in a surprise chain, we never know what donations we'll end up with. So to make sure we don't go without popular pantry staples like pasta and pasta sauce, we work with generous donors to make them. Want to help? Need help? Head to foodbank.org.au.
Attention all passengers, for those departing on platforms 1 to 14 to head home and spend the evening on your couch, I have good news and bad news. The good news is you'll be very comfortable. The bad news is, well, you'll be on your couch.
Don't wait for the weekend. Find all the food, drinks, sport and entertainment for a not-so-casual weeknight. Only at Crown Melbourne. Patrons must be 18 plus. Crown practices the responsible serving of alcohol. See Crown website for entry conditions.
The Harley-Davidson 120th Demo Tour. Celebrating 120 years with 2023 models on show. Rolling into town this Saturday at Harley Heaven, Melbourne. Dealer licence number MD19047.
When it comes to pitching a tent, more than half of Aussie blokes can struggle in the bush. More than half. And we all know that, camping is a lot funner when you've got a strong tent pole. Pilot's here to change the game when it comes to helping blokes pitch a tent. And with over 94% of Pilot patients reporting a stronger tent pole, it makes sense that Pilot is Australia's favourite ED treatment. Take the quiz at pilot.com.au and get back to happy camping straight away. Pilot. Hard, made easy.
One of the world's biggest shows, Billions, returns for an epic final season only on Stan.
This is what you've been waiting for.
Axe is back.
Sounds to be a billionaire these days. Let's get to it.
And he saved his biggest play for one last showdown.
This is it. You can't escape your enemies.
It's all been leading up to this as the stakes grow from Wall Street to the world.
We're going to tell you what we're going to do, and then we're going to do it.
The final season of Billions, now streaming only on Stan.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
The Triple M Footy Review. Amy. Submit your fan clanger story to amy.com.au/fansurance and you could win.
Pies by 70 points. The 20th time this proud club has become minor premiers. Macca's for a Friday night feed. Score 20% off your entire order when you spend $10 only on the My Macca's app. Man, the work of Jackie Ginnivan tonight.
Very good, Howie. Number 1 ranked player on the ground was Ginnivan, as he racked up 3 majors for the game, along with 17 disposals and 4 inside 50s.
Choice Hotels round the grounds. Whatever your reason for travelling, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed, absolutely, when you book direct with the Kings at choicehotels.com. So go ahead, book it. The Boomers beat Finland 98-72 after trailing in the second term. They got it done by 26 points. Got under the Aussie lads, and the Macca's moment happened in the third quarter. Here's how it was called on Triple M Footy.
Stay left it behind to Goey. Little toe poker to himself. That was clever. That was Cristiano Ronaldo at his absolute best to Ginnivan, who had his head taken off. Mason Redmond's tried to decapitate Ginnivan. And Jack's going to get a free kick, much to the delight of the Magpie Army. Craig McRae has gone the double fist pump. So finally Jack Ginnivan's got a free kick and he's pissing himself down there, Craig McRae. Gotta love that, don't you? The coach enjoying the moment. Ginnivan's been really good tonight. Floats at goalwood and floats it home. Ginnivan's got 3.
Das dominating with the Macca's I'm loving it moment. Triple M MVP award for New Holland. At New Holland, we grow through what you go through. Visit your local dealer. Is it you tonight, Nate?
Certainly is, Howard.
Hang on. We'll get the Collingwood song, and then we'll have a bit more of a discussion as the Pies come in. As I said, their 20th minor premiership. Jamie Elliott was subbed out with a hip issue, but looked to be okay, Das. I don't think there's too many concerns. Just a team that could afford to take the foot off the gas.
I think so. That one, Howie, looked all clear.
Jack Ginnivan was fantastic. Who else did you like, Chewy, before Nate gives us his people?
Tom Mitchell, 33 disposals along with 7 clearances. His clearance numbers have been a little bit lean over the past month, and DeGoey busy with 27 in a major.
What about the son of the high jumper?
And Markov for Triple M Red Z. He picked up 19.
Finish on top. They sit back and watch the rest of the weekend with interest. Triple M MVP award for New Holland. At New Holland, we go through what you go through. Visit your local dealer today. Nathan Brown has the votes.
Yeah, I gave one vote to Tom Mitchell. I agree with Ash. He was very good tonight. 33 disposals, 10 of those contested possessions and 7 clearances. He also kicked the goal in the first quarter, Tom Mitchell. 2 votes to Jack Ginnivan. I thought he played just about the complete half-forwards game. He was busy. He was in the face of the opposition. He gave the ball off when it was right to give it off, and then he kicked goals when he needed to. He finished with 3, and I gave 3 votes to Jordan Nagoe, who had 27 disposals tonight. Wow. He kicked the goal. He had 8 inside 50s, and he had more metres gained than any other Collingwood player tonight. Not only did he kick a goal, but he also set multiples up. So Jordan Nagoe with the 3 votes for me.
Josh Dacos a bit stiff.
Yeah, what happened to Dacos?
It was out of him and Tom Mitchell for that last one voter. So I just thought Tom Mitchell got the nod ahead of Josh Dacos.
Chewy told us he's got the double header. He's which is your first game tomorrow, Chewy?
Here at the G, Hawthorn v Freo, Howie.
And then down the Cattery, so you'll hear the Chewy on the M's. What's on for you tomorrow, Das?
I'll be taking the young boys this morning to a bit of junior sport.
Oh, right.
Athletics season, Howie. I think they're into it in the morning.
Oh, they are, yeah.
And then I'm going to do the game North. Are you with you? Am I with you tomorrow?
So you got the Kangas?
Kangas and Gold Coast Suns, which I'm looking forward to.
All right.
And then I'm up to Sydney tomorrow night, Howie.
Okay. Travel safely. Where are you staying in Sydney? You going back to that place you got that massage last time? Or not?
Probably give that one a miss, Howie, with my wife Beck. As entertaining as it was, but I'm not sure where I'm staying. Wherever Channel 7 put me up.
Right.
I'm low fuss, Howie.
You are low fuss.
Probably
Well, what are you up?
penthouse somewhere.
What are you up to tomorrow, Noodles?
I have a lot of games of kids' sport.
Right.
An 8 a.m. basketball game.
Oh.
And then an 11:10 netball, into a 12:10 netball, into a 3:30 netball, into a 4:20 netball.
Have you had a couple of extra kids?
No, both girls play 2 games each, so they're in 2 different competitions now.
That's not... You're not over pushing the girls, Nate, because you're a watch on this front.
No.
All clear?
Yeah. They... couple of stress fractures, but they'll work through it.
What about you tomorrow, Chiefy?
I have the privilege of a Brisbane trip with you.
Yes.
Although I'll be in economy, you'll be up the front of the bus.
No doubt.
But it'll be a good one. St Kilda against Brisbane. Hopefully a cracking game.
Looking forward to that.
How about you, Howie? What are you up?
I'm with Chiefy. I got stay in town tonight. Maybe take myself out for breakfast tomorrow.
Which family?
Probably throw some heavy weights around Darcy and then head in and hang out with the Chiefy.
What a Saturday morning upper body, Howie?
Yeah. I've had a deload week this week. So just
what are you
take it
benching
easy
at the moment,
tomorrow.
Howie?
Heavy, big steel.
The leg weights are working for you. Keep doing the legs.
Just the bar.
What is the bar?
20.
Yeah, that's about me. Thanks to Benny for taking charge of things technically. He's the guru back. It doesn't say much, Benny, but he's effective. Thanks to Tunners for continually getting the job done.
I've been working with you for a long time. Never seen him throw a tantrum like that.
To refuse to go on the boundary.
What's happened to your sign-off phrase?
I haven't finished yet. Thanks to Jace. Thanks to Leroy back. He's still with us, Leroy?
The bubbler.
Yeah, he's... that's
you
it.
dickhead.
Pies get the job done by 70 points. Look after your garden tomorrow. McDonald's Dream Hot Water. Triple M rocks your football.
The Triple M Footy Review for Amy. Submit your fan clanger story to amy.com.au/fansurance and you could win.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.